Hello, everyone. Welcome to another fantastic audiobook session. If you're interested in accessing additional chapters, please check out the playlist linked in the description below. To support the author, you can find a link in the video description. A special thanks goes out to our Patreon member who requested this novel. If you'd like to request any audiobook that is freely available on a website, please consider joining our Patreon community. Members can send me the link and name of the novel they wish to hear. Lastly, if you'd like to listen to this audiobook in the background while your phone is off, you can purchase a Google Drive link.
Chapter 201, Shocking Council Meeting. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Any idea why this meeting was called Hiruzen? Danzo asked in his emotionless tone, but an underlying curiosity was unmistakable in his eye. Every clan head had a right to call for a council meeting if they had a serious issue to be discussed. Such a call, however, needed the approval of 2 more clan heads since it was not the Hokage calling it. This rule was actually a nice little way to get around the Hokage. I have no idea, my friend. Hiruzen answered as he walked towards the council chambers without a worry. Hiruzen knew the laws of Konoha by heart, and as such, he was aware that whatever would be discussed would not be overly important in the grand scheme of things. While the clan heads could bypass him in this way, they would still need his approval for any major change. My guess is either some dispute between clans or an announcement of a new business venture of the Nara clan. Hiruzen shrugged. Danzo, though, was very nonplussed by that answer. The whole problem was that it was the Nara clan calling for the meeting. The Nara clan never did things like that. Not once since the founding of Konoha. Announcement of a business venture, my ass. Danzo mentally grumbled. The whole clan is so lazy they would wait however long until the next scheduled council meeting to announce something like that. He rolled his eyes, not even deeming it necessary to mentally comment about the stupid idea of the Nara clan being in a dispute with someone else. It would take a murder or kidnapping of their clansmen to get them motivated enough to move their asses. Danzo knew. After all, that was the reason why he purposefully avoided recruiting any Nara into his route. He had enough problems without the motivated Nara clan on his ass. No amount of intelligence and strategic brilliance was worth that. Entering the council chamber, both Danzo and Hokage were greeted by the entire council already seated. Shikaku Nara, the man who called the meeting, was slouching in his seat with droopy eyes. Around him Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi, the 2 clan heads who granted their approval for the meeting. Around them were the clan heads of the Hyuga, Abarame, Inuzuka, and Uchiha clans. It pained Hiruzen to see that sorry state. At the start, there were no less than 17 clans in Konoha, all with a healthy population. Now, most clan seats on the shinobi side of the council were empty. Some, like Senju, out of choice, others, like Kurama, out of necessity. While the Senju clan had only 1 member and thus wouldn't normally qualify for the council seat by normal rules, they were rich, and most importantly, a founding clan. Tsunade could sit on the council if she so wished. The Kurama clan, however, wasn't nearly as important, and because of their abysmal numbers in recent times, their privilege to sit on the council was lost. But the Kurama clan was only the most recent one to lose this privilege. There were Heitake, Mitarashi, Sarutobi, and many other clans that didn't fulfill the membership quota to sit on the Shinobi Council. As such, from the initial 17, only 7 clan heads now sat on the Shinobi Council. A pitiful state, really. The civilian side had 10 members. 5 seats were taken by rich merchants entrenched in very important business fields that provided the village with weapons, food, and other necessities. These seats were quasi-hereditary since the merchants usually gave the seat alongside their business to their progeny when they retired. The next 5 seats were voted in by the people of Konoha. Enlarging the civilian council was one of the follies Hiruzen agreed on to lighten his burden during the Third War. At first, it was only 5 seats with the important merchants, but now Hiruzen actually had a hard time finding a proper excuse to dismiss the 5 voted-in civilian members. It certainly was not a fun time, having 10 civilians and only 7 shinobi on the council. Not when the last set of seats belonged to the elders, Homura Mitokedo, Koharu Yudiden, and Shimura Danzo. That was yet another can of worms that usually gave Hiruzen a headache. The elders' support was very fickle. On one issue, they could support the shinobi council, on another the civilian one. Thankfully, the elders were quite limited in their influence. And lastly, there was him, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage. 21 people in total if one didn't count all the umbu skulking around the shadows in the room. So then, what is she doing here? Hiruzen's eyes trailed towards the cheerfully humming Anko Mitarashi sitting in a guest seat as she waited for the start of the session, and suddenly, Hiruzen no longer felt all that worry-free about this meeting. The council meeting started and Anko restlessly waded through all the inane procedures, all the meaningless talks, and making sure everybody was present despite clearly seeing nobody missing. Yup, she really didn't like politics and the formal procedures that needed to be followed. She was dying of boredom despite the patience brutally instilled in her by Orochimaru. Finally, 30 minutes after the start, Shikako was given the word. Anko watched the man lift his head from the table and confusedly look around after Choza nudged him before the gears in Shikako's head started working as he lethargically stood up. I called this meeting on the insistence of my clan's longtime allies, the Senju clan. Shikako slowly let out in a measured drawl that gave everybody ample time to realize why Anko was present. At least, the ninjas did, while the voted-in civilians were as clueless as it gets. Anko straightened her back, not due to the clueless and disgruntled glances from the elders and the Hokage, but due to what was coming next. The Senju clan asked me to present a case of custody for one, Uzumaki Naruto, to the Senju clan because of his heritage as a scion of the Uzumaki clan and his blood ties to Tsunade Senjo through her grandmother, Mito Uzumaki. The second Shikako stopped talking and flopped back into his chair. A deafening silence engulfed the room. Not even the Umbu guards dared to breathe after hearing that. The topic of custody of Naruto Uzumaki was a frequent one a few years back. The clan heads wanted a boy, either to strengthen their clans or simply to give him a home. Even the ever-isolationist Abarame clan tried to gain custody of him, if only because they knew the burden the boy carried. Alas, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the Hokage, and with the help of his elders and using the hatred the civilian council had for the boy, he made damn sure to block any and all such proposals. Hiruzen was blindsided by this. He spent the last few days trying to figure out Tsunade's angle. He knew her. She would not be appeased so easily. At the very least, the second she got to know about her birthright, he expected her to storm her way into Konoha and try to yell his brain out while also causing an unhealthy amount of collateral damage to vent her frustration. This, calm and collected letter with a working threat and set of reasonable demands was so far out of his apprentice's modus operandi. Hiruzen was really worried. She baited me. Hiruzen understood. She made me waste time on her knowledge of the Konoha Creation Act while his eyes coldly stared at Anko Midarashi, the viper who slithered under his feet without him noticing. Hiruzen was not stupid. He knew well that Tsunade was the only one who could take care of Naruto even if he disapproved. They shared blood and that meant something. That was yet another reason why her absence in the village didn't bother him much. Unless she was in the village, she couldn't get custody. But now, Anko watched with an expertly hidden glee as the Hokage sighs swept through his fellow councilman and his lips set in a concerned frown. She felt proud of herself for pulling this off, especially since it was so obvious neither of the elders knew what was going to happen in the meeting. Maybe this manipulation and blackmail stuff is not all that bad. The process is dull and boring but the result is sweet. Anko inwardly grinned while outwardly she projected a sweet innocent smile that fooled nobody. She watched as Hiruzen sat in his seat, most likely mulling over the situation and what he could do to prevent it, but in the end, the old man simply sighed and called for a vote. And so, the council voted. The 5 civilians from the important merchant families voted for giving custody to the Senju clan. Tsunade had far too much blackmail on them for them to not give their vote in her favor. As expected, the Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, and surprisingly even the Abarame clans voted in the Senju clan's favor. But the Hokage, the elders Homura and Koharu, the remaining 5 voted in civilians, the Uchiha and Inuzuka clans voted against the proposition. Only Danzo abstained with a small knowing and calculating smirk, which meant it was a tie, 10 versus 10 with 1 neutral. Oh, Anko knew why Danzo abstained. He did the math after careful observation of the room. Now that it was a tie, the vote would be postponed and that would give him a chance. He would probably try to approach her and scout out what he could get by supporting her. According to Rei and Tsunade, the man always wanted the Jinhura key in his grasp. Unfortunately for the Cyclops wannabe, Tsunade put the matter into the most dependable hands in the entire Konoha. Anko amusedly observed the relieved looks on Hiruzen's face. Shikako stood up and actually smiled. Naruto Uzumaki is a civilian with a clan heritage. He is not yet a shinobi of the village, hence the votes of the elders hold no value according to the laws of the village. As expected of Elder Shimura, you know our laws by heart. Shikako said in a voice laced with amusement as Koharu and Homura flushed, Danzo's smirk froze, and Hiruzen's pupils dilated. As such, the vote is 8 to 10 in favor of the proposition. Since the child is not yet a shinobi, the Hokage cannot overrule this. Shikako glanced at Hiruzen before turning towards Anko. Congratulations, Anko Midarashi. Your and your clan's guardianship of Naruto Uzumaki was approved. Anko simply hummed and comfortably leaned back into her chair as the screaming contest started as the unhappy civilians realized that the snake whore, as they called her, was the only member of the Senju clan present in the village. Chapter 202, Naruto's New Home. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Naruto curiously stared at the woman who caught him during one of his pranking escapades and was currently walking through the village while holding him under her armpit as if he was a sack of potatoes. Admittedly, he would normally struggle but his body felt oddly sluggish, preventing him from moving much. Naruto was not stupid, he recognized when he was beaten with no way out. Then, in Naruto's opinion, yet another surprising thing happened. The woman walked into a secluded part of the village, a part that Naruto recognized as the Senju compound. To his shock, the woman who kidnapped him only stopped in the backyard of one house and dropped him onto the ground, causing him to groan in slight pain as he impacted the hard surface face first due to being unable to move his body. Maybe it wasn't that smart to verbally antagonize her during their trip. Yo, brat. The woman squatted near him and started talking in a very annoyed manner. I am Anko Midarashi, your new guardian as of 2 hours ago. Now that was something that sent Naruto into a shocked silence, causing him to choke on his unspoken complaints. His eyes widened and his mouth started opening and closing while his mind was unable to comprehend what exactly was going on. Yeah, I know. Shocking, right? Anko dismissively waved her hand. Anyway, Lady Tsunade wasn't happy when she got to know her blood relative was treated badly by the village. She couldn't really come back due to the political climate in the village either, and that's where I came in. For the foreseeable future, we are stuck together. Pipsqueak. Get used to it. Anko grinned, causing Naruto to blanch. 1,000 questions were swirling in Naruto's head all at once, but only one was important enough that he found himself voicing it out without even realizing it. I have a family. Naruto's body shook in, even he didn't know what. Was he relieved? Angry? Sad? Anko slightly winced. She knew the kid wouldn't take the revelation well. Sighing, she shrugged. Yeah, sorry, kid. Your family is not in Konoha and getting to you is harder than you would expect. I suppose Lady Tsunade could get to you at a moment's notice, but it would cause a lot of trouble for her. The Hokage would never allow it, and even now it took a lot of blackmail for me to become your guardian, which put you into the purview of the Senju clan. Anko cautiously added, observing Naruto for his reaction. And as expected, Naruto hid it well, but Anko was not a high-ranked for nothing. The brat already knew his mother's name and... I am glad you already have mistrust towards the Hokage. She grinned at the widening of Naruto's eyes. I have no idea. He started. Anko then quickly poked Naruto's forehead, right where the seal placed on him by Ringo was located, instantly silencing him. The very same seal that gave the kid knowledge when he needed it and functioned as a lie detector of sorts. REI had no idea how would that go, but it was an experiment to see how would Naruto grow up if he had something teaching him the important stuff and showing him who is and who isn't trustworthy. Oh, I think you know exactly what I mean, Naruchan. Anko's grin widened as the kid realized she knew about his biggest secret. You, what, how? He exclaimed. The thing giving him knowledge, teaching him, and causing him to know who he should trust was with him for as long as he could remember. It was his most important secret, the only thing he could depend on in his life. While people avoided him, the voice in his head always told him what to do to survive. Always taught him how to better himself. How could the woman in front of him know about it? The seal on your forehead was created by REI, the husband of Lady Tsunade, when it became apparent you were an Uzumaki and there was no way to help you directly. They couldn't really take you in since you are a Jinchuriki. Anko slowly said, looking for any sign of shock on Naruto's face. When she found none, she mentally nodded. The kid already knew. Konoha would not allow it, hence, it took them so long to get someone to take care of you. Which is you. Naruto slightly narrowed his eyes at Anko, who rolled her eyes. Yes. You will live with me in the Senju compound from now on. I will provide necessities for you and I will train you. You will start the academy soon. By the way, a good thing you didn't pester the Hokage for early admission. It would only annoy the teachers there. Lady Tsunade isn't really in a trusting mood, so I was made to retire from my kunoichi duties for a few years and will now focus on your and my own training in the time being. I will be trained? Yada. Naruto jumped up, cheering in a very silly way. Only a shuriken scratching his cheek stopped him in his spot with a deer in the headlights expression as he looked at Anko, whose eyebrow was twitching. Stop acting like an idiot. I know enough to recognize your facade. I have nothing against you using it to fool the idiots outside the Senju compound, but here you will act like yourself. Too much acting can be bad for you, lest you really start believing the act real. Anko admonished, walking forward and ruffling Naruto's hair. For some reason, Naruto couldn't find it in himself to give her a cheeky retort as he usually would. Nor could he tell her off for treating him like a kid. It feels kinda nice, he thought and blushed as he felt Anko's hand ruffling his hair. I too am not very liked by the villagers. Anko said, making the warm mood turn serious. I know it is easier to show a facade of cheerfulness, but it can hurt you if you overdo it. It certainly hurt me, kid. She bitterly admitted. It took a nice heart-to-heart conversation with Lady Tsunade to show me what I was doing is wrong. I don't want you to one day find yourself so comfortable with your facade that it will become reality. Naruto briefly pondered Anko's words and had to admit, he didn't want to always be his naive, stupid, cheerful self. When he grew up, he wanted to be able to drop his facade, but could he really get so used to it that it would become second nature to him? That was something he really didn't want to experience. Deciding to change the mood between them, Naruto quickly changed the topic. So, what will you teach me? Apparently, that was a wrong question if the sudden vicious grin Anko gave him was any indication. Not a second after, a wave of a killing intent strong enough to make him stiffen, but weak enough that he could still move, engulfed him. I will teach you how to survive. Naruto only barely dodged the kunao aimed at his shoulder as he thought. Maybe staying in my old apartment would be safer. Chapter 203, Stirring in the Kirigakuer. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Really, no rest for the wicked. Rei sighed as he recounted the past few days in his head. He and Tsunade came home 3 days ago. Tsunade instantly went into his dimension to cuddle with Blondie in order to replenish her essential dose of fluff, as she called it. Rei also decided to check up on Black, finding out the foxes were already the size of a horse. That was quite a nice growth spur considering they were born only recently. What was not nice was Pakura coming to his dimension and telling him there was an emergency. Really, he was home not even for 10 minutes and there was already some screw up for him to fix? Fast forward to the current time, and grumbling Rei stood on a hill located in the land of water. Inconsiderate prick. Couldn't Yagura start with his genocidal urges a week later? 3 freaking days of paperwork, diplomacy, and preparations. Sigh, I really need a proper vacation. REI lamented, only to get a blank gaze from Ringo who stood to his left, and an amused giggle from May who was on his right side. You just came from a vacation. Ringo deadpanned, crossing her hands under her chest. That was not a vacation. That was a business trip. No matter if I spent most of it relaxing with Tsunade, official documents state it was not a vacation, therefore it was not a vacation. REI defended, causing Ringo to sigh. Ma, forget the workaholic. She would not understand what is the use of free time even if you spelled it to her. Honestly, she would never leave her forge if not for the fact she is your wife. May decided to donate her 2 cents to the conversation. What's that supposed to mean? Ringo asked crossly. Don't give me that look. You only leave your workshop to eat with us, when you have scheduled training or sparring, and for sex with REI. Even now, you are mostly jealous you had no alone time with REI before we had to come here. May snorted. At least I wasn't the one keeping half of the house awake yesterday. How dumb must you be to forgot the silencing seals? Ringo sarcastically quipped. Hey, I resent that. You know. May started but REI's hands suddenly grasped the shoulder of both Ringo and May, stopping their tirade. He didn't even need to say a word for the girls to understand the meaning of his gesture. The arguments between Ringo and May never ceased, and while everybody knew they didn't put much heart into them, REI really didn't feel like listening to the two bickering women right now. They are almost here, he said, causing both May and Ringo to straighten up and enter their professional facade. It took a few minutes, but right on the decided time, 3 mist ninjas landed in front of REI and girls, led by Ao, the leader of the resistance, himself. Because of the fact that the third Mizukage delayed Obito from influencing Yagura, the clans had more time to prepare. Thanks to REI who warned them what was most probably the plan of Obito and that he would most likely succeed given enough time, many clans took the threat seriously. Frankly, if REI was just some unknown chump, nobody would care what he was rambling about. But since he was a famous SS-rank ninja, his word was akin to gospel to them. Really, REI couldn't help but find it incredibly amusing. Because of the warning, the second the third Mizukage was assassinated, the red lights started blaring in the heads of the clan heads. When Yagura finally started pulling anti-clan reforms out of his ass, the clans were prepared the best they could. Hence, the resistance was much stronger this time around. That, however, didn't mean they could just storm Kirigakure and win. Not without heavy casualties, at least. Even with the bolstered numbers and many clans intact, the resistance was still outnumbered 1 to 20. Which is why REI was currently in the land of water despite dearly wishing to be able to laze around in his bed right at the moment. They wanted help, and REI, Ringo, and May were the poor sods who drew the shortest straws, so they had to listen to their demands and possibly negotiate an agreement with them. I am never again playing a drawing game to decide who would deal with something like this. REI inwardly grumbled. Even my luck is clearly against me. Greetings, REI Dano. Please, follow us, our hideout is nearby. Ao said in a no-nonsense tone and turned around before starting to run. May, Ringo, and REI looked at each other before helplessly shrugging and following. So, why exactly did they choose you as the leader? Ringo asked after a few minutes of silent running. She knew Ao, and it was obvious the man nor his guards were not content with seeing her. For them, she was most likely a traitor. Not that REI cared, since he called as such too. The clans bickered who should lead, and in the end, it was decided the leader was to be someone not under the influence of a particular clan. Ao unhappily grunted, showing just how much he loved his current position. I was just the most skilled guy out of those who joined the resistance and didn't belong to a clan. Sucks to be you. May snickered, causing even the Ao's guards to join her briefly before they earned themselves a one-eyed glare from their boss. That shut them up good. I agree. Ao muttered, and the group again fell into silence. REI didn't ask his questions in favor of observation. He knew Ringo only started the brief debate in order to give REI a better picture of Ao, as if she really cared who or why led the resistance. Her questioning, however, gave REI a better perspective of what to expect. So the clans are not as united as they would like to portray. Well, naturally, they survived with more members than in canon. They were always somewhat entitled, and now that nobody humbled them by culling out most of their populace, the clans would naturally bicker who is the biggest fish in the pond. Must be really annoying. No wonder they seek outside help, then. REI mentally summed up Ao's situation. REI wasn't really happy with what he heard so far. The resistance was outnumbered and the members had a hard time working together. They actually had to give the leadership to a third party to keep a semblance of order in their ranks. Many Kirigakure high-ranking ninjas were members of some clan, meaning, despite being outnumbered, the resistance should, at the very least hypothetically, be able to win against Kirigakure, especially if they employed guerrilla warfare, which is incredibly suitable for the mist ninjas. They could weaken the Kiri forces enough that the chances of winning a head-on assault would be greatly in their favor. And yet, they wanted to pull Yozora into it. Somehow, I am starting to have a really bad feeling that they expect some hocus-pocus out of me that would resolve their current problem without any country-crippling bloodshed. REI started to realize what exactly the Kiri clans wanted. This was not a desperate fight for survival for them. Not yet. They weren't reduced to a few members. Not in this timeline. REI actually cursed when he realized a snag in his plan. This was something he overlooked. The clans simply wanted to return to their comfortable position of power in Kirigakure. This meant Yagura had to be removed without much infighting that would weaken Kirigakure, and cause the clans having to work overtime to keep their village safe afterward. They simply wanted a fairy tale outcome with a happily ever after. Oh, well, no matter how ridiculous this is becoming, it's not like this situation doesn't play right into my cards. Rei mentally shrugged. He would have to adjust his plans, but maybe the current situation would be even more beneficial for him. Rei discreetly looked at Ringo with the corner of his eyes. The question is, how pissed will she be when I enact my oh-so-evil plan? Chapter 204, Difference. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. After arriving at the hideout of the Resistance, Rei, Ringo, and Mei marveled at the place. All of them spent years in the service of Kirigakure and yet, neither knew about the place. From the exquisite buildings and the crests on them, it was obvious the village in front of their eyes belonged to a clan, which only made their lack of knowledge about it even more impressive. Kirigakure loved to keep track of any place the clans owned. After all, Rei couldn't help but smirk. It was obvious that some clans didn't trust Kirigakure enough to abandon their previous compounds or reveal their whereabouts upon the establishment of the village. The entire place was quite spacious, but it was also masterfully hidden by the local nature, and according to Rei's senses, some quite rudimentary but nevertheless quite effective funjutsu. Just wow. Kirigakure could run in circles around this place for months considering the serious lack of funjutsu experts. The seals perfectly blend with the local nature and cover the village. Quite ingenious, to be honest. Although, it wouldn't work if the clan village was bigger. Rei wryly thought about how useless these seals would be for him if he tried to hide his own village with them. His mind quickly stopped this contemplation as he noticed that to his right, Mei was walking with a small welcoming smile while secretly but constantly letting out a bit of her chakra seep into the air around her. Already taking preventive measures, Rei noted. He was especially proud that he managed to discover Mei's subtle use of her steam bloodline only thanks to his senjutsu-enhanced senses. This meant that even Ao, who already sported his stylish eye patch and no doubt monitored them non-stop with his Byakugan, would not get even an inkling of Mei's usage of the chakra because to him, it would simply seem like a natural leakage of chakra into the surroundings that every person, even civilians, had. Mei simply leaked quite a bit more, which could be chalked up to her massive chakra reserves. And there laid the reason why Rei was so proud. It didn't seem as if Mei was using a technique. Not even to Byakugan. And yet, slowly but surely, the air was starting to get thinly saturated with her chakra, drifting away from Ao to different parts of the village so he doesn't get suspicious. It was not as if Mei needed a lot of her chakra in the air in order to do nasty stuff with it either. Rei's eyes discreetly glanced at Ringo, who instantly noticed, and her grip on the handles of the swords on her waist slightly tightened, notifying Rei she was ready to act upon being ordered. Her eyes were set in a cold facade, and Rei knew if he told her to slaughter every single person in the village, she would do so. It was reassuring, and yet a bit disturbing. But that was Ringo. After she decided to throw everything away for Rei, her determination only strengthened through the years, and not one of his girls showed such unquestioning loyalty to him as her. Yes, his wives were loyal without a shadow of a doubt, but Ringo was in the league of its own, clutching onto Rei after forsaking Kirigakure for him. Rei simply widened his smile, giving Ringo a signal that no carnage would be happening right about now, which elicited a small, almost pouty frown from the redhead while her grip slightly slackened. Obviously, the Jonins escorting them through the clan village noticed her slight tensing, and it created a quite stifling atmosphere which only somewhat eased up after Ringo became more relaxed. Nevertheless, they had no idea what exactly caused the famous assassin in front of them to get battle ready, and that, even if they didn't outwardly show it, drove many of them scared shitless. Rei chuckled at the mirth in Ringo's eyes. The minx clearly did it on purpose, giving the ninjas around a warning. And if the small widening of the distance between Ringo and the ninjas who escorted them was any indication, it worked spectacularly. Needless to say, Rei had no illusion that Ringo was simply playing around. She was clearly mapping out the village, remembering any escape route, any important place that could help in a fight. Simply, her deeply ingrained cold calculative instincts of an assassin was in full throttle, devising plan after plan while analyzing the situation and the best way to terminate everybody around. Rei, on the other hand, was also busy with using his chakra to form seals under the solace of his boots as he walked, causing them to sink into the earth. It was quite an advanced technique, and getting it to work with his feet rather than hands took a long time, but this way, he could simply walk and distribute his seals on the places he set his feet on without being noticed. From a perspective of a normal ninja, it would be completely mind-boggling that the trio managed to do what they were doing without being noticed despite being surrounded by a Byakugan user and a village full of ninjas. They finally reached their destination, a well-decorated mansion in the middle of the village. The mansion was the grandest building around, and Rei had no doubt the clan heads of clans that formed the resistance would be just waiting to manipulate him to help them. Such was the disadvantage of working more with the third Mizukage and never teaming up with other ninjas from Kirigakure. Sure, the clan heads most likely saw him as a powerful individual, but they were people who had power and influence for most of their lives. Rei was really curious just how many of them would take him seriously in this little political game of theirs. Considering the inactivity of Yozora in recent years, this will be a monumental drag, won't it? Rei wearily sighed as he stared unimpressed at the lavish mansion in front of them. The group entered, and right as they passed the door, Ao turned towards Rei and started talking in an emotionless tone. I will require you to leave your weapons here. They will be returned after the negotiation. Standard procedure. I hope you don't mind. He swept the trio with his eyes, showing a bit disgruntled expression when he saw Ringo shrug and hand her swords to the ninja/receptionist/guard/whatever else required. Ringo simply smirked at Ao, causing his eyes to narrow as a weary sigh left his lips. He knew out of the 3 ninjas before him, Ringo was the most dependent on her weapons, and yet she was completely fine with handing her swords over? The Ringo he remembered would lash out and bring hell to the mortal plane if anybody demanded her to give her swords away. Ao correctly assumed that what he was seeing was a whole load of trouble as his head started to hurt with a profound headache, while Rei only amusedly handed over his kunao pouch to the receptionist. Ringo's swords were still the same 2 chakra blades he gifted her when Kiba was taken away from her. There was only one thing dearer to her in the world than these blades, and that was Rei himself. Even Tsunade, Ringo's most favorite person out of Rei's wives, didn't reach the same level as the 2 blades. But Rei also knew that since she started focusing on her blacksmithing, Ringo made sure to improve the blades immensely. By now, she can summon them with but a thought in a span of a split of a second from literally anywhere in the world. It would take a quite strong seal to prevent her to get her swords. Rei inwardly snorted, knowing Ringo had no problem with handing out her swords only because she could resummon them anytime she desired. Noticing that Mei didn't move to remove any weapons from her person, the guard spoke, "Lady Terumi, could you please hand over your weapons?" Rei noted how polite they were, but he guessed that was given considering she was the first SS rank to come from their village, ever. Mei simply grinned and shrugged, "I have no weapons on my person." She turned to look straight at Ao, getting his full undivided attention. "My chakra is all I need." The guards didn't know what to do in a situation like this. Mei was an SS rank kunoichi and offending her would be quite, ahem. They simply turned towards Ao and waited for orders. By that point, Ao's headache increased. For a second, he had a bad feeling he missed something, but in the end, he just nodded at a guard to search Mei. Seeing how stiffly the guard approached her, Mei chuckled. "Get it over with, but make sure your hands don't wander where they don't belong." This, she gestured at her body, belongs solely to Rei, and narrowed her eyes at the poor sod chosen to search her. A few very uncomfortable moments later for the almost crying guard, the trio was amused beyond belief, while Ao was now actively rubbing his temples when he saw how the guard whimpered every time his hands approached Mei's breasts or lower body, causing her to tense up in warning. "She is clear," the guard said, and Rei would even find his even tone impressive if the man didn't have such a fearful expression on his face. Frankly, Rei found the entire situation exceedingly amusing, especially since Mei threw Ao such an obvious clue. "Chakra is all I need? Seriously?" She couldn't have given him a bigger hint to what she was doing during their walk towards the mansion. Rei giddily thought, "I really start to see why Itake and Kisame would stop for a snack in a dango shop in the middle of Konoha, despite both being very notorious rogue ninjas and Itake being one of the most wanted men from Konoha. It's simply so fun to be surrounded by ninjas, especially elite jonins, the so-called cream of the crop, and seeing them utterly clueless when you do something. Ao having a Byakugan is just a cherry on the top." Mei even hinted that she did something right into Ao's face, and the man, the former best hunter ninja of Kirigakuer, simply couldn't figure it out. Then again, if jonins could figure our tricks out, maybe we don't deserve the title of SS rank. Rei conceded in his mind. "Well, if everything is in order, I think it is time to meet the big bad boys," Rei quipped, getting an annoyed grunt from Ao, who still couldn't shake off the feeling he missed something. He was not a happy camper right about now. Chapter 205, I Want. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei, Ringo, and Mei were led into a lavish meeting room where the clan heads and leaders of the resistance already waited for them, debating about this or that. The second the trio stepped inside the room, everybody quieted down almost instantly, and Rei could almost smell the curiosity in the air as the people turned towards them. The trio simply stared back in complete disregard and disinterest as the gazes washed over them. Rei was indifferent to it, Ringo simply didn't care, and Mei didn't want to get spanked by Tsunade because of letting her discomfort show, so she donned an aloof facade. After all, Tsunade would be very upset if the 5 hours she spent hammering the political knowledge into Mei's mind were in vain. Especially since Mei's sole purpose in these negotiations was to look disinterested with anything they propose while making sure her mouth stayed shut as Rei handled talking. Rei's lips quivered as he noticed the gazes linger on Mei a bit more than on him or Ringo. "Well, I did take Mei with me because she is the last of the Terumi clan and also because she is the very first SS rank ninja from Kirigakuer. Looks like it works like a charm. Their attention is more on her than me," Rei noted with satisfaction. These clan heads knew well that he was the mysterious Rei of Kiri in the past, but they knew virtually nothing about him. Ringo and Mei though. Ringo was one of the best assassins Kiri ever produced in its existence, and Mei's ranking was too big of a deal. Hence, Rei, who was standing a half step behind the girls, was not garnering much attention. "Welcome," one of the geezers stood up from his seat and amiably greeted the trio. "We awaited your arrival, members of Yozora. I am very glad Miss Terumi and Miss Amaeri feel enough patriotism to show up in Kirigakuer's time of need. My name is Kajiruyuki and..." Naturally, by that point, even Rei tuned the man's speech out of his mind. As for Ringo and Mei, Rei doubted they got beyond the word patriotism without mentally snorting in laughter. Both had to be strongly persuaded by Rei to come, after all. Mei hated Kirigakure with a passion due to how she was treated there, and Ringo simply stopped caring about the village. While Kajiro was passionately talking about their dreary situation while introducing this or that unimportant clan head, Rei was getting more and more put off. The guy is talking as if he was the Mizukage who was overthrown by discontent children throwing a tantrum and was currently seeking a righteous help. Guess nobody told him to his face that it is he and his clan who are trying to do the overthrowing. Rei sighed. Finally, after a lengthy introduction of every person in the room, the man quieted down and Rei took it as his cue to start talking. Nice to meet you. I am Rei of Yozora, to my right is Mei, and to my left is Ringo. We found a request for help from you and decided to come and listen to your offer. Depending on the reward we will decide if we accept or not. He gave Kajiro a fake smile. The clan heads in the room looked a bit exasperated when Rei insinuated that his help is not yet set in stone. Obviously, they expected these talks to go smoothly, but Rei would have none of that. If they couldn't offer a worthwhile reward, then why should he risk the safety of his people? Yes, naturally. Kajiro stiffly nodded and gestured towards seats behind a big round table where the clan heads sat. As the trio moved to sit down, Rei briefly glanced at Ao, who sat a few seats away from their designated seats and looked somewhat bitterly worried. Clearly, the supposed leader of resistance didn't have much of a voice in the important matter since he didn't speak even once since they entered the room. So, let's skip all formalities. I am not very fond of those. Your offer. Rei suddenly voiced out, stopping Kajiro in his tracks right as he spotted the man about to start babbling again. Many clan heads frowned at such a disregard for the mandatory small talk, but Rei would have none of that. He ignored the suspicious mutterings sounding a bit like youngsters these days, and stared at Kajiro with a hard gaze, causing the man to feel a bit out of place. As you wish. Kajiro reluctantly nodded, unhappy his gift of speech would be pretty useless for these negotiations. He was, after all, chosen to be the spokesperson because he was a skilled politician who prided himself in talking his way out or into any deal he wanted. It also helped that it was kinda hard to ignore a hard gaze of a known SS-rank ninja. Unfortunately for Kajiro, Konan made sure Rei knew about his reputation, which enabled him to put a stop to his silver tongue before the real negotiations even started. As you know, we currently need an aide to bring order back to Kirigakure. At that, Mei gave Kajiro an incredulous look and Ringo rolled her eyes, but bloodshed would lead to a severe weakening of the village. We seek your services for an assassination of the current Mizukage and subsequent takeover of the village by our forces. As for your reward, Kajiro slightly shifted in his spot. We will naturally reward you most generously once the village is back in our hands. Hearing that, Rei slowly nodded. So, basically, what you are saying is that you don't have money to afford our help. He started, ignoring how Kajiro's expression darkened alongside the other clan heads while Ao looked as if he just gained a sudden realization and started glaring at the clan heads. I gotta praise your wording. If I was an inexperienced Chunin, I would probably fall in line and agree to help you for not clearly stated reward. Rei continued with a straight face, but everyone in the room recognized he was mocking them. Obviously, people of your standing don't deal with rogue ninjas much. We don't do things for promises of riches. We don't have an assurance that the village would reward us or give us retirement funds if we get injured. Or did you think if you appeal to our past loyalties towards Kirigakure you will get us to easily help you? Sorry to say, but we don't owe Kirigakure anything. We will get involved only once we clearly know what we are supposed to risk our lives for. Rei was sweetly smiling. It went exactly how Konan predicted. Money was an issue when one ran a rebellion. Plus the civil war was freshly started. The clan heads didn't think it would last all that long and were unwilling to pay a huge price to put a stop to it. It also just so happened that Yozora was inactive for the past few years because the price for them to get involved was very high. Konan made sure to scout the people behind the resistance and their situation. Rei came here knowing the circumstances clearly, which is why he didn't let them react to his mocking and continued talking. That said, we do have something we want from you. Something I am sure you would be willing to pay since it won't cost clans all that much. That stopped the various clan heads short. Out of the people in the room, only Ao looked worried about what Rei meant. He was no fool and knew the clan heads wanted the war to quickly end and get back their comfy positions in Kirigakure. Moreover, they wanted to accomplish this without incurring much cost to the coffers of their clans. Ao, on the other hand, simply wanted the war to end because he had no illusions how it would affect the village and how much blood would be spilled before it ends. There was a serious possibility Kirigakure would fall short of the other 4 major hidden villages if the war was prolonged and cost too many losses. The whole situation didn't have any positive outcome for Kirigakure in general. As a loyal Kiri ninja, Ao didn't like that. Yes, loyal. As stupid as that sounded considering he was rebelling, he believed the removal of Yagura was necessary if Kirigakure was to survive and keep its position in the Major 5. That was why Ao was very nonplussed at Rei's wording. Clearly, he wanted something, and if the clans wouldn't have to pay, it would naturally be the village who would pay. It was the exact same situation that the clan heads previously propositioned. The money for hiring Yozora was obviously supposed to come from the Kirigakure's treasury after they took over the village. Somehow, Ao doubted that Rei desired money, which was a whole lot more worrying thought. I am sure we can at least hear your proposal out. Kajiro prompted Rei to say what he wanted from them, excited at the prospect of his clan not having to pay anything in order to get help in the war. REI smirked and briefly glanced at Ringo. Gosh, I can already imagine the argument this will incur. Here goes nothing. I want Ringo Amarai to become the 5th Mizukage, he loudly proclaimed, causing the whole room to fall into a deafening silence while May choked and Ringo's eyes snapped to him and slightly narrowed in a cold furious bewilderment. Clearly, this was the first time she heard about it. Chapter 206, Might Makes Right. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The door closed behind the trio that entered their assigned room and REI swiftly touched the wall, causing seals to spread through the room, securing it while destroying any surveillance device or jutsu. With room secured, silence spread through the room and REI awkwardly looked at Ringo who had a very telling frown on her lips. Her discontent became almost palpable the second they entered the room and she made sure REI knew it due to her discreet but intense stare through the entire negotiation. Ringo knew it wouldn't do to show any form of surprise at REI's exclamation that he wanted her to become the 5th Mizukage. Discontent would be even worse than surprise and as such, she simply set her expression into a cold facade and used years of her training to relax the tension in her body and erase any kind of body language that could give her away. She was simply happy she didn't have to talk during the negotiation of terms. But now the tiring talks were over and she was locked in a secured, soundproof room with REI. Ringo's eyes gazed into REI's and her lips opened. What the hell was that? REI sighed, knowing he owed Ringo a proper explanation. It couldn't be easy for her to stay indifferent during the hours he negotiated a satisfactory deal with the clan heads, especially since they were talking about her responsibilities, limitations, and rights once she became the Mizukage and didn't even ask her about her opinion. Sorry, Ringo, REI started, rubbing the bridge of his nose, but the opportunity was simply far too good to not go for it. I could only choose between you and May, and you know how May is. She wouldn't be able to get past the first week of being Mizukage without blowing the entire Kirigakure up and calling it an accident. Yes, you know how I am, Ringo. May teasingly interjected from her bed where she laid with her hands supporting her chin as she stared between REI and Ringo with great interest. You shut up. Ringo snapped at May, letting her anger briefly show before she took a deep breath. It had to be said, REI was using Ringo's love for him in his favor. He knew she couldn't really argue against him. May, however, wasn't so lucky and if she kept talking, she would become an apt scapegoat for Ringo to relieve her stress. Then again, REI definitely didn't think the resistance would appreciate having their hideout leveled to the ground. May, stay quiet. REI stated, not averting his eyes from Ringo. Okay, Ringo took another calming breath and slowly sat down on the side of her own bed. I would like a more in-depth explanation. REI wryly smiled and walked towards Ringo. He sat next to her on the bed and put his arm around her shoulder, pulling her close to him. Only when he felt her relax and lean into his body did he start talking in a calm and soft voice. I came here expecting many things based on Conan's intelligence. I expected leaving without making any deal, which would mean pulling things from the shadows to get things done. I expected a contract of trade agreement highly favoring us. I expected benefits for Yozora. And I expected many other things. REI noticed Ringo's eyes becoming a bit restless, so he decided to go straight to the point. More importantly, I expected the negotiations to last a few days, hence I would have time to ease you into the idea. Well, that obviously didn't work since the second I saw exactly how much the clans wanted to end the war and how stingy they were about it. You pounced on their greed to get the ball rolling. Ringo nodded in understanding. But I don't want to be Mizukage. I love you, I love forging, I love swords. I can't do paperwork all day or lead a damn village. I have to agree that May would be utterly useless in such a position. A loud hey sounded from May's general direction, but I am not much better. If you want me to do this, I can. I will even with great reluctance stop my forging since I won't have the time for it. Ringo's expression showed exactly how painful saying those words were to her. Forging became her hobby after they settled in Uzushio, but by now, it was her lifeline, not unlike being one of the 7 swordsmen was her lifeline in her youth. But even then, I don't think I can do a great job at it. This is Conan's niche. This is something Tsunade was trained for. But me? I am a killer, REI, not an administrator and definitely not a leader material. She added, lowering her head on REI's shoulder in resignation. Hearing Ringo out, REI chuckled. It was so like her to accept whatever fate he presented her with without any questions. Her assassin training really shone through in this aspect of what made Ringo. Don't worry. That's what the negotiations were for. REI playfully said with a knowing smirk, causing Ringo to become confused, whereas May's eyes bulged out as she burst into almost hysterical laughter. Enjoying the change of atmosphere from gloomy and resigned to a cheerful one once May's laughter filled the room, REI simply sat back, contently hugging the confused Ringo, who was slowly working out the meaning of his words as he caressed her hair. Few seconds passed and May was still giggling, trying to stop herself in vain when astonishment appeared on Ringo's face. You. The entire time you accepted the terms the clan had set up. It seemed that as long as I become the Mizukage, you care not if I am but a figurehead without any real power over the village. The talks lasted only a few hours and a deal was struck. Normally, something like this would mean days of arguing, but you were oddly accommodating, only asking for some privileges and advantages for me that clans were happy to give. It was all on purpose, wasn't it? Ringo finished, still in a bit of disbelief. It wasn't as if REI threw the negotiations. He secured a lot of advantages for Ringo, but from the political perspective, he might as well make her into a political eunuch. Once she became the Mizukage, the deal struck today would strip away most of her power over the village, which also translated into way fewer responsibilities for Ringo. You played them. May almost wheezed from her spot on her bed. The pricks probably think how brilliantly they outsmarted you and secured themselves help for the rebellion for no cost while also getting more power in the village afterward, all the while you got exactly what you wanted from the deal. She snickered, punching the pillow in giddiness. Rei smiled, lowering his head slightly to look at Ringo, who was leaning on his chest. Yes. Making sure Ringo doesn't have to deal with the bullshit of being Mizukage was the least I could do for her since I asked her to take the position. Rei said, and suddenly could feel Ringo's arms affectionately tightening around his waist. Leaning forward, Rei softly pecked Ringo's lips. Plus nobody ever said you have to stop forging. Did you already forget we can teleport? All you will have to do is send a shadow clone to Kirigakure every morning and you are free to stay holed up in your forge all day. He shrugged with a mirthful smirk. Really, the clan heads grabbed more power for their clans, and by doing so, they inadvertently took the responsibilities upon themselves. But, as for you being reduced to a powerless figurehead, that doesn't matter at all. The important part is you holding said position. Rei said before turning towards May. Tell me, May, what is Ringo? Ringo furrowed her brows, thinking about the answer. She felt a bit stupid for not being able to answer instantly, but Rei simply reassuredly squeezed her. He asked May because he knew Ringo would take a long time to get the answer since she would have never considered it from the necessary point of view. She is an SS rank ninja. May instantly answered, knowing what Rei meant. After all, she had enough bruises from all the sparring against Ringo to get such a thing thoroughly hammered into her brain. Especially since Ringo found a way to counter most of her techniques. Ringo didn't have a special bloodline or some other kind of advantage. She was all about pure Kenjutsu with lightning release mastery. It won't matter if you are a political figurehead, Ringo. Not when you have the power to level the entire village alongside its occupants. The clan heads have no clue what SS rank means. They probably still see you as someone they could get easily rid of as they do with problematic S-rank ninjas. May shook her head in amusement. Yes. Rei took over. Might makes right only applies once one is so much stronger than others that it is not even a fight. That's why Hashirama and Madara could single-handedly change the way of life of the ninjas from the entire continent by just making their own village. Kirigakure never saw firsthand what it means to be an SS rank. They produced some pretty strong S-rank ninjas, but there is a massive difference between S-rank and SS rank. Hence, once you give Yagura a beatdown of a century, it wouldn't matter what is written on some paper as the limitation of your power over the village. Rei said in a smooth voice. You want to take over Kirigakure through me. Ringo understood. Not really. Rei lightheartedly denied. I simply want to have the option to take over Kirigakure at any given moment. After all, Mizukage is a lifelong position unless you decide to retire. And with the nature energy packed into you and your Baijuyo, you will live a very long life. Just lucky that the clans so readily volunteered to take care of the responsibilities for you. Now that's positively evil. Ringo said as her lips curled up in amusement. Somehow, I don't think becoming Mizukage is such a bad thing anymore. Chapter 207, Ao's Decision. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei sat alone in the dining room of the mansion, enjoying early breakfast after Ringo decided to cheer his night up after their little conversation about the Mizukage thing. Naturally, that meant May decided to join up, and one thing led to another. Hence Rei needed a very big breakfast to get back his energy, and due to his schedule as the leader of his own hidden village, he was too used to waking up early to sleep in with the girls who were still deep in their dreams, snugly hugging each other's naked form under the sheets. As Rei was eating his scrambled eggs, suddenly Ao sat opposite him, putting a plate with buttered bread and some kind of fish on the table. Rei looked at him with a raised eyebrow, silently asking Ao what he wanted with his eyes. I came to talk. Ao gruffly said, making Rei roll his eyes. No shit, Sherlock. He mentally grumbled, but outwardly he simply sighed and continued eating. There was no harm in letting Ao talk, and Rei had to admit he was quite interested in what the big bad rogue hunter wanted with the albeit smaller but certainly badder rogue ninja. I had a very long night. Ao slowly started with an expression that showed how unsure of what to say he was, and Rei barely restrained a snort. Yeah, me too, buddy. I doubt our reason for staying up late was the same though. Rei mirthfully quipped, but Ao simply ignored the jab. You see, I was always the guy sent to clean up disloyal pieces of shit like you. Ao indifferently stated. Find, kill, get rid of the body. That was my job and I was good at it. And now, here I am, calmly talking with a person who could easily be at the top of my kill list. Funny, isn't it? You mean the fact you think you got a chance? Yeah, it sure is. Rei nonchalantly shrugged. Ao simply sighed in defeat. It was obvious to the man how uncomfortable he was with the current situation. It must be quite hard for someone like Ao to stomach not only hiring Kirigakure's rogue ninjas for help but also deciding to make one of them the next Mizukage. Rei mentally summed up. The meeting yesterday, it got me thinking. Ao said in frustration as his shoulders sagged, but his eyes didn't stop giving Rei a piercing intense stare even for a second. I am no politician. I am a hunter ninja. I spend most of my life hunting and know the worth of power. I know exactly what you aim for with making Ringo into a Mizukage. Oh, Rei playfully hummed. Honestly, the second AO started showing his feelings openly, REI knew there is no need to worry about him despite the man clearly hating his situation. If he was really hostile, he would be all cold and glaring. REI really didn't feel any need to hide his plan from the man the second he showed his frustration openly. It meant he made a decision. REI had no idea what kind of decision, but it was certainly interesting. Then again, it was not like the clan heads would renege on the contract. It was too good for them to do that. I may not care for it, but I know how the game is played. AO started, pulling REI out of his thoughts. But it appears that yesterday I was the only one who realized you do not exactly play the same game as the clan heads. REI slightly leaned forward with a disarming smile, supporting his chin with his hands, and listened. It's sad, isn't it? AO bitterly frowned. Before REI could react, however, he continued. But I can understand it. The politics of Kirigakure were always corrupted. After so many generations of it, it is no wonder the clan heads simply don't get it. You will have to enlighten me, AO. I never cared for Kirigakure's politics and definitely never got involved in them despite living in the village for over a decade in the past. REI said, subtly reminding AO that he was once Kirigakure's ninja and that he defected. For some reason, REI really couldn't help himself. He liked the conflicted look in AO's eyes every time it was brought up. Right. AO commented quietly but with a lot of sarcasm. If you had no idea, you wouldn't try to exploit the clan head's ignorance. AO added, hating how smug REI looked. Suddenly, he gained a sad look. It's really vexing, you know? The clan heads are supposed to know better, but I am not surprised. With the formation of hidden villages, the clan heads became more of political animals, rather than people understanding the importance of pure strength. The heirs to the clans are mostly trained to quickly get jonin rank, getting so much preferential treatment it is not even funny. They no longer put as much importance on personal power as they do on politics. After all, S-rank ninja who normally could not be defeated by them are but a small annoyance once they use politics to make him a public enemy number one. That's why your plan is going to work. Yeah, I always found it funny how the clan kids like to intrude on the academy graduation day, coming there already blooded, trained, and ready to kill while competing against scared kiddies with subpar training compared to them. But I digress, it's all for the prestige of their clan. No, REI added, causing AO to wince. I always hated when the clan kids decided to participate in the academy graduation ceremony. Then again, that's one of the reasons why I am fine with what you are doing. AO explained and REI lifted his eyebrow again. What do you mean? REI's demeanor shifted. You know, AO's expression bitterly scrunched. I always found it wasteful to kill off at the very least 50% of the graduating class. So much talent wasted. So many late bloomers killed, and for what? Sure, Kirigakure was raising jonin level ninjas quickly and efficiently, but our numbers were always lower compared to other villages of the Big Fire. That's also the reason why we are regarded as the weakest of the five despite our numerous advantages. Take Suna for example. They have a cold war between the daimyo and the kaze cage going on. The daimyo has had them under an embargo for years now, and yet, Kirigakure can still not measure up to Suna. It's pathetic. AO looked straight at REI. Simply put, I am sick of it. Kirigakure needs a change. That's why I betrayed my own village and everything I ever believed in by joining the rebellion. Not because of the clans. These self-important pricks can burn for all I care. Especially after selling the village to you without even realizing it. No, what I want is a better Kirigakure. AO stopped and took a deep breath as if he was about to make a life-changing announcement. That's why. I want you to know that no matter how much I hate your traitorous ass, I am willing to work with you as long as you make Kirigakure into a better place. Saying his piece, AO stood up and went away while REI amusedly watched him. In short, Ringo is his best shot at Kirigakure being improved after the civil war. Huh? Looks like the 5th Mizukage will have her faithful secretary. After all, who knew? Good for Ringo, at least she will have a person who can fill the paperwork for her. Chapter 208, Talks with the Water Daimyo 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Why exactly are we here? AO asked as he looked around the lavish meeting room in the castle of the Water Daimyo. The civil war in the land of water was still in its starting phase, and so far, probing attacks was all both sides were willing to use. Thanks to that, REI didn't have to worry about large-scale battles erupting anytime soon. Hence, he and his girls had time to make and enact a good plan. We are here to meet with the Water Daimyo, duh. REI nonchalantly replied, causing AO to scowl. Obviously. He quietly grumbled and gave up on getting a proper answer. REI was already working with resistance for a month, and AO quickly learned that if REI didn't want to reveal something, it was useless trying to figure it out. REI, on the other hand, was also fed up with the resistance. Or rather, with their leaders. They wanted him to win a war for them, and so this last month, REI threw idea after idea on them only to have each one rejected. He couldn't just go to Kirigakure and openly deal with Yagura because the clan heads didn't want collateral damage. He couldn't have Yagura secretly assassinated because apparently, the clans wanted it known it was the resistance who was behind the deed. He couldn't simply defeat the Kiri ninjas in outposts across the country in order to diminish the Kirigakure's forces and draw Yagura out because the clan heads didn't want the number of Kirigakure's ninjas to be too small once they took over the village. He couldn't do this nor that. Honestly, after the past month, REI was considering Mei's idea of going for an indiscriminate rampage and destroying both the resistance and Kirigakuer alike. If only Kirigakuer wasn't in such a good strategic position. Only frequent visits to his wives and their foxes in his dimension alongside occasional check UPS on his village made REI calm enough to not go nuts. Plus he had to admit that Pakura did a marvelous job of running the village in his absence. There's an idea. REI hummed before the memories of the past month made him broody again. There were so many ways to win the civil war fast and somewhat cleanly, but every single one of them needed some form of sacrifice the clan heads were unwilling to make. With the amount of rejected proposals, REI quickly began to see that this job would take years if he did things according to the wishes of the clan heads. Years he was unwilling to put into the job. Needless to say, REI quickly put his foot down and threatened to simply scrap the contract. Sure, the current opportunity to install Ringo as the fifth Mizukage was almost irresistible, but it was not worth years of their effort. Not by a long shot. At worst, REI could go back home and pull together another scheme to make Ringo into the Mizukage. Fortunately for both REI and the clan heads, a new contract was signed after a practically loud argument. Well, there might have been one or two threats of joining the Kirigakuer side if they pissed him off too much. Anyway, this time, the clan head stipulated that as long as REI gets rid of Yagura without unnecessary bloodshed. Somehow REI didn't believe the old geezers yet realized they were at war, and without collateral damage to the village, its forces, and its outposts, he was free to do his job as he deemed right without the clan heads having any say in it. They basically asked him to win the war without doing any damage. Frankly, even the ever-serious AO facepalmed after reading the new contract. For REI, it was all fine though. He only wanted freedom of action. As for their complaints at a later time, who cared? For this clause to be added, the clan heads in return asked for a massive monetary reimbursement in case REI decided to abandon the contract. Yet again, AO actually dropped his head on the table with a thud and groaned in disbelief in front of every clan head while REI signed it with a bit too amused smile. He simply wondered how they would even go about demanding the payment from him if it came to that, really. And so, this was where the situation led them. Straight into the Water Daimyo Castle. A place where REI could finally start his plan of winning the ever-annoying civil war. The fat ass is really taking his sweet time. Mei mumbled, not liking having to wait for the daimyo who she was sure was making them wait only to feed his ego. That's why I signaled Ringo to retrieve him. REI lightheartedly said while shrugging amusedly, which caused AO to snap into attention as his eyes instantly widened in pure horror and started hurriedly looking around the room for any sign of Ringo. He was too distracted to notice her leaving the room, but now that REI informed him, he could only fight back a forming headache as he imagined Ringo manhandling daimyo into the room. And surely enough. Unhand me? Do you know who I am, woman? No? Don't put my smelly sock into my mphhhffff. AO whimpered when he recognized the terrified voice of the water daimyo and saw the door to the meeting room open with a bang while Ringo dragged the plump wriggling man by his right ankle while his hands were tied together on his chest and his mouth was stuffed by a sock. Then suddenly, the daimyo's head impacted the door frame with a loud bang, causing a whimper to leave the plump man's lips as he instantly quieted down while his tied arms shot to his head. Here you go. One water daimyo delivered. Ringo indifferently stated as he lifted the man up by the scruff of his robes and sat him up behind the head of the table, ignoring his tearing up expression. She then proceeded to dutifully stand behind REI, giving the sitting Mei a small whack to the back of her head to make her put her feet down from the table. Be more respectful to the daimyo, Mei, she reproached, earning herself a deadpan stare from the younger woman, AO, and even the daimyo himself who still had the sock stuffed in his mouth. Realizing the situation, AO quickly stood up and pulled the sock out of the man's mouth, and untied his hands. Surprisingly enough, the water daimyo didn't dare to open his mouth again and REI alongside Mei were greatly amused at how he was shooting Ringo unsure and terrified glances. Yeso, as you probably already heard from your servants, I am REI. REI started talking, pointing at himself before snapping his thumb at Mei, that is Mei, and the woman who dragged you in is Ringo. The dude to your right who is shooting you worried and mothering glances is not important. REI nodded towards AO who gave him a brief stink eye before his gaze returned back towards the daimyo. Seeing the daimyo unsurely nod at him, REI mentally grinned. There is no better way to shut these self-important pricks up than a healthy dose of fear. He glanced at Ringo with the corner of his eye, well aware that she most likely swiftly took down every guard she encountered while dragging the daimyo towards the meeting room. After all, there was a reason why they were not interrupted by hordes of guards by now. And I gotta admit Ringo learned quite well how to threaten somebody without even saying anything. We are here to request you putting a trading embargo on Kirigakuer. REI smiled at the water daimyo whose eyes bulged at the request. Next to the daimyo, AO's jaw dropped. This was the first time he was hearing about it and sure, he knew it would be a very effective strategy since, unlike Kanahagakuer, Kirigakuer was not all that self-sufficient but he also knew the daimyo would never do this. REI could as well ask the daimyo to slit his own throat and be done with it. I can't do that. As predicted by AO, the daimyo shrieked in fear after hearing REI's proclamation, they will kill me. REI lifted an eyebrow at that and looked at Mei who looked at him with the same half-confused, half-deadpan way before both turned back towards the daimyo in a very effective but also creepy way. Right. REI slowly nodded, let me rephrase that. He paused and Mei snapped her fingers, causing the daimyo to quickly start choking on the air and gnawing at his throat. The Kirigakuer ninjas are not here. We are? And at that moment, Ao had to take a step back when he saw the completely disregarding way Rei and Mei smiled at the daimyo while Ringo simply indifferently stared at the ruler of the land of water. This is utter madness. Chapter 209, Talks with the Water Daimyo 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. After a few moments where Ao could only helplessly stare at the ruler of his country choking on air, Mei again snapped her fingers and the daimyo gasped for the much-needed oxygen while Rei started talking again in a calming tone. I will make it easier for you. Here, a coupon for a 2-month-long stay in Uzishio's best hotel for you and your family. Just put the embargo on Kirigakuer and go on a long vacation. By the time you return, the current problem will be dealt with and the country should be peaceful again. It will be again in the most optimal state for leeches like you to exploit people. Ain't we simply the best for making life easier for you? The daimyo gulped, knowing there is no help coming. After all, he saw Ringo manhandle even his strongest guards in 2 seconds and they were all capable of fighting jonins. He shakily reached towards the coupon and looked at it before his gaze turned back to Rei with an unreadable expression. It says it will cost me 50 million ryo. He unsurely half-asked, half-stated, bewildered at the huge price. Such a sum could afford him 50 S-rank missions? And you think saving your life would be for free? Rei threw the daimyo an incredulous stare which instantly shut the man up. Just put your most hated cousin, relative, or whatever in charge while you go enjoy yourself and I am sure Kirigakuer would get you rid of him for free in a vain attempt to lift the embargo. You can consider that a bonus, pal. Rei dismissively waved his hand. As terrified as the daimyo was, he wasn't a new hand at these things. He often hired Kirigakuer to do these kinds of persuasions for him when some business partner of his got too stubborn. It was simply the first time the daimyo was on the receiving end of these things rather than doing the blackmailing. That's why the daimyo was aware that the man in front of him, Rei, as he called himself, was extremely generous with him. He still had no bone broken and his fingers attached to his hands. More than those on the receiving end of his own ninja's threats could say. It didn't make the situation any less humiliating but it was the truth. Rei was basically telling him to provoke Kirigakuer and then to scram but at least, he didn't choose pain as the persuasion tactic. The daimyo knew it could be infinitely worse. His shoulders sagged and decided to accept his fate. But he was still curious. Why are you doing this? The daimyo asked, a bit of his regal aura returning to him. Rei tilted his head, but after a while, he decided to indulge the daimyo. The second you put the embargo on Kirigakuer, the 4th Mizukage will be forced to negotiate with you. But you will not be available, will you? You will be quite unreachable by any means behind the strong ceiling barriers of Uzishio. The poor sod ruling in your stead won't be able to lift a direct order from the daimyo. He will be only a temporary regent, after all. Alas, I have it on a good authority that Yagura will go bonkers and off the guy ruling in your stead anyway. Rei said, knowing that Obito didn't care for anything but causing as much mayhem in the land of water as possible. This was revenge for Rin and if he could legally and justifiably make his puppet start an all-out war within the country, he would already do so. This way, Rei was simply speeding up the process. Whereas we, Rei gestured at himself, Ringo, and Mei, will be hired for, say, 50 million ryo, by you, he pointed at the disbelieving daimyo, to make sure your embargo won't be broken. Wait, they want to get paid for protecting the embargo they are forcing me to sign off. The daimyo thought almost with tears in his eyes as he realized the man in front of him wanted yet another check worth 50 S-rank missions. Hence when Yagura orders the assassination of Lord Daimyo's regent, you will be able to challenge him for a battle in the name of the water daimyo. Ao finished, understanding the plan, but, are you sure Yagura would agree? I can't see a reason why he would do such a thing. Let me worry about that, will you? Rei chuckled. Obito will no doubt send Yagura to his death. There is no way he wouldn't after this becomes a political problem where other nations, purely hypothetically, influenced by the Biribiri company, start trying to intervene. If that happens, many things could go horribly wrong with his little plan of collecting the 9 Baiju. Civil wars are fine but he simply needs the status quo between the nations upheld while making sure the countries won't start allying themselves tightly with each other. Rei could only grin. Outwardly, the resistance asked for help from other countries and even the Biribiri company. Everyone refused them, though, on the basis that they are simply rebels. Nobody wants to support rebels, or rather, even the people who would gladly support a rebellion in other countries to gain benefits from it had their own problems at the moment. Danzo, for example, was dealing with a bit of an Uchiha problem. Therefore Obito should be quite reckless, thinking nobody wanted to intervene in the land of water. Rei was almost sure he would go for the assassination of the daimyo's regent if only to stir the hornet's nest even more. Rei was also certain Obito would curse the heavens once the Biribiri company did a complete 180-degree reversal on their non-interference policy after that. Hence, Yagura would be sacrificed in order to calm things down. I am quite sure my plan will work. Rei started, and even if it doesn't there are still other ways how to get what I want. Don't worry, I will deliver this improved Kirigakuer you so desire, Ao. He shrugged before looking towards the water daimyo. As for you, as long as you are a good boy and don't obstruct the new Mizukage once the resistance takes over Kirigakuer, you are free to continue living your luxurious life of debauchery. He said mockingly. New Mizukage, so they already decided who will get the position. The daimyo muttered before unsurely raising his eyes towards Rei, and, may I ask who will be the new Mizukage? Rei's grin only widened at the question that made sweat appear on daimyo's forehead as a bad premonition appeared in his mind. He didn't like where this was going, especially when Rei just meaningfully lifted his eyebrow at the question in a very amused manner. I look forward to working together. Suddenly a cold voice interrupted daimyo's thoughts, causing his head to snap behind Rei where Ringo stood with a small condescending smirk. Daimyo's eyes widened in horror and despair as he looked pleadingly at Rei. You must be kidding me. Her. He whimpered when Rei simply nodded. The first person who ever manhandled him was to be the next Mizukage. God, help me, the daimyo thought. The poor guy could only hope he won't be forced to taste more of his socks for Ringo's amusement. Chapter 210, Happy Home. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei and his girls stayed in the water capital only for 2 days to make sure the daimyo and his family left towards Uzushio, leaving behind only a regent whose name Rei really didn't care about, who would announce the embargo in 2 more days. After they cheerfully sent the resigned daimyo off, Rei decided to leave the water country no matter how much Ao protested. It's just a waiting game now. We can't do anything until Yagura moves. Having people from Yozura skulking around the capital would only hinder Yagura from doing the right thing and sending assassins. Rei told the exasperated Ao before teleporting home, leaving the poor guy glaring at an empty patch of land. The second they arrived, Mei instantly rushed off to talk with Yujito while Ringo got this overpowering urge to check on her forge. It certainly didn't have anything to do with the 3 very concentrated bursts of serious killing intents from Tsunade, Pakura, and Konan focused on the 2 girls who spent months with Rei. Poor Rei gave the backs of his 2 runaway girls a slight glare. He couldn't simply run off to his office. Not with the peeved looks the 3 girls in front of him were throwing him. Damn, I knew telling them we are coming back was a bad idea. Rei thought in regret. Surprisingly enough, it was the ever-serious Pakura who angrily marched towards him, causing him to stand rooted in his place, deciding to take it like a man. She came close and stopped only a foot away from him, Rei already preparing himself for a verbal tirade when suddenly, Pakura's lips hungrily landed on his. Before he managed to shake off his shock, Pakura was already hanging on his body, her legs tightly locked behind him. At first, he was bewildered, not expecting the most reserved of his girls to just jump him, but then he decided to not think about it and started kissing her back, his hands snaking around her waist, downwards towards her butt, lifting her a bit more. Seconds slowly ticked away as Rei and Pakura were immersed in their own little world. Finally, their lips separated and teary Pakura whispered, I missed you. You could have at least visited more often. She lowered her blushing head, still possessively clinging to him. Unlike Konan and Tsunade, Pakura had her hands full with running his hidden village so many times he actually visited in the past month. She was too busy. Smiling, Rei put his forehead on hers, making her even more flustered. Sorry. I didn't have all that much free time either. Trying to implement any kind of intelligence into dealings with the Kirigakuer clan heads was frankly torture. Rei only briefly noticed that Tsunade and Konan made themselves scarce, and with a content feeling in his chest, he started pecking Pakura's lips as he marched them towards the bedroom. Little did he know that neither Tsunade nor Konan gave up and decided to give Pakura at most 2 hours of alone time. That night, Rei had to satisfy all 3 of them in what he would later describe as heavenly torture of pleasure. Why was he so stupid to show them how to use chakra in bedroom? The days started blending together as the girls took advantage of having Rei on hand. This was the first time he was away for so long. Sure, he stayed a week in the Land of Fire with Tsunade, but a week was much more bearable than an entire month. As such, Rei had to deal with quite a lot of exasperating yet cute drama. To his utter surprise, most of it came from Konan, who didn't like the idea of being separated from him. Only now did it strike home that this was the very first time ever they separated for more than 2 weeks in their whole life. That made Rei feel extremely weird when he realized how dependent on each other he and his girls became. Not that the feeling was bad, but it certainly cemented his resolve to proceed with his plans. He absolutely refused to have his family live in a world where murder is as common and natural as breathing. Not when the murderers had access to veritable superpowers. In the end, he made sure to follow the only way to attain personal peace for his family and himself. Hearing a soft hum from above, Rei slightly opened his eyes and squinted at Konan, who lovingly ran her fingers through his hair while leaning her back on the side of his sleeping fox, Blackie, who was already the size of an elephant. Rei petulantly decided to stay lying in Konan's lap despite being awake. He smiled at her, hello Konan. He then looked at the small, pup-sized fox happily lounging on the top of Konan's head, messing up her hair. Hi, Indigo, how long was I asleep? The small fox yipped while Konan rolled her eyes. An hour. I must say, I didn't expect you to fall asleep. Tsunade must have been extremely demanding during the night. She playfully said in a knowing manner, but instead of blushing Rei proudly beamed. Sure was. Rei slightly turned his head to the right side where Tsunade was playing with her fox, Blondie. You know how hard it is to keep up with somebody with senjutsu. He added with a mischievous wink, knowing this was the only way to make Konan embarrassed. She absolutely resented that it was her who was every time sent to the dreamland through exhaustion when they had sex. As for Rei, he loved it far too much. especially since his girls started developing more and more jutsu that could help them in that regard. Alas, a daily intake of nature energy still proved to be superior to whatever they cooked up, hence, Rei had loads of fun while his girls stayed determined to defeat his stamina. Only Tsunade could keep up with him in the bedroom, no matter how barely, which usually ended with their bed destroyed no matter how many strengthening runes Rei drew on it. Fortunately for him, Tsunade was craving more of an emotional satisfaction rather than a sexual one, so they usually stopped before the house could collapse. The foxes are growing quite fast. Noticing how flustered Konan became, Rei said to her in order to get her to think about something else than their sex life. Indigo can already change her size at will. He praised, getting another proud yip from the fox on Konan's head. Yes, she is very similar to her mistress. Konan proclaimed winningly before her proud smirk faltered. Though, that might be because I actually spend my time training her. Tsunade tries, but Blondie always coaxes her to play rather than train, while Pakura is stern, but she is far too busy to give Emerald enough training. God knows that both Auburn and Crimson missed May and Ringo this past month. Even Blackie missed you despite his grumpy self refusing to show it. A low grumble could be heard from the fox Kana was leaning on, but it was promptly ignored by them, earning them an annoyed huff. Yeah, we will have to account for that the next time we have a mission like this. In the end, the foxes are our chakra-made Baijuyo and deem our bodies to be their natural home. It can't feel good to be outside, much less far away from us, for them. Rei stated and immediately sensed Blackie relaxing a bit when he heard him. Rei smiled. He knew Blackie was considerate when he didn't instantly demand being in Rei's vicinity like Auburn and Crimson did with May and Ringo. Blackie instead gave Rei space to first focus on his wives, who felt a bit left out after their first month-long separation. If it were not for the nature chakra and the growth increase in your dimension, we would love having them inside of our bodies. Konan grumpily said, and Rei understood. It felt weird, seeing his chakra with sentience and outside of his body. Every second in Blackie's presence, Rei had this small, almost unnoticeable urge to let him in, and he had to prevent himself from doing so. It was an ever unsatisfiable itch that just refused to go away. Just a few more years. Rei tried to sound reassuring. Anyway, shall we check up on May? You know, to prevent her from finding a world-ending jutsu and then teaching it to Auburn. He joked but was unable to muster a smile when the words left his lips. After all, May already had 1 or 2 planet-ending steam-based jutsus that could feed on nature energy after their initial casting. Whenever May was close to Auburn, she would get all these crazy ideas of new jutsus for either lava or steam release. Hearing him, Konan stiffened. They left May and Auburn unattended for a whole hour. Now that you mention it. Chapter 211, Chaos in the Land of Water. In Naruto, Reborn with talent, while Rei enjoyed his peaceful moments at home, surrounded by his loving wives, and trained the foxes, Ao, on the other hand, had quite a headache-inducing time in the capital of the Land of Water. After Rei's departure, Ao decided to stay hidden in the city in order to witness if everything would go according to Rei's plan. He was quite doubtful about it, after all. As someone who was the ex-leader of the Umbu Hunter Nin division, Ao knew well that usually, no plan survives the confrontation with the enemy, and when Rei actually left the country altogether, relying on his supposed plot to go as he intended without him influencing it in any way than he originally did. Let's just say Ao spent the following day cursing at anything that moved. In his opinion, it was a very stupid move. Unfortunately for Ao, he witnessed firsthand how Rei threatened the water daimyo. That gave him quite an idea of Rei's ways of solving problems. To say Ao was bewildered when the arguably most influential man in the water country was manhandled like a small misbehaving child would be an understatement. 3 ninjas walked into the water palace, and when they left, the daimyo was shaking in his seat while all of his guards were knocked unconscious with almost laughable ease. That was really the only thing that made him stay in the capital city. He wanted to see firsthand if Rei is really just cocky beyond belief or if everything will go as he planned. Days slowly went by and the new regent of the water country proved to be an utter waste of space as expected. The daimyo chose his 7th cousin, a wholly unpleasant fat man who lived for partying, drugs, and whores. Needless to say, it didn't take even 24 hours for the palace to be filled with a lot of filth. Ao made sure to sneak around a bit, and what he discovered didn't please him. All projects for the following 2 months were stopped and the budget relocated, which honestly disrupted the flow of the whole country. The palace was filled with high-end prostitutes and people with a shady background, as the bastard-playing regent did backroom deals, using the country's money to enrich himself. Sure, Ao knew the daimyo did the same. The lengthy meetings that were more about enjoying this or that girl rather than really negotiating were quite well known in the Kiri Umbu force. Not one female Umbu in the infiltration and assassination department was playing one of these easy girls. But the daimyo at least made sure the country and its government worked like a well-oiled machine and was moderate in his spendings. Nobody cared about his life of debauchery and lavishness if their own lives were going just fine and the country was actually gaining money rather than losing it. Thankfully, the daimyo at least made sure to limit the amount of money the regent could spend in the following 2 months of his reign. Obviously, the daimyo knew his cousin well and had his reasons for leaving this particular piece of his family to be assassinated by Yagura. Soon enough, it was already a month since Rei left and Ao could only sadly shake his head at the chaos that erupted in the Land of Water. Only a month passed, it was quite surreal for Ao to witness what a disaster an economical collapse would be. The feudal system was ruthless and many countries had a wide divide between really poor people and really rich people with nothing in between. But the daimyos made usually sure the country is stable if only for their own benefit. To witness how quickly the country could collapse and how effective Rei's actions were was quite shocking for Ao, who his entire life believed that strength indeed makes right in some sense. Businessmen were dissatisfied due to the rate at which they were losing their money since the new regent disrupted the economy in the country with his budget allocation. A lot of underground trade was established and deals off the books started to be more common. Smuggling activity also increased since the Kuriguru was put in the trade embargo, making part of it quite pointless. The real surprise was when the Biribiri company completely ignored the embargo and started selling food to Kurigakure openly in exchange for becoming its sole supplier of many commodities and sealing unbreakable trading agreements that would last decades. Ao knew the elders would be unable to break them if they ever got the village back. It was official that the Biribiri company showed its support for Kurigakure, and for that, the company's word will have a lot of influence in the village, no matter who rules it. Ao feared such a scenario, especially because the company supported the clan-hating Kurigakure. Many ministers of the Land of Water were angry with them for ignoring daimyo's words. They, however, quickly realized the country needed the Biribiri company more than the Biribiri company needed the country, causing them to promptly shut up. Kurigakure, on the other hand, fared quite well as far as survival went, but the Biribiri company refused to sell them any equipment helpful in combat. Despite the company being known for selling offensive seals in the Third War, the only thing they sold to Kurigakure were mundane things. Hence, Ao's much anticipated moment came just a month and a week into the reign of the new regent. The man was found dead in his bed, covered in his own fluids mixed with poison. He was butt naked with his nightly companion nowhere to be found, only a single message on the bedside table saying the fourth Mizukage expects the water daimyo to lift his embargo or suffer the same fate. And that's when the real chaos erupted. Ao watched from the sidelines, stunned as the Biribiri company, still selling various things to Kurigakure and its forces, completely turned their back on the village in the international scene, causing such a mess that everybody was left gaping. And with them acting, the domino effect swept the closest countries like a tidal wave. Suddenly, it was not about the resistance fighting Kurigakure and its corrupt Mizukage. No, now it was shaping up to be a prelude for the Fourth Great Shinobi War. The biggest supporter of Kurigakure in the past month was out of nowhere and with ruthless fierceness rallying other countries to punish such a horrible injustice as the Mizukage ordering the assassination of the water daimyo's regent. It caused such a loud ruckus in the international diplomatic channels that Ao started suspecting if it really was the Mizukage ordering the kill. Only intelligence from resistance that it was really so made his suspicions subside. It honestly made no sense. Why would the company suddenly turn its back on Kurigakure right after they secured a very lucrative deal with them? Unfortunately, the Biribiri company was too influential, too big to be stopped by something simple. Its international scale completely prevented any form of interference from Kurigakure's side. They were simply too widespread and numerous for one village to do anything about them, especially in the territory of other countries and hidden villages. The only thing that could potentially help would be the assassination of the company's owner. There was, however, a small problem with that. Anybody with brains realized the man on the official document is not really the one behind the scenes, and nobody knew who the real owner was. The finishing blow, however, came when the Uzushio Trading Company put their full support behind the Biribiri company. Suddenly the angered daimyos in the countries surrounding the Land of Water found themselves in a position with even more support and potential financing in case they decided to retaliate against the daring actions of the fourth Mizukage. There was a reason why the villages usually didn't take missions to assassinate daimyos. It was a diplomatic mess that would usually drag any potential gains to a steep negative. Suddenly, Land of Fire with Konoha, Land of Lightning with Kumigakure, Land of Earth with Iwagakure, and dozen other smaller countries with a few small-scale ninja villages were all roped in by either the influence of the two major international trading companies, vision of getting rid of one of the big five hidden villages, avenging the death of a noble, or whatever other selfish and greed-filled reason they could have had. The politicians of the Land of Water, the council of the Kurigakure with the fourth Mizukage, and even the resistance and its clan heads, the entire country was on its knees both economically and politically, with everybody who mattered pinning for the war that would bring demise to them. These torturous days, Ao could only silently stare at the wall in his hotel room in utter despair, wondering where did it all go so horribly wrong. Until he wasn't. The Biribiri company gave Kurigakure an ultimatum. They would either stop supplying Kurigakure with the merchandise, which would mean the village will be unable to legally buy it from anybody else because of the exclusive trading agreement they signed, and on top of that, they would support the other countries in their quest to decimate the village and take a generous amount of loot from it, which everybody knew would also decimate the whole country just because. Or there would be a battle between the designated proxy of the Biribiri company and Yagura, the fourth Mizukage. At that, the whole world was forced to blink. It was such a stupid-sounding announcement that nobody believed their eyes when they saw it. On one hand, they threatened to support the start of a new shinobi war, one that would certainly affect the countries to a much bigger scale than the previous ones, and on the other hand, they wanted a freaking duel to resolve it. 2 weeks of constant fear and subtle preparations for war. 2 weeks of trembling in the face of what's to come. 2 weeks of mentally draining negotiations. And in the end, it all ended with a promise of a duel. That day, many leaders couldn't help but laugh their way to unconsciousness from the sheer ridiculousness of it all. In the end, no war started and no country really gained anything out of it. Since no conflict really began, neither the Biribiri Company nor the Uzushio Trading Company was required to give any sort of compensation to countries who rallied behind them in order to curry favors. At best, some deals that mostly helped both sides equally were signed. In hindsight, the Biribiri Company actually gained from the whole worldwide tension the most as the countries started stocking on combat seals in massive amounts. The only one who really realized the depth of what just happened was utterly tired Ao as he dumbly stared at the announcement with his jaw dropped, realizing just how fucked up Kurigakura really was the second the resistance asked REI for help. The name of the Biribiri representative was, after all, Ringo Amaeri. Author note, or just a rant. Hi guys. I simply feel like ranting a bit since I started reading Naruto fanfictions again in my spare time, and I must tell you, 7 out of 10 cases I regret doing so. My reasons? Well, they are colorful. MCs who scream about becoming Hokage of people who actively beat and abuse them, which only makes me feel as if I was reading about a mentally crippled individual. Self-inserts who just don't feel real because they are so freakishly selfless and only focus on befriending Naruto and making his life better, disregarding the fact in around a decade there will be a continent-wide war where the MC will most likely have to face army killers like Madara, Obito, Juobi, and even maybe Kagaya. Self-insert fanfics where MC has these long-ass monologues about how they will save the world because they are child of prophecy for no other reason than being inserted into Naruto. Or where they want to save lives, saying attack it, Kisame, Konan, heck, even Obito, deserve better than dying because they are essentially the good guys, right? Sure, it's not as if they, without any real remorse, killed loads of people to get where they are. Why not focus your entire existence to make the lives of people who don't even know you exist better? Or where they act like a total moron, don't train, don't get better, and just decide to be a comic relief just because they want to follow the plot, so they, in their infinite wisdom, decided imitating Naruto's idiocy was the way to go despite it being implicitly stated the SI is adult. I mean, really? So, yeah, my problem is twofold. Firstly, if I was reincarnated or self-inserted into Narutoverse, my first concern would be, how the hell am I going to survive? How will I get stronger? Not playing a punching bag for Konoha. Not being the whipping boy for bullies at Academy. Not how I could make Naruto's life better without any benefit to myself. I could guarantee you if most of the authors of these fanfics really got reincarnated or transmigrated, they would not give a shit about Naruto. They would be scrambling to get better at surviving. Like it or not, Naruto has Hokage supporting him. He gets away with shit that would see other people in jail, like painting the Hokage monument, or pranking stores, and damaging their goods, or pranking Anbu, or pranking clan compounds. He is also the last Uzumaki and kid of the 4th Hokage, which means, he has or will inherit a fortune in bank accounts, and if he doesn't, something very fishy is going on. Hokage plus Uzumaki princess equals 0 Ryo simply gives no sense. The money for reparation of the damage he caused with his pranks had to come from somewhere, and I doubt it was old man Sarutobi paying for it. If Naruto inherits nothing, then there is a reason to believe the old monkey is really pulling a ninja on Naruto. I find it actually hard to believe I am writing this next bit, but in the entirety of Team 7, the most talented person there is actually Sakura. There. I said it. And yes, I am ashamed beyond all belief because of it, but that doesn't make it any less truthful. Why? Well, let's look at Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto-Ashura's reincarnation, Kuwabai Jinhuriki, Jiraiya as a shitty godfather but one that at least teaches him something, Sarutobi's unreliable support, the guy disregarded the kid stealing one of the most important scrolls in the village. If that doesn't tell you something, then, Senjutsu, Hago Romo giving him power. In short, Naruto went from utter waste of oxygen to a godlike being in under 3 years. But you gotta admit he had so many cheats stacked and wore plot armor so thick it would be hard not to reach such a stage even for an utter moron like him. Sasuke-he is no better than Naruto. Sharingan itself is a cheat like no other. Then he gets Mangekyo, Eternal Mankyo, Hago Romo gives him a boost, Sasuke gets Rinnegan. Sasuke was also taught by Orochimaru, which meant a lot of body-enhancing medicine, experiments, etc. He is the reincarnation of Indra. Honestly, the guy has assured opness. It is in his blood. Then what about Sakura? She had the tutelage of Tsunade. That's all. Her fabled chakra control is nothing because it was caused by her abysmal reserves. Increasing the reserves meant Sakura had to train like crazy to get her chakra control up to snuff. So, I won't call Sakura S-rank ninja for she is definitely not one. She is, however, a solid A rank, and whereas some people try and fail to get there during their entire lifetime, she achieved it in 3 years. She went from useless fangirl only worth for distracting horny bandits to one of the best medic nin in Konoha. Sure, compared to Naruto and Sasuke she is still worthless on the battlefield, but who has worth when compared to these cheaters when they face Madara or Kagaya? Compared to what Naruto and Sasuke achieved since graduating from academy with their cheats and plot armor, Sakura achieved quite a lot without any cheat like inborn or gifted power. Well, I still don't like her, so let's move on. A reincarnated person, on the other hand, would be the unfortunate chump who is most likely an orphan without any money nor people like Jiraiya just waiting to impart their secret knowledge to him. He would be like Sakura in that regard. Would he have time to freaking look after sad and hurt poor little Naruto who has more cheats stuffed up his ass than Kami himself? Or try to befriend Sasuke who could steal all of his effort with not but a look? Knowing the war was coming, even if he trained like crazy, he would be the poor lad who has to look over his shoulder and try to stay in the shadows in fear of Uncle Danzo showing up offering candy for eternal servitude. As for Naruto, with his heritage, Danzo would not dare to even try recruiting him. Too much politics involved. Too much scrutiny. Especially since Root should have been disbanded long ago. Honestly, I believe if Danzo really wanted Naruto in Root, he would have him there no matter what Hiruzen said. How hard would it be for his professional assassins, infiltrators, and spies to stage Naruto's death and subsequent disappearance? I doubt it would be harder than pulling off the Uchiha massacre. So nope. I believe Danzo is the least of Naruto's concerns. But for an orphan kid who shows himself as a prodigy to some degree, well, Danzo would be there in a jiffy along with his brainwashing kit for dummies. And secondly, when I read these fanfictions, I, as a reader, am not interested in MCS long-term plans. Definitely not in CH1. Why would I when I am almost assured the author will never even reach the stage where his plans begin? There are so many fanfics with MCS having a chapter-long planning session of what they will do later on only for the fanfic to be cut short after 10 chapters. I ask, what's the point? And the best are SI into Naruto that after 10 chapters of training with shadow clones, with more intelligence than canon Naruto, with the maturity of an adult still show themselves to be far below canon Naruto skill-wise. Those that after all of that training get almost beaten by bandits. I kid you not, there are fanfics like that. One just has to rub his forehead after reading utter garbage like that. After all the posturing, all the bragging about how the MC is better and more trained than canon Naruto, he gets hit by bandits. Oh, well, I could rant on and on but I will cut this short and end it here. To say something nice in the end, I will simply state that I understand a lot of bullshit authors write. When you write fanfiction you can't really take everything into account. These slip ups happen easier than I would care to admit and I am sure I had my fair share of them in my fanfictions. But there is an obvious difference between someone who tries to write something consistent and with some substance and someone who just pulls shit out of his ass and throws it onto the screen, hoping it will form a fun story, completely disregarding common sense or any possible existence of brain. Well, that's it. I vented my frustration, laughing face. Feel free to simply state what you think about it. Just don't get angry over something I wrote. It's not worth it. At worst, feel free to ignore it. After all, we all have different tastes. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent Chapter 212, Pre-Battle. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. AO marveled at the stands set up by the Biribiri Company. The fight between Ringo Amarai and the 4th Mizukage became a very anticipated event if only due to the tension between nations it would solve. The Biribiri Company went all out in preparation and made it into some kind of show, not unlike the Chunin exams. Except, the arena was the entire region of Kuroname Plains on the eastern side of the Land of Water. It was a very big empty inhospitable area with numerous water surfaces, many boulders, and trees strewn all over it. The entire plains were massive and it only hammered down the fact that the Biribiri Company prepared well for a fight where one participant is a Jinhyuriki. The entire observatory system was made by seals, that much AO noticed. He, however, couldn't recognize even one seal and that was a blow to his pride since he was quite proficient in the sealing arts, something the eye patch covering his Byakugan eye was proof of. The main stands were in the capital of the Land of Water and many important people gathered to witness this battle, buying overpriced tickets for spots or VIP rooms left and right. Honestly, AO was getting increasingly tired of getting to know how much was the Biribiri Company milking the situation for all the profits it was worth. The stands in the Land of Water were not the sole place for viewing the event either. Every capital city had something similar with seals that could transfer the image in an imitation of cinema. This was the first time a fight would be viewed by every country. The provider of the best seals worldwide, AO idly mused about the Biribiri Company's previous boasting. Clearly, they could back it up if they were capable of making an international broadcast of the fight. Excuse me, are you AO from Resistance? A voice suddenly snapped AO from his thoughts, causing him to tense slightly. Only when he noticed it was one of the Biribiri employees, did AO partially relax his body and nodded in agreement while still not letting go of the kunao stashed in his sleeve. Please follow me, Rei-sama is waiting for you, the attendant said and turned around. AO had only a brief moment to reboot his brain before he numbly followed the man. AO entered a large luxurious VIP room with a comfortable-looking sofa on one side facing a wall where the plains where the battle was about to start were shown. Hello, AO. Rei's voice interrupted AO's observation of the room, causing him to switch his sight on the people inside the room. Noticing the shift in AO's interest, Rei smiled and started the introduction. This is AO, the supposed leader of the resistance, he said in a slightly mocking tone that made AO frown before gesturing to the woman sitting to his right. This lovely lady is Na Kona, the previous director of the Biribiri Company. To her left is Nadet Sujusan, the current director of the company. Rei smiled at a slightly dark-skinned woman who gave AO such a piercing look it made him momentarily freeze. Seeing their brief interaction, Rei quickly motioned towards the fidgeting elderly man trying to make himself invisible. This is, as you already know, the Water Country Daimyo. AO gave a respectful bow to the man despite hiding a small frown. First, he dares to threaten a daimyo in his own castle, and then he invites him to the battle that would decide the future of his own country, and on top of that, he put him in a room with people who are so influential they could decide the fate of the land of water with a few signatures. No wonder the daimyo is so jittery, Ao bitterly thought. Thinking about Rei and his actions, Ao quickly understood that most of it was a veiled but blatant show of power. From persuading the daimyo to take a vacation to setting up the battle in some weird shinin exam-like fashion. With each action, it will be harder and harder to stand against Ringo once she gets the position of the Mizukage. Rei was simply showing off Ringo's backing to an extent that would make her frightening. All he has to do now is show that her own power is even more frightening, and the clan heads will be as meek as lambs. Ao held back a grimace, knowing there was nothing he could do about Kirigakuer getting into Ringo's hands anymore. Rei was observing Ao's reactions to the presence of the water daimyo, noting that Ao guessed what was going on in the room. Unfortunately, Mei stayed with Pakura, Maki, Yuriko, and Yujito in the mansion in their hidden village and will be watching the battle from there. It would be so much fun seeing the water daimyo fearfully squirm in Mei's presence. Rei sadly sighed. Knowing the sort of person the water daimyo was, it would be poetic justice. Alas, the girl just had to go and invent another world-ending jutsu and be grounded by Konan. Anyway, Ao, come and sit. It's actually Kona who wanted you here. She is awfully interested in your future spot as Ringo's confidant. Secretary, Rei mentally added with a snort. The Blunet gently smiled at Ao, causing his instinct to start screaming at him he is in danger. Yes, I simply wanted you to sit with us when Ringo decimates your current Mizukage. Ao, however, could read between the lines very well. I see. I guess this is what I asked for. He glanced at Rei, who raised an eyebrow at him. Sighing, Ao nodded. I understand. Thank you, and sat down in his designated place next to Rei. Damn me and my mouth. I just had to say I wouldn't mind doing anything to better Kirigakuer. His mood somehow sunk. Now I am here with people who will get the village in their grasp. I can't even complain since I am sure they will improve the village as I wished. Shaking his head, Ao despondently watched the wall in front of him where the image of Ringo approaching Yagura in order to exchange some pre-battle niceties was located. He didn't even notice when Rei implanted a seal that would prevent him from revealing his relationship with either Konan or Tsunade, who were in disguise. After all, it wouldn't be nice if the connection between Yozora and the Biribiri company was known. Only then did his hands find their way around Konan's waist and pull her onto his lap before starting to kiss his way up her neck while she made herself comfortable and leaned her back onto his chest. I wonder how long it will take Ringo to finish. Konan started in a purring voice, causing Rei to momentarily stop kissing her neck. It's a show first and foremost. She will probably take her time. Plus it's the first time she can test her creations against something as sturdy as Sanbaijin Hiraki. Tsunade snorted. Right. She was oddly excited about the fight. I guess you made sure she looked at the situation from the correct angle, Rei. I sure did. Rei cheekily answered before returning his attention to Konan. To say Ao was bewildered would be an understatement. So they are not just business partners. Shit, what did I get myself into? Sadly for him, Rei wanted to make sure the man who will run Kirigakuer in Ringo's stead is trustworthy, so his discomfort went ignored. The man didn't even realize he was being watched and judged. On the screen, Ringo finally reached Yagura and the people in the room quieted down, all thinking the same. And so it's starting. Chapter 213, Ringo vs Yagura 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Ringo slowly approached Yagura, who was already waiting in the center of the Kuronema Plains. As she looked around, she noted that it was really a bleak area with nothing extraordinary in it. Nothing anybody would mind losing no matter how much they wrecked the place. Ringo's lips briefly twitched upward at that thought. You are taking your damn time, traitor. Yagura sneered, only to receive a deadpan look from Ringo. Ringo, on the other hand, was inwardly amused and simply kept her pointed gaze on the fourth Mizukage Chibi in front of her while raising her eyebrow as if he was a misbehaving child. It took a few moments, but Yagura eventually noticed and flushed red from anger. Before he could say anything, however, Ringo started talking. You really are quite bad at taunting people, aren't you, boy? Her even voice spread through the plains in a dismissive manner that told exactly what she thought about Yagura. Traitor? Really? Is that supposed to make me angry or something? Ringo mused. For your information, child, I had a good reason to go rogue and I accepted the potential repercussions of it even before you even started attending academy. Not that it matters. In this world, only power matters. Yagura's sneer increased the more Ringo talked. She not only tried to rationalize her turning traitor, but she also had a complete disregard for him. He was a cage, damn it. Fine then. If it's a power you respect, I shall show you exactly that. Let's begin. Yagura coldly whispered. Hearing him, Ringo gave him a patronizing smirk. Stupid boy, the battle started the second we entered the play. She cut herself off mid-speech and performed the most casual step backward in the history of ninjas with a bored expression just as three sharp tendrils of water shot upwards, impaling the place where she was standing not a second ago. I am quite aware. Yagura smirked at Ringo, who still looked at him impassively. What he didn't notice, however, was that her right hand was currently pointing downwards slightly in front of her. Lightning suddenly appeared on her outstretched pointing finger and crackled blue before a small beam zigzagged forward, impacting the puddle from where the tendrils came from. As the lightning jutsu met the water jutsu, something never before seen happened that had the spectators knowledgeable in the water and lighting chakra natures all over the continent gaping silly. Yagura's water chakra in the puddle and the water tendrils completely destabilized when it came in contact with Ringo's lightning jutsu, causing them to fall apart, back into the puddle. Yagura's smirk fell as he stared in muted disbelief at what just happened. It was a known fact that lightning counters water, but that didn't mean water was powerless against lightning. It just meant it would take either more water or more water chakra to overpower lightning-based techniques. Considering they were currently in the water country, surrounded by many water sources that could power up his jutsu and significantly cut their chakra cost, Yagura wasn't very worried about Ringo and the meager amount of lightning she would be able to call forth by utilizing only her chakra reserves. The sight of a small, powerless bolt of lightning completely disrupting his water jutsu made him rethink his previous assumptions, however, especially since no matter how he tried, he couldn't take control of the water in the puddle near Ringo again. I know. Ringo's voice snapped Yagura out of his reverie, but it was far too late as the pointing finger on her right hand was already firmly aiming at his forehead. Chidori Nagashi. The whole elemental nations, and especially one masked white-haired always depressed young man, watched in bewilderment as the current of lightning tore its way through Yagura's head near instantaneously while the man's face was set in disbelieving expression. For a moment, the world grew quiet as Yagura just stood rooted in his spot before his tensed body finally slacked towards the ground as his eyes rolled back. Oh, well, I told you I knew. Ringo offhandedly noted as her eyes flickered to the left while her left gloved hand balled in a fist jumped up, blocking the tip of Yagura's staff with her knuckles, causing her to be sent sliding on the ground for 5 meters. Ringo furrowed her brows as she looked at her right hand, shaking it slowly. Damn, that slightly stung. She hummed in a content manner while inwardly pondering one of her inventions, the force redirection gloves she was currently wearing. Yagura watched unnerved, not expecting to be able to send her back only for 5 meters. Not when he put so much chakra into enhancing that one blow in that ambush. What the heck is she made of? Yagura inwardly screamed as his hands and staff couldn't stop shaking. More importantly, what the heck was that lightning jutsu? It was damn near instant. My water clone had no chance to even notice it before he was destroyed. He shivered in a determination to not be hit by it. It was then Yagura noticed how impassive Ringo looked. She didn't even draw the blades on her waist, nor did she take a proper stance. She just stood in her spot, slightly slouched as if it was a bother to even be there as she inspected her gloved left hand with a look of brief annoyance, completely ignoring him. Anger suddenly sprang up in Yagura. This was not some private duel. This was as much a battle as it was a show to the whole elemental nations. He couldn't be seen as weak. Despite that, his opponent didn't even look as if she was even properly paying attention to him. Yagura knew that Ringo had her senses on him nonstop. He knew she was watching him like a hawk. Any high-ranking ninja knew that. But the wealthy civilians, shinin and genin-ranked ninjas, the woman was making him look weak. Yagura sprang forward straight at Ringo, whose lips set in a small smile. He brandished his staff at Ringo, his eyes flickering around, trying to find where she will dodge or if she will block. What counter will she use? And suddenly, the staff landed on Ringo's body as she just indifferently stood in her place with an amused expression, causing Yagura to stop in his tracks for a second. Yagura stared at Ringo in disbelief. Ringo stared at Yagura in mirth. Is that all? She suddenly asked, snapping Yagura out of yet another brain freeze as he took a half step back mostly on instinct and started raining blow after blow on Ringo's body. Many spectators winced as they watched the brutal beatdown Yagura was currently administering to the crimson-haired beauty. Shoulder, stomach, collarbone, ribs, thigh, knee, back to stomach, and so it went as the tip of Yagura's staff violently danced all over Ringo's unmoving body until Yagura suddenly tried to hit Ringo's head, only for her to lean it to the left, evading the blow. He tried again, but the result was the same, and so in a fluid motion, his staff once again found purchase on Ringo's shoulder. The more blows Yagura landed, the more frustrated he was becoming. The spectators couldn't see it, but the madwoman was grinning at him. There was not even a speck of pain in her expression. She was still looking at him in that patronizing way as if he was a small kid throwing a tantrum. He was moving at above Jonin speed and hitting her with strength that would flatten average Jonins for fuck's sake, and she was acting as if she didn't even feel it. Suddenly, Yagura's eyes wandered to Ringo's foot and shone with hope. He quickly redirected his staff mid-swing and stumped with its tip onto the center of said foot. The ground beneath Ringo's foot slightly caved in as cracks appeared around him, causing Yagura to smirk in content. That slight lapse in guard cost him dearly. He was too close to her and stopped his mad onslaught of blows. In one move, Ringo put her hand on the handle of her sword, and in one fluid move, she partly unsheathed it while putting a lot of chakra to enhance her blow before driving its pommel into Yagura's stomach, raising his feet from the ground as his body bent in the waist and was sent flying backward for a bit. Huffing, Ringo rolled her shoulders as she watched the fourth Mizukage land on his feet, swaying from the blow she just gave him. Her body felt fine. A bit sore, but fine. I guess the force redirecting full body suit is a smashing success. A sweet smile bloomed on her face. Seeing such a satisfied and carefree smile on his opponent's face, Yagura's mind rapidly pushed any discomfort and pain from the previous blow away as he snarled, his eyes still looking at Ringo's foot. Why isn't it broken? With the strength I put into that blow, at least some of the small bones in her foot should have snapped. Noticing his look, Ringo's smile widened. I am currently testing a suit that can redirect force through its surface. Meaning, no matter how hard your hit is, I will barely feel a small percentage of its power. Ringo uncaringly shrugged before a sudden thoughtful frown appeared on her face before she added, naturally, it requires a special way of molding a lightning chakra so only I can use it. She lied through her teeth to the entire elemental nations so nobody would pester her in order to sell it. In one particular room in the capital city of the Land of Water, Conan alongside Tsunade snorted and Ao groaned at the obvious lie while Rei only thanked God that the lie would be obvious only for those who knew Ringo. Catching his breath, Yagura straightened up again. I am done playing with you, he said through his gritted teeth, but Ringo only looked at him curiously, which drove him even more sparse. Out of nowhere, his body was coated in a dark orange shroud of chakra, and Ringo's smile dropped, her face for the first time donning a dead serious expression. Damn, I wanted to leisurely test more of my inventions. Give me a break, kid. Yagura snarled. Chapter 214, Trying Out Knickknacks. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Ringo's shoulders sagged as she reluctantly watched one orange tail forming behind the chakra cloak of Yagura. She knew going against a Jinhuriki while fooling around is stupid. Since you want to play it that way, Ringo discontentedly muttered, more for herself than others. Suddenly, the air around her shimmered and her voice reverberated through the plains, lightning Susanoo. Instantly, blue armor similar to what samurai wore made of lightning sprang up around Ringo, covering her live form. The second those words left Ringo's mouth, every Uchiha who ever heard of Mangekyo Sharinon stiffened. It was not only Uchihas either. Many high-ranking old ninjas who knew about the special ability of the Mangekyo Sharinon had their eyes bulging out after seeing the armor covering Ringo. It might have been only a human-sized armor, but it was far too reminiscent of the real Susanoo that sent a shiver through the spines of these people. After all, Ringo Amarai was not an Uchiha. Worse yet, she didn't have Sharinon. This moment would cause many doubts and speculations among the higher UPS of the hidden villages. Yagura didn't wait for the special moment to end. His mind starting to give in to the influence of the Baijuyu chakra, he instantly lunged at Ringo while she just leisurely summoned a sword through a modified summoning seal on her wrist. Yagura neared Ringo with speed only rarely seen in the shinobi world, showcasing why he deserved the title of Kage. Ringo simply lowered herself into a basic stance, patiently awaiting her opponent to enter the range of her blade. No threats or useless banter was exchanged as it was quite pointless at the second Yagura started using Baijuyu chakra. Now was the time for power to do the talks. Ringo's sword and Yagura's staff met, but instead of the expected struggle of strength, Yagura's weapon was pushed back by an invisible force upon the clash, throwing his arms a bit off and disrupting his balance. Oomph! Ringo huffed in surprise as the strength she had to put into that single clash was far more than she expected. Damn, the kid indeed do pack a punch. She frowned, unhappy with the performance of the sword she was holding. Bewilderment momentarily appeared on Yagura's face, only for fury taking its place a second later as he reaffirmed his footing and attacked the patiently waiting and pondering Ringo again. Violent clashes resounded through the plain, leaving many cracks and small craters on the ground as both combatants had extremely enhanced strength, either due to a Baijuyu cloak or a full-body elemental chakra armor. Every time the two ninjas clashed, Yagura was pushed back by an invisible force while Ringo's frown was increasing. Suddenly, after 50 or so exchanges, Ringo's sword cracked when Yagura's staff smashed into it. Yagura's hands were yet again thrown off their intended course, pushing his body backward, which gave Ringo the necessary time to do something she did for the first time in their duel. She lifted her left foot and strongly kicked Yagura's gut, sending his body crashing a few hundred meters away while bouncing numerous times off from the ground. As Yagura was no longer an immediate concern, Ringo set her eyes on the now cracked blade of her experimental sword and wryly sighed. It's not really what I expected. I wanted our Chunin to have at least a chance against a Jinhuriki with it, but the amount of power I have to exert to not be blown away in a clash is not something an average Chunin possesses. Not to mention it couldn't really withstand even 50 clashes with Yagura. Nope, this one is clearly a failure. She let the sword go with disappointment showing on her face just as the blade finally succumbed to the crack and splintered into many pieces. Ringo, however, was totally oblivious to the fact that a normal non-chakra metal blade withstanding 50 clashes with a Jinhuriki was abnormal, or that expecting a Chunin to be able to put up a fight against a Jinhuriki was madness in itself, no matter what tools he had. No, Ringo's experimental sword was something extremely useful as a weapon that could imbalance opponent upon each clash, was something groundbreaking in the fights between more evenly matched opponents, and could give the user an incredible advantage in the form of an opening. After all, the sword managed to make even a Jinhuriki imbalanced. Alas, in Ringo's eyes it was simply not good enough. While leaders of various villages could only drool as they watched the effects of the sword, many making a note to discuss potential sales with Ringo after the fight. Ringo yet again made use of her summoning seals on her wrists and 4 daggers appeared in her hands. She leisurely threw one a few feet in front of her and one on either side of her before taking a step back just in time to avoid a punch from enraged Yagura, who now sported 2 tails and hatefully growled at her. Curiously lifting her eyebrow, Ringo threw the last dagger near her feet and watched the effect as a seal appeared in the place in between the 4 daggers, the same place where Yagura was currently standing. Yagura wanted to throw himself back at Ringo and continue his onslaught. He was now completely assured that leaving the woman time to make plans and prepare would be foolish. He had to push her and force her to make mistakes before capitalizing on them. He still held the edge in physical power and from what he saw speed. Although he wouldn't put it past his opponent to downplay her real speed. She was a lightning user and Yagura was not stupid enough to not figure out she was most likely much faster than him once she actually decided to go all out. No, he had to use her playful approach towards their battle and score a solid hit. There was a bit of a problem, however. The air around him stiffened and he was unable to move as a massive pressure landed on his shoulders. Yagura instantly noticed the seal under him and then he noticed the 4 daggers on the ground that clearly anchored the seal. What the heck is with this woman? How many chakra weapons with special effects does she have? Did nobody bother to tell her that they are supposed to be rare? Yagura mentally grumbled while using his chakra cloak to force himself free from the seal. Ringo critically watched as the restriction seal created by her 4 experimental daggers slowly but surely gave out as Yagura's body started to regain its mobility. Sighing, she took out a pink rubber duck from her wrist seal before casually throwing it at the still mostly immobilized Yagura. The entire plane suddenly quieted down as the spectators watched in muted bewilderment when the duck impacted Yagura's forehead and harmlessly bounced off, only causing his head to whip back, creating an awkward situation. Yagura's eyes stared upward with utter lack of comprehension of what just happened. Shame started to rise inside of him. So, she is not satisfied with using her weird weapons. Now she is even throwing toys at me. Yagura ever so slowly lowered his gaze back onto the amused Ringo who watched him with almost a clinical degree of scrutiny. He had had enough. Clearly, 2 tails of his Baijuyo cloak simply won't cut it. It was time to go all out. And then he froze. How? Yagura frantically screamed as he noticed that he was no longer clad in his chakra cloak. Ringo watched the spectacle in satisfaction. Aha, my anti-Jin Hiraki Daki worked? His connection with the Baijuyo was cut and the chakra cloak dissipated. She giddily noted. Ringo's merry mood didn't last long as Yagura's expression set itself in a cold facade. I've had enough, he stated, his tone betraying the degree of rage he was feeling. And then, red. Ungodly waves after waves of chakra sprang up from Yagura, pressing on the land around as earthquake shook the plains. Strong winds swept the surroundings with extreme pressure, making Ringo slightly bend her knees in order to withstand it. Orange chakra seeped from Yagura, expanding and slowly starting solidifying, gaining grayish color. It took barely a second but Ringo now found herself facing a few stories tall form of the 3-tailed Baijuyo who was glaring at her with all the anger Yagura could muster. The ducky only cuts the connection between the host and the Baijuyo, not seal it. Hence, the Jinhuriki can reconnect to his Baijuyo almost instantly. A desperate need for improvement is duly noted. Ringo nodded to herself as she stared at the behemoth in front of her. Chapter 215, Ringo vs Yagura 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. While the whole world gaped at Ringo's ducky's ability to cancel the Baijuyo cloak, she took out her 2 chakra metal blades and promptly covered them in her lightning Susanoo cloaking. Now she really looked like some dual-wielding mythical samurai made of lightning. Sighing in annoyance, Ringo stared at the massive 3-tailed beast in front of her, ignoring the strong whiplash of wind Yagura's transformation caused. I am really fed up with this. I am an assassin. Why do I have to fight him head-on like a damned fool? What show am your hidden power, Rin-chan? What, let's make it into a Huiyug spectacle. When I am done with this, I am going to strangle Mei for giving REI ideas. I could simply sneak into Yagura's house at night and peacefully separate his head from his body when he slept but no. Ringo heatedly muttered under her nose. Just then Sanbai roared and Ringo had to quickly sidestep a massive circular compressed few stories tall water blade hurled at her at an almost inhuman speed by the beast, leaving a large trench behind. Ringo wryly smiled. So, he is finally using ninjutsu, eh? The water rose from the shore a kilometer away from the place where they faced each other, towering above the plains as the angry Sanbai focused his gaze on Ringo whose brows furrowed at the 500 feet tall wave quickly approaching her at brutal speed, washing away everything in its path. Of course, the very first thing Sanbai would do is getting even more water on the battlefield. Because why not? Ringo cursed their current location. In the past, the Sanbai was almost always sealed while he was lazing around or sleeping because fighting him anywhere near the ocean was a plain suicide what with his complete control of water. Without first shackling him with some restrictive seals, there was no way to win against the lazy turtle. Well, not for ordinary shinobi. Not a second later, the massive tsunami seemingly crashed into Ringo. High in the clear sky, the lightning armor-clad figure of Ringo appeared after barely escaping being swept by the ocean of water. She quickly started molding her normal chakra with her lightning chakra under her feet in order to create a platform in the air where she could stand. Ringo grimaced as she got a nice look at the surrounding lands. It was only a minute and a few seconds ago when Yagura transformed and yet, the Kuronema plains were already covered in a blanket of water while other massive tsunamis could be seen quickly approaching the area from the not-so-distant ocean, covering the lands in even more water. Ringo watched the huge turtle turn its head, looking for her. Her shoulders sagged. What exactly am I supposed to do here? She thought irritably. Lightning was for precise and fast strikes that exploited weaknesses and gaps in the armor of the enemy in order to land one devastating killing attack. Water, on the other hand, used volume to both attacks and defend and compression for either cutting or burgeoning offense. As for fighting a massive armored turtle half covered in an ocean of water under its control as a lighting user, well, Clicking her tongue, Ringo decided to at least hurl a few attacks at the turtle since finding an exploitable weak spot was quickly becoming a profound challenge. Guess, there is really no other way than trying out what does and what doesn't work. It won't be a long time before the Sanbai discovers my position anyway. Raising her right blade above her head and gathering her lighting chakra on it, the air around Ringo started quickly cracking and chirping as more and more lightning appeared, concentrating and condensing on the blade which was quickly getting superheated. Ringo waited and gathered, compressed, concentrated more and more lightning chakra on the blade until it was one bright blue beacon visible for kilometers, causing Sanbai to finally notice it. Unfortunately for the beast, with Ringo's proficiency in lightning chakra, the whole process took only 2 seconds. One bright flash of blue with an ear-shattering chirping shriek of lightning deafening the world, and Ringo almost lazily swung her right blade downwards in a wide arc aimed straight at Sanbai. The world watched as the blue lightning beam crashed in the massive three-tailed beast's carapace in a flash. Sanbai was hurled back through the water, creating a temporary trench in it as the massive beast's body pushed it away due to the sheer force of the lightning beam which propelled it 500 meters back before the disoriented Sanbai finally somehow managed to anchor its tails and limbs into the ground while supporting its body with the water behind it in order to resist the pushing force of the slash. Blue crackling energy battled grey hard carapace, both stubbornly refusing to stop pushing against the other, but in the end, 5 seconds later Ringo's lightning jutsu lost its juice and slowly dissipated, leaving only the turtle standing on the ground without any water around it for a 50-meter radius. Only thin water vapor remained as the lightning jutsu vaporized all the water in the said range. Slowly, the walls of water around the beast where the lightning jutsu didn't reach started to crash down, again submerging half of the Sanbai under the water surface. Ringo watched from the sky, scowling. The beast was completely uninjured. Sure, she managed to push it back, but the armor stopped her attack from doing literally anything to Sanbai. This is such a drag. How am I supposed to injure it? It's not like I can just bypass the carapace. Ringo tilted her head while her eyes narrowed as if a light bulb turned on in her head. Oh, maybe. Before she managed to finish that thought, however, a compressed house-sized ball of water crashed into her at almost the speed of sound, hurling her through the sky. Stopping herself some 100 or so meters away from her previous location, Ringo cursed. Son of a turtle. Ahem. She steadied herself before having to jump to the left to avoid yet another house-sized water bullet courtesy of Sanbai. She had only a second to notice how the beast was now sending a water bullet after a water bullet at her, covering the entire horizon with them. Adrenaline coursing through her veins, Ringo started sidestepping, jumping under or above, and evading the water bullets. They may not be able to breach her lightning armor, but they still caused her to deplete a bit of her chakra reserve due to the brutal force of impact that came with them. As she was dodging, Ringo also advanced closer and closer towards Sanbai through the air. The closer she got, the more house-sized water bullets she had to deal with, and briefly, it made her ponder how much chakra the beast exactly had. Somewhere along her way towards the turtle, Ringo was forced to start cleaving the water bullets with her lightning-clad swords, not having enough space to dodge. Water bullets speeding at her in numbers as if shot from a machine gun, and Ringo furiously slashing them in half with arcs of lightning escaping her swords upon each slash. Both Sanbai and Ringo were locked in a standstill, around 100 meters from each other, relentlessly attacking, one trying to keep other away and shoot her down from the sky into the ocean of water under her, while the other tried to get closer without having to approach the water under the control of her opponent too much. The hail of water bullets suddenly ceased, making even Ringo surprised, causing her to stop for a second before she realized the water under her started to move, as tendrils as thick as cage towers started to quickly advance towards her. Shit. Ringo cursed and pushed more of her lightning chakra into her armor, springing herself forward towards the Sanbai in one huge leap now that there was no water blocking her path. The turtle miscalculated, and before the water tendrils could reach Ringo, she disappeared via sheer speed and reappeared on the top of the surprised Sanbai. For all of its crowd control ability, scarily dangerous water control, and almost unreachable defense, the turtle was quite slow and didn't move much during a fight. Understanding that this was a very rare opportunity, Ringo quickly plunged both of her swords into the carapace of the beast, sinking them halfway through their length. It didn't even breach 5% of the carapace, but for Ringo's plan, this was enough. With a zapping sound and bright blue light show, Ringo started feeding the chakra from her armor to her swords. Sanbai screamed and roared in pain as the nature chakra from the lightning armor mixed with the lightning chakra of Ringo, and wave after wave of the stuff entered its carapace, raising its path towards the beast's flesh. Thrashing and bewildered, the beast quickly utilized its tail and smashed it into Ringo, sending her small frame flying while dislodging the 2 blades from its carapace due to the strong grip Ringo had on her blades. As they were dislodged, the blades shot one last wave of lightning senjutsu chakra into the sky, causing a massive wave of pressurized air to spread through the surroundings, rippling the already raging kilometers of the water surface, while Ringo's body crashed a few tens of meters away from Sanbai, plunging deep into the beast-made ocean at breakneck speed, disappearing in it. For a moment, the battlefield quieted down, leaving only a serene scene of a massive sluggish turtle slowly shaking in pain, surrounded by quietly calming water as thin water vapor lazily covered the area, while up in the sky, clouds slowly started to form. Chapter 216, Ringo vs Yagura 3. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Ao watched the screen in shock, shaking in hopelessness as he thought, is Yagura really unbeatable? He knew Yagura's Sanbai transformation was powerful, but never in his wildest dreams would he imagine it to be so invincible. In just seconds he flooded entire planes in the water. That single move could possibly destroy the entire army. Ao's thoughts darkened as he realized that putting an army against Sanbai was a suicide. Nothing short of a crafty and very powerful single ninja skilled in Funjutsu could hope to beat the beast. There was simply no winning through sheer force. Ao's eyes briefly lingered on the spot where Ringo's body disappeared into the depths of the water, causing him to sigh in regret. I doubt anyone can survive inside of an ocean of water completely controlled by Sanbai. She must be already crushed to dust. It was then, however, that he heard a small chuckle from his right side. Turning, Ao found a very weird scene. Rei seemed amused, Kona was half purring, half smirking, and Nadatsujusan was good-naturedly rolling her eyes, looking as if she knew some grand secret but found the ignorance of others far too amusing to share. He bitch-slapped her. Rei said, visibly trying to hold back his laughter. That he did. Nadatsu confirmed almost giddily. Kona mirthfully added. Ao froze at the complete disregard for Ringo. Aren't you at least a bit worried for your comrade? He icily asked, turning towards Rei. Before Rei could respond, Kona spoke with an eye roll. That's what she gets for holding back. She deserved it. Nadatsu snorted. He bitch-slapped her. Rei shrugged, still finding the situation incredibly funny. Ao was too flabbergasted to give a verbal reply. Instead, he simply stared at them in confusion. Could Ringo survive THA? A loud booming sound suddenly resounded from the screen, causing Ao to whip his head back towards it in astonishment. Sanbai was calming down as the pain from being almost boiled alive through his carapace started to slowly dissipate. He was still somewhat vigilant, but his guard was steadily dropping. He could sense his water, and so far it seemed the fight was over. He was about to revert back to Yagura when his senses started screaming at him. It took only a split of a second, but the serene water surface first started angrily bubbling crimson before suddenly bursting with massive pressure as a huge crimson-colored torso of a fox-like samurai armor appeared, crackling with an inhuman amount of crimson-colored lightning chakra. The water slowly cascaded down its helmet and shoulders, sizzling and visibly vaporizing, as did the water around the whole armor, covering it in hot water vapor. The armored titan ever so slowly stood up, towering even above the three-tailed beast, causing the ground to shake when its foot landed on it. The air around the figure started shimmering from the sheer heat the special lightning it was made of produced, continuously boiling, superheating, and supercharging it from all the elemental chakra, nature energy, and Baijuyu chakra packed together. The surface of the massive fox-like armored humanoid samurai was gleaming as if burning with the crimson lightning, betraying what is happening to anyone knowing Rei and his girl's secret. Ringo finally decided to stop pulling her punches and started using Crimson's chakra in the fight. It was not yet a full Baijuyu transformation. Crimson was too young and weak for that. No, Ringo was simply mixing Crimson's chakra into her own lightning Susanoo in order to enlarge and strengthen it, causing the destructive potential of her lightning armor to skyrocket. Sanbai and the Titan stared at each other, one bewildered, the other with gleaming crimson orbs of lightning full of mirth. A second of silence passed between them before they both lunged at the other, both aware their fight will be coming to an end soon. Sanbai's body flew at the twice as big hulking mass of concentrated lightning chakra and scored a solid blow to its waist with its hardened carapace, causing the Titan to slide a bit backward, but it was far tougher than the beast envisioned. Water started rising around them, trying to bind the movements of the Titan only to evaporate the instant it came in contact with the surface of the crimson lightning armor. In retaliation, the lightning Susanoo of Ringo punched the Sanbai hard, sending it crashing back into the water while causing it to scream as it felt the searing heat. Unfortunately for Sanbai, it wasn't made of element or chakra like some of its siblings, so its body was quite boilable. Sanbai wasn't dazed for long and quickly returned the offensive by throwing more waves of water at Ringo's lightning Susanoo, making it sluggish and preventing its movement with the sheer volume of it. Sanbai knew that Ringo, as a human, didn't have an unlimited amount of chakra, and sustaining such a giant made of special lightning would quickly deplete her meager reserves. For now, he wanted to make this into a fight of attrition, stay the hell away from her and her damned superheated armor, and outlast her through his chakra reserves. Ringo also knew she needed to end the fight quickly and be very showy about it. She still had time. Hers and Crimson's chakra would last for a few minutes of an all-out fight, but she couldn't really let herself faint at the end, or worse, be somehow defeated. After all, this fight was all about showing off for the entire elemental nations. As such, Ringo glanced upward, noticing the angry black clouds. She could feel the lightning accumulating in them since they were caused by the last wave of her nature energy and lightning chakra when her swords got dislodged from Sanbai's carapace when he smacked her away. These clouds could be partly taken as hers, and by now, they were soaked in quite a lot of naturally formed lightning, just waiting to be used by her. Controlling the massive chakra armor she created, Ringo fought through the mass of quickly evaporating and yet also rapidly amassing water, trying to pin her down, and raised the searing crimson blade belonging to her lightning Susanoo above its head in preparation for a swing while taking it into both hands to enhance the final result. The world seemed as if it momentarily locked itself in that scene. The raging water as if froze. The shuddering air as if stopped. The water as if momentarily calmed. The angry skies as if halted. Even the Sanbai couldn't do more than slightly widen its eyes and start hastily charging a Baijuidama before the world as if moved again, and Ringo's lightning Susanoo swung the blade downward. And the heavens roared in rage. During the slash of Ringo's lightning Susanoo, the energy from the entire chakra construct was violently redirected into it, resulting in its instant collapse. That, however, also meant the slash had the energy levels of the whole thing behind it, as a crimson lightning slash as big as a skyscraper was hurled at Sanbai while the armor disappeared, leaving only Ringo in the air, in her human-sized blue lightning armor. As the crimson lightning slash approached Sanbai, who now finished charging the strongest Baijuodama he could, Ringo suddenly smirked. From above, an enormous amount of natural lighting suddenly fell towards the crimson slash mid-flight, colliding with it and enhancing it. And then, the gigantic slash met Baijuodama. It all happened in a split of a second, but the roaring and deafening explosion made even the strongest ninjas sweat as crimson mixed with blue, trying to overpower sun-like orange when the attacks met. In a flash, it was over. And with it, Yagura in the form of the Three Tails and half of the Kuroname plains completely disintegrated. In that moment, the land of water lost 1% of its land mass as Ringo coldly stared at the destruction caused by her attack, and the world irrevocably changed. Chapter 217, Reactions to the Battle. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Author note. Yeah, sorry, guys. I didn't notice the chapters set on the timer for release ran out, so yesterday there was no chapter. Good for you too, that I actually went to check comments on a spur of a moment, otherwise I probably wouldn't notice so soon. Laughing face. Anyway, have fun. Dash. Did you see that, B? The Reikage quietly asked as the screen in front of him showed the devastation caused by the slash of the massive lightning Susanoo. Which bit do you mean? There was quite a lot to be seen. B rapped, causing Reikage's eyebrows to twitch in mild annoyance and completely breaking the dreary mood. The lightning armor, you idiot? It is obvious that bitch based it on my jutsu, and yet it was many-fold better than my lightning chakra mode. Reikage yelled. Yeah, wicked. B stated, no longer in his usual cheerful manner. His tone was serious and grim, showing he totally understood the threat Ringo could pose to them. Reikage collapsed into his seat with a difficult expression as a pensive silence filled the room, both B and A pondering about what they just saw. It took a few minutes before Reikage slowly started speaking in a very tired tone. I can't believe it. He rubbed his forehead. Just a few years ago, I could have killed the woman with one punch. One punch. He raised his fist, to emphasize the point, while B nodded. Reikage huffed, and now, the bitch responsible for the death of my fiancé is, that? The world is cruel, B. So very cruel. Reikage slumped in defeat. B had no idea how to console his brother, and even Haxabi was unnaturally quiet. They understood. A might have already given up on revenge, but that didn't mean his hatred for the perpetrators diminished. But now Ringo Amarai, the woman leading the army that killed his fiancé and shamed them into retreating, showed she plagiarized A's famed lightning chakra cloak, made it into something much better, much powerful, and on top of all that, she went blow for blow against Sanbai, something only A's father did. That last bit probably stung A's pride the most, as B knew A always secretly admired the sheer power of his father. Worse yet, when she was a simple rogue ninja, A could always hope somebody would one day drag her dead or still kicking but immobilized body in order to collect the massive reward Kumigakuer was offering for her head. Sure, the hope was fleeting, but it was still there. Now, however, Ringo would become the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakuer, and that meant she was untouchable. Nothing short of war against Kirigakuer would provide a chance to get at her. There was a problem with that train of thought, though. She is a Denbaiju level threat. Reikage morosely muttered as B sat rooted in his place, looking at him in sadness. We will have to, start negotiating an alliance with Kirigakuer. A barely managed to let that sentence out. It was one thing to ignore them, and it was completely another thing to try and befriend them when all he wanted was to destroy them. But Kirigakuer now had Ringo Amarai, who could go head-on against a Baijuyu. They also had one Jinhyuriki and will have another after Sanbai reforms. While the civil war everybody expected to weaken them didn't really cause all that much damage to their ranks. The number of their ninjas didn't drop by much. In fact, Kirigakuer came out of the civil war even stronger than it was before, and that was what really infuriated A to no end. B, go and call Mabi. I need to start preparations. A grunted, making B nod and stand up. Well, I don't think I can comfort him much. Nope, this needs a woman's touch. Tell Mabi I shall. Kono Yaro, Baka Yaro. B walked through the door, stopping in the middle and half turning his head to look at A. His expression was so serious. A stiffened in anticipation for what B was going to say. Braza, don't forget to activate the silencing seals this time. He quickly ducked and ran out of the office as a paperweight flew through the place where his head was just a second ago, while a loud roar shook Kumigakuer. B, almost catatonic Obito, watched the battle from afar, not really believing what he just saw. Did that woman just disintegrate the Three Tails? He thought in shock, his body stiff and unresponsive. This requires more thought. But still, he suddenly grew regretful. Obito, knowing it was 50-50, still believed Yagura could win. Then again, he could also lose. But never even in his wildest dreams would he think Yagura would lose in such a manner. That girl is dangerous. Maybe I should invite her to Akatsuki? Then again, maybe not. She is now a Kage, and if she was not agreeable to the offer, Obito shuddered. It would take only one competent Kage, and Akatsuki would have an incredibly hard time surviving. Fortunately for him, he steered far away from the at the very least semi-competent ones. That's why he mostly worked with Tsuchikage and controlled Mizukage. No, We are not yet strong enough to face that kind of bullshit. Obito relented. He thought Nagato extremely powerful. Then again, maybe he thought wrong. Yozora, maybe I should start paying more attention to them. Ignoring them just because they disappeared from the spotlight for a few years was clearly a mistake. He spoke in a totally serious voice, abandoning his childish act, tightly clenching his fists in anger. They foiled my plan to avenge Rin. Years of preparations and manipulations. Do they not understand how hard it was to catch a damned cage-level Jinchuriki off guard with my genjutsu? Suddenly, Obito screamed in rage and started rubbing his hair in frustration as he realized. I will have to start again from scratch. If only the Biribiri company didn't hire a member of Yozora to fight for them. His life would be so easy, but no, it just had to be the two most insufferable organizations in existence to band together and completely ruin his plans. He tried to infiltrate or spy on the Biribiri company for years and he somewhat succeeded, finding out they were not really a threat. They focused on money and business, hence, they were not direct competition for Akatsuki. No, Yozora was the problem. Organization much like Akatsuki. An organization capable of acting in the shadows, directing the flow of history according to their wishes. It only now became apparent to Obito they probably manipulated the Biribiri company to do their bidding, causing them to insert one of their own into a position of Mizukage. No, Yozora was shaping up to be a big headache for him and his plans. With a huff, Obito disappeared in a swirl, thinking how he should use his pawns in the Land of Water to set another anti-clan civil war into motion. Unfortunately for him, he was underestimating the newfound caution of the clan heads who will for all intents and purposes be ruling Kirigakure whenever Ringo couldn't be bothered. Which meant, all the time. Anko leisurely laid on a sofa in the main house of the Senju clan compound in Konoha, her legs on the table and a half-empty bowl of chips on her bare belly. She and the brat decided to watch this event of the century as the fight between Ringo and Yagura was advertised by the Biribiri company. She brought the viewing gem, which was according to the brat who had all that Funjutsu information stuffed in his head, a very nifty seal matrix that connected the viewing seal with the recording seal and then simply caused the viewing seal to produce a genjutsu of the events recorded by the recording seal, and they decided to have a nice afternoon watching the brawl. She was still not comfortable with the thought of the brat calling her mum, and the first time he did that, she showed him why exactly that was a bad idea. Nobody can say Anko Midarashi was a bad mentor. The kid quickly learned that the only acceptable way to call her is sis or better yet, sensei. And it took only a few broken bones and a shitload of bruises too. Then again, the brat was now scared of snakes. Oh, well. Anko decided the best cure for that was to throw even more snakes at him. They watched as Ringo Amarai fought against Yagura, and later Yagura in Baijuyu Chakra Cloak, and then a fully transformed Sanbai. The entire time, Naruto had a weird expression on his face and Anko was starting to worry. It was one thing to tell the kid he is a Jinchuriki and he will have a lot of power at his command in the future if he trains it right. It was completely different for him to see exactly what it means to be a competent Jinchuriki. Yagura might have lost the battle, but that wasn't because he was weak. Will I really be that strong one day? Naruto quietly asked with his hand on his stomach. Anko raised an eyebrow at him, still with well-hidden jealousy, half processing how it was possible for a kunoichi to beat Sanbai. If you are a good boy, she replied teasingly. What? Nobody said she had this taking care of a kid down the pat. Naruto gave Anko a weak smile. He knew she liked him and he loved how normal his life became since she entered it. She was the first person who actually showed him she cared, even if it was only by making sure he trained a lot and ate well. It wasn't always smooth sailing with Anko, but in her own rough way, she showed Naruto she cared about him. It probably didn't help that she was as scarred and clueless as him in that department. Neither really had somebody extremely close to them before they started to live with each other. Thank you, Ankone. Whispering, Naruto turned around and left the living room, determination swirling behind his eyes. He will get stronger. If only to protect the only person who cared about him. Anko watched the small back of the child Lady Tsunade dumped into her care and sighed as her expression softened. Well, so much for motivating the brat. She shrugged, her sight returning towards the destroyed Kuranoami plains on the screen, her eyes hardening. Maybe it's time to start training more seriously. After all, I don't want to fall behind Naruto too much. That would simply be embarrassing. Chapter 218, Carrot and Stick. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Yagura slowly opened his eyes and instantly groaned as he felt the weight of the world press on his beaten body. Or at least, he supposed he was quite trashed from all the pain his brain was registering when he tried to move. What the heck happened? He sluggishly thought, fighting through his increasing headache while his eyes tried to adjust from their sleepy state. Suddenly, his mind stilled as he realized, I am free. The genjutsu was lifted. His body instantly sprang up into a sitting position only to jerk in pain a second later, causing Yagura to whimper in even more pain. Easy there. An amused voice coming from behind him said before continuing, don't make any sudden movements. Your body has many cracked bones and torn muscles. Thankfully, your organs are fine and nothing important is broken, but still, from the amount of damage you will be bedridden for some days yet despite being a Jinchuriki. Then again, you did eat a point-blank Baijuudama before being zapped by such an enormous amount of lightning it would vaporize you if I didn't pull you out of there in time. An aristocratic-looking blonde-haired man said as he finally entered Yagura's sight. Yagura stared incredulously at the man, so sure he never ever met him that it even temporarily overpowered his guilt at having to watch his genjutsu self order all those atrocities and wreaking havoc in his own country. Who? He rasped. Rei grinned and sat on a chair near the bed Yagura was placed on and handed him a glass of water. Name's Rei. I am something like Ringo's boss. He shrugged at casually admitting that Kirigakure was now under his rule by proxy, causing Yagura to do a spit take. As you can probably tell, I nicked you before Ringo's attack could completely disintegrate you to smithereens. As for why, Rei meaningfully paused, enjoying the questioning and wary look on Yagura's face before he grandiosely stood up, spread his arms wide, and exclaimed, I deemed it beneficial to steal yet another Jinhyuriki. What am I? Some kind of toy? Yagura mentally deadpanned. Wait, did he say, another? His expression turned into an incredulous one. Before he could continue that train of thoughts, however, Rei chuckled and sat down, continuing speaking in a mirthful manner, that said, you don't really have much of a choice. Yagura's back stiffened, and then the man went completely slack as if all tension suddenly left him while his body fell back onto the bed in resignation. His instincts alongside everything ingrained in him by the brutal training Kirigakure put him through were screaming at him to return the threat, to not just quietly take it, to fight. And yet, his mind was far too exhausted to put up any pretense or participate in a meaningless power play. After all, if he really discounted his feelings and all that searing self-pity, he really didn't have much of a choice, did he? What exactly do you want from me? Yagura spoke in a resigned tone. I won't aid you in harming Kirigakure. If that's your goal, then you are at the wrong address. Funny. From where I stand, you were doing a good job of exactly that yourself before we decided to intervene. Rei replied with a chuckle, causing Yagura to grit his teeth. Don't even try to play a tough guy, Yagura. You are smarter than that. You are the first Mizukage who caused a civil war in his hidden village. And despite it being nipped in a bud, you will be remembered for as long as Kirigakure will exist. You, Rei smugly pointed at him, are the bad guy. Every sentence caused Yagura to visibly recoil, and despite that, he stayed silent. Everything Rei was telling him was the truth. Both of them knew there was no way to claim being put under the influence of Sherinon. Firstly, the Uchiha clan and Konoha would be quite angry because of that, which would most likely mean Kirigakure would deny any such claim, and secondly, there was no way to prove it now that the Sherinon Genjutsu was lifted. This was one of these situations where his rumored strength was playing against him. After all, how could somebody strong enough to become a Mizukage before even reaching 18 fall for a Sherinon Genjutsu? Especially a Jinhyuriki who has a Baijuyu in him? A Baijuyu that would normally destroy any attempt at mind control? Heck, even he had no answer for that? Rei indungingly watched Yagura's expressions change at a fast pace while thinking, poor sod, not even knowing about Manjikyu Sherinon. No wonder he was caught off guard by it. Heh. Yagura snorted, then tell me, what do you want? I am screwed either way. He stubbornly stared at the ceiling. Honestly, he just got out of months of being manipulated by Genjutsu and now he had to deal with this shit. Technically, you are not screwed. You are simply presumed dead. Rei pointed out, enjoying Yagura's eyes narrow in irritation. As such, your affiliation with Kirigakure is effectively over. Can't brand a dead man traitor, after all. Do you see what I want from you now? No. Yagura whispered, realizing why exactly he was having this conversation. I am not betrayed. Ah, stuff it. Rei interrupted, Kirigakure is as good as mine anyway. Yes, I will let the clan heads run it because it is honestly a bother. Yes, I will make sure it is improved and many reforms are passed for the betterment of the village and its forces, but I sure as hell don't really care about the village itself, so it won't be the best it could. Yes, I am planning to get it up to par with Kumigakure at the very least, but then again, that's for my own benefit. And lastly, I can also make a life for everybody in the village infinitely more difficult through Ringo. Let me tell you, any goodwill or sentiment she could have felt for her own village is now drier than the deserts in the land of wind. Rei watched Yagura's body subtly reacting to his words and was pleased that he had his undivided attention now. So, do make this easier for both of us and let's make a deal. You will swear allegiance to me and my village. Naturally, it will be enforced through seals put on your heart. You must understand my reluctance in trusting you without these seals. Mr. Fourth Mizukage. Rei added mockingly. In return, I will let you keep tabs on Kirigakure and compose reforms you think are needed for the village to improve. You will have a direct hand at making Kirigakure better. Plus, it's not like the loyalty seals have only disadvantages or you lose your free will. I want a capable ninja, not a slave. The seals will prevent you ever again from being manipulated via genjutsu. They will also adjust your Baijuyu seal and make it infinitely more comfortable for Sanbai, which should completely calm him down considering his lazy nature. There are more benefits but, well, they are not really important right now. Rei shrugged and fell silent, letting Yagura digest what he just told him. Yagura wasn't a novice in coercion and negotiations. He half expected to be tortured when he declined, so having the situation so blatantly shoved into his face was a bit disgruntling, but still, when he put it that way, Yagura bitterly thought. He was quite literal when he said I don't really have a choice, wasn't he? Yagura realized. Damned if do, damned if don't. Oh, how I regret not becoming a baker rather than a shinobi. He wistfully reminisced. The sales pitch was extremely tempting for him in the current situation. He was a criminal on top of being legally dead. Showing his face would simply earn himself a quick addition to the bingo book with a high reward whilst causing more problems for Kirigakure, as Ringo will either be forced to hunt him down and present his severed head, or worse, a new civil war would be caused because of that. After all, if the deed propelling Ringo to the seat of the 5th Mizukage turned out to be fake, Yagura decided then and there he would rather wear a mask his entire life. If Ringo or Rei deemed Kirigakure not worth the effort, well, let's just say Yagura didn't really want to see how many fools would attempt fighting against Ringo and get slaughtered for it. Considering the average intelligence level of clan heads, the damage to the village would probably be irreparable. Hence, stick. On the other hand, Rei was offering him a chance to do the sole thing why he even became a Mizukage. He was offering him a chance to fulfill his dream. A chance to reform Kirigakure according to his wishes. Admittedly, it was not much, but in his situation, it was more than he could ask for. And if he did a good job, maybe, just maybe he could alleviate at least some fraction of the guilt he felt inside for what his manipulated self caused. Hence, carrot. Fine. Yagura answered after being quiet for half an hour of considering his options. I will join you. Rei smirked, all according to the plan. I did promise Ao to improve Kirigakure, and I would loathe putting such a task on the shoulders of one of my girls or, God forbid, my own. Nope, getting some poor sod to do it for me is the best option, isn't it? Doesn't hurt that Yagura would see it as if I was doing him a favor either, right? Chapter 219, New Kiri Council. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. 2 days passed since the battle between Water and Lightning as the people started calling the clash between Ringo and Yagura. Honestly, it was quickly becoming the stuff of legends on Par with Madara and Hashirama. For the first time in history, normal people from all over the elemental nations got to witness a battle between high-ranking ninjas from the comfort of their houses. The various ninja villages were of two minds on the matter. On one hand, people were shown the power of ninjas by someone who was a monster even by their most brutal standards. That could really lead to some unnaturally high expectations from their clients, and it would be awfully awkward resolving any misunderstanding if somebody asks them to destroy this or that country. On the other hand, ninjas would be now feared or respected even more, which was, yet again, a double-edged blade in itself. Nevertheless, it was more of a useful kind in regards to ninjas. But one thing was set in stone. After seeing the battle, there wasn't anyone, be it a daimyo or a kage, who was willing to antagonize Kirigakure. In fact, the village was flooded with requests for alliances, trading agreements, and so on. Naturally, all were offered under the assumption that Ringo will be the 5th Mizukage. The door to Kirigakure's council room suddenly flew open, shutting up a nasty argument between the counselors of Yagura's reign and the clan heads who deemed it their right to become new counselors. All of them snapped towards the door, wondering who is the rude bastard trying to enter the room when they are discussing important matters. But before anyone could even let out a simple eep, Ringo apathetically strode into the room. One look at her eyes and the counselors, no matter whether new or old ones, knew they would be unable to provoke the unimaginably dangerous woman. Most of them averted their eyes, trying to rein in their shudder, but there were still some of them who couldn't help but hyperventilate when they remembered the battle between Ringo and Yagura. The old counselors simply feared for their lives, but they didn't have anywhere to go. All of them were Kiri loyalists to the core, and as such, if the new Mizukage wanted them dead, they would prefer dying in their village rather than going rogue. As for the new counselors, the clan heads, when they hired Yozora to resolve their problems, they never thought Ringo would be so frighteningly powerful. At best, they thought Yagura would be overpowered by sheer numbers or through trickery, but never in their wildest dreams did they think Ringo capable of facing a Baijuyu head-on. Now they were stuck with her as their Mizukage, and slowly, they started to understand why Ao was so cross with them for giving her the position. Who cared if they, according to some document, had a free reign? Ringo raising one eyebrow had more weight than anything they could do or say. It was honestly a very striking reminder that might makes right. One they did not really enjoy. Ringo steadily walked towards the furthest throne-like chair in the back of the council chamber and flopped into it with a complete disregard for anything even remotely resembling etiquette. She sighed irritably and swept the people in the room with a fed-up stare. An hour ago, Ao sent me a message that you are bickering like a bunch of little children. And damn Rei for giving him a way to contact me. She mentally grumbled as the message interrupted her forging. Care to share what is so important I had to be dragged into it? The room descended into complete silence. Ringo stared at the counselors, her eyes getting more and more fed up by the second while the counselors tried to gather courage and their wits to reply. Well, Ringo drawled, her eyes stopping on Ao, who stood by the door to the chamber, showing he was not a part of the council. Of course, it has to be me. It's so hard to be one of the only two competent people in the room. Ao wistfully thought before sighing in exasperation. The clan heads and the old counselors can't decide who shall be the new council under yourself, Lady Amarai. Maybe you could state your ruling on the matter. He added a bit mockingly. And with that sentence, tension returned to the room. The old counselors looked at Ringo with apprehension while the new ones with hope, causing Ringo to deadpan at Ao, her eyes clearly asking if this is really how leaders and high officials should behave. Much to her chagrin, he simply casually shrugged, letting her deal with the problem. Rubbing the bridge of her nose, Ringo furrowed her brows. I am far too young to do this shit. She mumbled, and while at the time it peeved her to no end, now she inwardly thanked Rei for giving her an idea of how to avoid running things. If only he didn't decide to do it in the middle of their lovemaking, then again, she probably wouldn't remember it if he didn't choose that exact moment. Fine. Ringo reluctantly started. As per Yozura's contract with the resistance, the clan heads will gain the position of counselors. Quiet cheers and smug looks started appearing on the faces of the clan heads before Ringo added, "Do keep in mind the contract clearly stated you are obliged to work for the betterment of the village as a whole, rather than just your clans. If you break that, I will know," and she really would since Rei used his mastery of seals when creating the said contract, "and I will break you." Now that put an instant stop to the cheers and smugness of the clan heads and the mood turned somber again. Quite a few of them quickly decided it would be in their best interest to stop scheming too as they were reminded that this was still a dictatorship. As for the old counselors, Ringo glanced at them, causing them to flinch. This was it. The fifth Mizukage was about to decide their fate. They will be put under investigation. If they come up clean and capable, they shall retain their position as a counselor. Ringo shrugged. Doesn't really matter if there are more seats on the council or not anyway. This way we will have more input, more people working towards the development of the village, and it will also be harder to manipulate votes. Not that I am going to let any who try walk away intact. She nonchalantly added. The old counselors sagged in relief while the new ones were a bit miffed at people without the status of a clan head becoming counselors or their sudden inability to bribe or blackmail others to get laws passed. Nevertheless, they could do nothing about it. Well, technically they had all the right but not one of them had the courage to speak up. Ao, on the other hand, started to get a bad premonition when Ringo smirked at him. As for the person responsible for the investigation, Ringo's eyes met Ao's pleading gaze, giving him only a cold look. I think Ao is the least corruptible person in this room. He should do it. Any objections? I object. Ao weakly tried, getting weird looks of respect from the people in the room except for Ringo who simply lifted her eyebrow amusedly. Rejected. She happily said. I look forward to your report. Ao groaned but nodded in understanding. After all, she was now his Mizukage and he would be damned before he failed her. And with that, I believe my work here is done. Ringo hummed as she stood up and walked towards the door. Don't argue too much, kids. I don't enjoy having to come and teach you to behave because you're ahem, Ao gets too annoying. You wanted to rule the village so rule it, she said as she stopped in the middle of the door leading outside the council chambers. The air suddenly turned heavy as killing intent flooded the room, making the occupants sweat. Properly. Don't let me discover you are ruling it dishonestly. I want to see a clear improvement in the future. And with that she walked away, the killing intent in the air dissipating. It was then the various clan heads paled as they understood that they might have screwed up with the contract more than they dared to admit. After all, she just dumped all the work on us, didn't she? Many of them realized. Worse yet, what's the point of being in politics if we can't even use it to better our clans? Alas, they were already far behind the point of no return. Chapter 220, Start of a Beautiful Vacation. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Ah, finally peace and quiet. Rei exclaimed while enjoying the water in his indoor pool in the mansion in his dimension. He really couldn't stop praising himself for installing one of the spring generators in his dimension, enabling him to change the weather at will. Thanks to that, he could have anything from white-covered snowy fields to tropical heats. It's not as if you did anything substantial. As far as I know, it was Ringo who did the heavy lifting. Pakura, who sat in his lap, leaning her back on his chest, suddenly spoke. Oi, now that's just unfair. Rei dismissively drawled, not bothering to put any strength behind his words. I negotiated and set up the entire thing. That counts, you know. I guess I can give you some brownie points for kidnapping the fourth Mizukage. Pakura non-committally hummed, snuggling more into Rei. But, indeed, finally peace and quiet. She sighed in content. I was really happy when you gave me the responsibility to oversee our hidden village while you were away. Pakura continued, her eyes half-lidded. You didn't choose Konan. No, you gave this responsibility to me. It really made my heart flutter. Pakura grimaced. At least, it did before I realized just how much workload overseeing a village in the height of its development boom without shadow clones means. God, it was hell on earth. Pakura shuddered, causing Rei to snicker at her. That said, Rei started while gently stroking her hair. You developed the village on the other side incredibly well in the past few months. Setting up small spring generators in the training grounds so the ninjas can set their own training environment, hashing out the finishing touches upon the organization of our ninja ranks, creating fake misleading alliance documents with the Uzashio in case some busybody decided to check what exactly is going on between them and us, and my personal favorite, your initiative to set up secret forward bases in countries that don't have ninja villages. You saved me a lot of time, Pakura. Rei said and affectionately kissed the side of her neck in a show of appreciation. Yeah, Pakura agreed, I couldn't really leave that project idle. Honestly, that idea of yours to set up booths where locals can issue missions and our troops can respond via teleportation seals, it was golden, it just needed some very precise but strict woman touch to improve all the imperfection. By my estimations, the project should be finished in a few months at the latest and we will have a forward base with teleportation anchoring seals in most countries. I see, but... woman touch, Rei amusedly stated, making Pakura giggle as she lifted herself from his lap and turned around, straddling him while leaning into his chest and letting him feel her soft breasts. Yes. I would be delighted to show you what I mean. Pakura replied before her lips softly landed on Ari's, giving him no time to gather his wits as her tongue started asking for entry. He did the only thing possible in that situation and his hands quickly found their way to her bottom, from time to time eliciting soft moans from the woman. Pakura and Rei made out for a few minutes, enjoying the presence of the other before they finally separated and Pakura laid her head onto Rei's shoulder, contently sighing. Rei simply let Pakura take the lead, knowing she was not one for being overly passionate or hasty. They had the entire day off so there was no need to rush anywhere. How is our new resident Jinhuriki settling in? Rei asked, starting to caress Pakura's back while from time to time stimulating her nerves by sending a flicker of his chakra into it through his fingertips. Squirming, Pakura whinily breathed out before answering, he is, Goodi. Biting her lower lip, Pakura's hands quickly found themselves around Rei's neck as she started using her wind chakra to produce an effect of a soft, exciting caress all over Rei's body that was above the water surface. Feeling it, Rei smirked before leaning closer towards Pakura's head on his shoulder and kissed her hair before quietly but smugly chortling into her ear, letting her know he acknowledged her attempt but it was still nothing extraordinary. Pakura hummed, trying to sound irritated but through the electricizing flickers of Rei's chakra through her back, she really didn't manage it. Then again, she had to admit her control of wind chakra was not yet good enough. It certainly didn't compare to what Konan could do with her so Pakura gave up in trying to compare herself with Konan and focused on making her touch as enjoyable for Rei as she possibly could. Plus Rei had an unfair advantage since he could use his lightning chakra even underwater without problems while controlling her wind chakra was a bit tricky underwater. Yup, there was no need to compete, she grudgingly told herself. Pouting, Pakura continued speaking about their latest freeloader. Yagura for some reason made quick friends with Yujito. I guess it is some kind of Jinhuriki compassion or whatever. She let out in one breath before a gasp tore out of her throat when Rei reached her weak spot on her back. Last I heard, Yujito refused to help me with, some easy and unimportant paperwork because she was helping him with some reforms. She shuddered. Rei simply smiled at the working ethics of his newest worker. The guy was quite good too, happily doing his job for him and not even knowing it. Pakura pulled her body a bit away from Rei, looking him straight in the eyes with a small smile decorating her lips. Enough about work. There are more, enjoyable pursuits we could do during our holiday. She purred, putting her forehead on Rei's. After all, we do have a few days of vacation in front of us. We wouldn't want to waste them, now, would we? Few days without any research or work does indeed sound nice. Rei's eyes sparkled as he lightly kissed Pakura, starting an exchange of quick pecks between them as they both got more and more into the mood. Rei embraced Pakura's body tighter to himself, indulgently smiling at her while his naughty hands reached towards. The door to the indoor pool suddenly burst open and the disheveled Maki gasping for air spotted Pakura straddling Rei as they sat in the pool, both giving her a bit bewildered but also irritated looks. Not knowing if she should blush due to the situation she found her sensei in or go completely pale because of the looks her sensei is giving her, Maki decided to pretend she didn't see anything and straightened up. It's an emergency? Anko Midarashi just reported Uchiha Itake en route starting to act strange. The Uchiha massacre is coming. Rei and Pakura stared at Maki, both capable of thinking of only one thing. For fuck's sake, the Kirigakure war just ended and now another bothersome situation sprang up. Their vacation was apparently cut short. Chapter 221, Uchiha Massacre 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The night was dreary and the moon shined red as the blood of the members of the Uchiha clan flowed on the streets because of a silent assassin in the form of a 13-year-old child. For many, even the most experienced ninjas, it would be a mind-boggling thing, one 13 years old, who by all means should normally be with one foot out of the academy, slaughtering his entire clan. Then again, Itake was smart and the master of genjutsu, but most importantly, he was trusted by the people in his clan. And that was eventually their undoing. Rei, carefully hidden by the best concealment seals he could put together, watched from the treetops near the Uchiha compound as Itake was doing a short work of his clansmen in the eastern part of it. Rei was also very pleased with the shadow core of his village. He knew he had around 50 of them and their leader, Shizuka Kagaya, hidden somewhere around, waiting for his signal to intervene, but for the love of God, he could not find their positions without using nature sensing, which meant no normal ninja could discover them. This was incredibly good in Rei's eyes since this outing could be said to be the very first official mass infiltration to a hidden village by his troops. After all, Rei doubted Kimo or Tsuke could successfully get 50 of their best in the enemy village without anyone being the wiser about it. Konan suddenly appeared next to Rei in a silent flurry of black-colored paper and whispered, "The radicals among the Uchiha clan are dead." Rei hummed in acknowledgement. He was not happy about it since most of these were high-ranked ninjas, but he knew he couldn't have everything. Good job, Konan. Shizuka, the Shadow Corps is free to start collecting the Uchihas. Rei ordered and instantly noted the shadows briefly flickering as the ninjas of his village got to work. Wryly smiling, Konan spoke, "I could have them bound in paper coffins with stasis seals in under 20 minutes. Maybe, but our ninjas need the practice." Rei nodded, knowing Konan was completely right. Her paper technique was extremely good at covert operations during the night, and considering she could color her paper black and put knockout, stasis, and teleportation seals on them, well, it could be almost called foolish to let the Shadow Corps do the job. Then again, REI made a village so he wouldn't need to do everything himself. Maybe in a few years, he could comfortably sit in his living room while the village ran itself? Well, one could dream. Meh, you just want to see our ninjas work and feel proud of yourself. Konan rolled her eyes at him. I can't argue with that. REI smirked. Sure, it was more of Shizuka Kagaya's achievement that the Shadow Corps were efficient and well-trained, but unimportant details. Konan chuckled, correctly deducing REI's train of thoughts, and decided to change the topic. Shall we go? Itaki and this self-proclaimed Madara are still massacring our would-be kidnapping victims. Yeah, I guess it would be prudent to put a stop to that endeavor. Honestly, there is no courtesy amongst thieves in this world. REI dramatically sighed and stood up. Soon, both were on their way to intercept their respective targets. Izumi Uchiha desperately ran for her life as her heart thumped wildly in her chest. She was confused and frightened, not understanding what was happening despite her fully matured Sharingan coloring her eyes red. The only thing she understood was that someone was attacking the Uchiha clan. It was really just sheer luck she spotted a small flicker in her peripheral vision and turned towards it, which allowed her to notice her assailant in time, making her able to dodge the attack. Izumi quickly understood the hooded man in black clothing was far above her pay grade. As such, she did the logical thing and turned tail as if her life depended on it. As she ran through the Uchiha compound, Izumi could notice a few instances where Uchiha ninjas tried to resist, but they were quickly and most importantly, silently taken down before they could alert other clansmen. From what she briefly noticed, their attackers played dirty, never really going 1 versus 1 against her clansmen and usually attacked from the back. Izumi contemplated using Fire Release, Great Fireball, to give others at least an inkling that something is wrong, but every time she slowed down in preparation for the jutsu, a chill ran through her spine which made her forsake her plans and run even faster through the shadow-covered night. How? We are in Konoha. Who could attack our clan? We are supposed to be safe here. She frantically thought as she quickly ducked into a side alley as her eyes spotted shadows flicker before Tadako Uchiha, her former classmate from the academy, suddenly fell backward as if she was paralyzed. It completely scared her out of her mind. She had her Sharingan activated. She should be able to see clearly even in the dark, and yet she simply failed to notice the attacker through the veil of night. Disbelief, shock, confusion, and hopeless desperation filled the mind of the recently promoted Shinin. She wanted nothing more than to get out of there alive. She wanted nothing more than to reach the house of her grandma and make sure she was fine. She wanted. Izumi finally ran out of the side alley into the street near her grandmother's house before the sight in front of her made her freeze in her tracks. In front of her stood her budding crush, Uchiha Itake, clad in his umbu gear and holding a katana with bloodstains on it. Ida, Chi. Izumi, in utter disbelief, slowly moved her sight towards the open door to the house of her grandma, the woman who raised and cared for her after she lost her parents. What really made her rooted in her spot, however, was the body of her beloved grandmother on the porch in the puddle of her own blood. No, Itake wouldn't? No, not my grandma. Tears started streaming down Izumi's cheeks as she fell to her knees. It was then, Izumi really understood why Sharingan was deemed to be a curse. The smallest signs of guilt on Itake's cold face, the droplets of blood falling onto the ground from his katana, the unrelenting and ruthless yet sorrowful look in his eyes as he looked at her, his posture that told a story in itself. No matter what Izumi wanted to tell herself, her Sharingan mercilessly gathered all information for her and made the scene burn into her mind with complete clarity. The boy she dated, loved, killed the most precious person to her. I am sorry, Izumi. It was necessary. Itake evenly said, taking a step towards her. I didn't want you to witness this. He said sadly, I at least wanted to give you a fulfilling life before sending you off. Grief, betrayal, pain, hatred, as if something broke within her as she dearly wished what she saw was just an illusion. As the raw emotions filled her head to the point it felt painful, her eyes morphed. Itake only managed to widen his Mangekyo Sharingan as two voices reverberated through the street, one in disbelief and another in grief. Tsukuyomi. The standing Itake and the kneeling Izumi absently stared at each other for 3 seconds before Izumi fell headfirst onto the ground, unconscious as tears of blood wet her cheeks while Itake staggered backward, still in utter disbelief as his hand subconsciously reached towards his head due to the sudden headache. She almost fought me off right after awakening her Mangekyo. Itake thought with wide eyes, gulping for air as a small tinge of jealousy made itself known in the back of his mind at what Izumi Uchiha just accomplished. He quickly squashed that thought though. He knew Izumi was extraordinary, but this. He wasn't even able to implant the illusion of a happy lifetime into her mind with her own Mangekyo so ferociously fighting his. Yes, letting Izumi see the corpse of her grandmother was certainly a mistake. Such a pity. Itake whispered before sighing and started walking towards the unconscious form of Izumi. I am so sorry. He prepared to stab his katana into her when suddenly a bored and leisure voice stopped him in his tracks. Don't worry. She will get better. Itake's head whipped in the direction of the voice, only to see a smug-looking blonde man assessing him. No, Izumi, as if she was a particularly interesting research project. I think, the man started talking again, his lips stretching into an excited grin. I just found a girl I really want to kidnap. Chapter 222, Uchiha Massacre 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei stood and waited for the 13-years-old Uchiha kid to finally comprehend that someone not of the Uchiha clan just caught him slaughtering the Uchiha clan in the Uchiha district after he was reassured by the Konoha higher UPS that no non-Uchiha will be present for the so-called Uchiha massacre. Rei had to admit, Itachi really froze in a totally Uchiha-like way. It didn't take even 2 seconds but Rei recognized that Itachi was already over his shock and on guard. It wasn't his expression. Far from it. His face stayed cold and expressionless despite the boy's shock. So much that Rei was sure Danzo would praise the boy to the high heavens in his heart. No, it was the small, almost unnoticeable twitch of Itachi's fingers gripping the handle of his katana that gave him away. Who are you? Itachi coolly asked, the only sign of his unnerved state being his tight grip on his weapon. Does it really matter? All members of the Uchiha clan who wanted to rebel are dead except your father. I am here simply because I don't want to see the Uchiha clan dead because some albeit skilled but still foolish prepubescent child decided to listen to barmy old men's idiocy. Rei dryly said. He meant every word too. He simply omitted that his vision of the Uchiha clan's survival meant removing them from Konoha for good. In fact, there was no way Konoha could slaughter every single Uchiha even if they rebelled. First, they were a founding clan and had an important bloodline. Second, there were a lot of non-combatants and killing those would create a very dangerous situation for Konoha once the daimyo heard of it. Third, with its reputation, Konoha could not afford to seem like a village that executed innocents and there were a lot of innocent Uchiha ninjas who knew nothing about the rebellion. In short, Itachi was simply the naive but too skilled for his own good kid who got manipulated by empty threats into doing the deed for a hateful old man who couldn't do it himself without causing a lot of problems for Konoha. Sad, really. Rei watched as Itachi started considering what he told him. Itachi's eyes first showed surprise before a small flicker of hope shined between the cracks but was quickly squashed. Itachi's gaze lingered on Rei and slowly, the emotions within halted, only a deep cold determination remained as Itachi made his decision and his eyes narrowed. So, this is the way this event will ensue, Rei thought in amusement, slowly unsheathing his sword. It was all too obvious the boy decided to kill him first, ask questions later. Well, I did want to test him, didn't I? Itachi only narrowed his eyes further, this time in wariness as he realized Rei's gesture of unsheathing his weapon was simply telling him that his opponent could read him despite the extensive body language control training. At first, he wanted to end it in one fast surprise strike but that was now impossible. Suddenly springing into action from his semi-relaxed stance, Itachi slashed at Rei in a wide arc, aiming for his neck, causing him to block the slash with his own sword. Itachi expected this and slightly crouched down, pushing his sword a bit away from his body, which also pushed Rei's sword away since they were locked in a clash, and then Itachi's free hand struck at Rei's ribcage, easily grasping a kunai which flew into it mid-swing from Itachi's sleeve. As he sidestepped the kunai and forced Itachi to retreat due to an attempt at striking his chin, Rei had to admit the kid had skill. From this single exchange, Rei understood Itachi's preferred way of handling things. Misdirection and precise quick strikes to vital areas seemed to be the crux of Itachi's style. Itachi watched the blonde man in front of him with a small frown on his lips. He didn't like this initial exchange at all. Naturally, he didn't expect to kill a warrior opponent with one strike. That said, he definitely didn't expect the man shrugging off his illusions. Itachi always had to rely on precision and timing to breach the distance between him and adult ninjas. When he first attacked his opponent, he used his Sharingan to make his actions seem a bit delayed from his foe's perspective. He also cast it at the last possible moment. It should have either made his opponent delay the block enough to allow Itachi's sword a clear passage towards its target or it should make his opponent need at least a split of a second to dispel it, giving Itachi much needed time to perform his follow-up before his opponent could even realize it. And even then, he actually cast another illusion when he was about to strike with the kunai, one that made his strike seem aimed at the gut, rather than ribcage, two targets close enough that he could simply deviate his arm a bit from the previous trajectory so the illusions would be hard to spot in a reasonable time frame, much less counter. With his timing, it should have been downright impossible to have time for dispelling the illusion. Hence, Itachi would have understood if his enemy jumped back. But the blonde man simply shrugged both illusions off as if they didn't exist. He did that while looking straight into his Sharingan the entire time. This combo worked against most jonins when they were cocky enough to underestimate him and didn't dodge. Even then most were smart enough to try avoiding his eyes. To think someone could counter him while looking straight into his Mangekyo that had an even better effect for enhancing illusions than 3 Tomo Sharingan. Needless to say, Itachi instantly understood just how outmatched he currently was since his strongest skill, his illusions, and his biggest advantage, his frightening timing and precision, were easily countered. Nevertheless, it doesn't seem as if the man took me seriously. Is he simply testing me? To what end? Itachi analyzed when he saw his opponent not moving from his spot, simply waiting for him to do his next attack. Stalling? No. Fine, he sighed, I guess there is no other choice. Itachi crouched in preparation for an attack. Honestly, he started feeling a bit of respect for his foe, if only because not for a second did their eyes separate during the fight. Let's see how you will react to. Casting 3 illusions on his enemy, Itachi turned around and ran away as fast as he could, bolting into a side alley to make it even harder for Rei to follow. REI blinked at the silent, dark, and empty street where only he and the unconscious form of Izumi were left as a chilly breeze mockingly swept through it. It took his brain 3 seconds to reboot enough to realize what happened before he chuckled in amazement. The kid actually ran. REI rubbed his forehead with his hand but his lips refused to stop smiling. No wonder he went places. He quickly assessed there is no way to win and retreated. Smart kid, I guess. REI amusedly shrugged. Honestly, he felt a bit cheated but he had to give praise where it was due. Most ninjas REI met so far in his long career were total crazed idiots not capable of correctly assessing their enemies from a brief controlled exchange. Most would at least try to fight, hoping for him to make a mistake they could capitalize on. The problem with that was that during the said process, they usually got injured enough that retreating suddenly stopped being such a viable alternative. As such, REI could respect Ataka for briefly testing waters and then retreating when he realized that this is not really a fight he is capable of fighting. The only thing Ataka could really do was another Tsukuyomi since that could be called cheating in the ninja world. Then again, if he did that and I broke free out of it, which from Ataka's point of view was most likely a slight possibility since I could shrug off his Sharingan illusions, he would be done for. REI thought. He knew that Ataka was not yet his older Akatsuki self. The kid was 13. REI actually felt a bit like a bully, facing him. Moreover, casting one Tsukuyomi to protect himself from Izumi's Tsukuyomi should have been quite hard for Ataka. Another Tsukuyomi shortly after that would probably take him out of the fight, no matter if his enemy resisted or not. Yet, he could really respect Ataka's call to retreat. Shaking his head, REI put Izumi's body on his shoulder and created a shadow clone that took the corpse of Izumi's grandmother. It was time to go. Chapter 223, Uchiha Massacre 3. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Konan materialized right in front of Obito who was finishing off an Uchiha Chunin with a stab straight through his heart. Obito slowly blinked and tilted his head, trying to comprehend where the heck did all that paper appear from and who was the woman in front of him. Honestly, he was confused as heck. Toby is a good boy. He weakly tried as the body of the Chunin fell lifelessly onto the ground. Obviously. Konan patronizingly nodded but her tone was totally sarcastic as her eyes glanced at the dead Uchiha between them. It didn't take Obito long to realize that something went horribly wrong with this straightforward operation. As such, he decided that useless banter was unnecessary and quickly sprang into an attack. Crossing the distance between himself and the patiently waiting woman, Obito lashed out with a kunao and gleefully watched as Konan tried to parry, only for her kunao to pass through him. To Obito's surprise, the only sight of shock on Konan's face was an almost pleased widening of her eyes. He didn't have a long time to see her expression though and even less to contemplate it. He quickly passed through her body in his intangible state and the second he finally separated from her, he quickly spun on his heel and plunged his kunao deeply into her upper back, aiming straight for the heart. Obito watched his kunao enter Konan as brief satisfaction filled him and thoughts of continuing with his mission sprang up in his head. It was only the sheer primal instinct honed for years of preparation to fight against the fabled yellow flash that caused Obito to rapidly let go of the kunao embedded in Konan's back and switch into his intangible state just as the Konan in front of him burst into paper slips and a very sharp tip of folded tesson suddenly poked out from his chest, causing him to numbly stare at it. That would go straight through my heart. He realized how close to death he came as cold sweat drenched his forehead. I didn't even realize when she got behind me. He slightly inclined his head to the side and instantly saw Konan standing there, lazily holding the fan still stabbed through his intangible form while she was wearing an amused expression with one of her brows mockingly lifted upwards. It was an expression that reminded Obito of Kakashi's condescension in his early years and for some reason, when he saw it on the deadly brunette, it really irked him somewhat fiercely. Gritting his teeth, Obito spun his body in a burst of speed and sprang again towards Konan, aiming to engage her in hand-to-hand combat as that would provide him the most advantage considering his intangibility. His fist neared the calm Konan and Obito expected her to block. That's why he was very surprised when she didn't react at all and his fist burrowed into her chest all the way to the middle of his forearm. That's why he was even more surprised when Konan's body let out a small hiss as she briefly glowed orange before a resounding boom shook the street as numerous explosive tags in the paper clone reduced everything in their proximity to ash. That almost got me. Obito murmured as he appeared a few feet from the small, newly made crater in the middle of the street, holding his right arm that sported nasty burns through the tattered sleeve. He only barely managed to switch with a clone but the explosion still somewhat got him. His arm was half buried in the paper clone and therefore his intangibility was useless at that moment. Obviously. Konan's leisure voice sounded from the crater and Obito, much to his shame, actually gaped for a second as she stepped out from the smoking crater, as fresh as daisies, ready for the second round. Quickly pulling himself together, Obito reassessed the threat the woman posed to him. Frankly, there were not many people he feared but the brunette in front of him was doing quite a good job at making it into his personal don't cross list all the while looking almost sinfully bored. Obito shuddered. She clearly knows how to counter my Mangekyo. I have to be careful in further confrontation. He thought and decided to attack again. For the next 30 minutes, Konan and Obito fought back and forth, playing an odd game of cat and mouse with their roles reversing after every strike. When Obito struck, Konan's figure burst into paper and Obito usually found himself skewered from behind as new Konan always appeared there, no matter how prepared for it he was. It was supremely irritating, in his humble opinion. When Konan struck, Obito simply relied on his intangibility to both avoid damage and get an opportunity to strike back. Now that he was extremely cautious, his opponent was clearly having as much difficulty landing a meaningful attack as he was, since he was under the intangibility most of the time. Now if only he knew why the brunette had such an amused and smug smile plastered on her face. Obito slashed his kunai through Konan's neck, not at all surprised when his target burst into paper. He was already in the process of spinning around, expecting new Konan to appear from behind, only for his instincts to mockingly scream dodge at him, causing him to jump away just as the thrice-damned Tessin of Konan passed the spot his neck was just a second ago. Obito's eyes widened as he slid to halt when he noticed that the Konan whose throat he slit was still there, her slit throat made of slips of paper, clearly not injured at all as her throat reformed in matters of seconds. So, not only she can burst into paper and appear behind me, now she can even disregard lethal damage by turning into paper? Isn't this just plain cheating? Complained the sole ninja who could go intangible at will without any significant restriction. That singular lapse in judgment was enough for Konan, however. A sharp pain suddenly erupted from Obito's chest as blood burst from his mouth. He could only briefly note that he was alive because he subconsciously leaned his body to the right, and as such, the spike made of paper missed his heart. He fell on one knee, gritting his teeth at the satisfied expression of his opponent. How? He rasped in disbelief that he was caught off guard. I counted. Obviously. Konan snorted and rolled her eyes at the wide eyes of Obito. Inwardly, however, Konan was a bit sullen that she couldn't make the paper spike from exploding tags. Unfortunately for her, during the fight, she found out that Obito was far too sensitive to chakra and had almost inhuman instincts, so she was severely limited in her offensive means. That's why she didn't even bother using wind chakra in the clash. With her opponent's chakra sensing ability, it would be a waste of chakra. Shit. Obito mentally cursed and spat the blood that pooled in his mouth as he realized with no small amount of horror the woman in front of him somehow grasped the limit of his intangibility in their short fight. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind and he couldn't help but shudder. So that's why she fought with me for the last 30 minutes? She was trying to gauge the limits of my abilities. Obito wanted to berate himself for his carelessness. The limit of his Mangekyo Sharinan was the only weakness he had, considering he wasn't losing his eyesight thanks to the Hashirama cells implanted in him. To think somebody would so easily deduce it during a fight. Yes, the woman in front of him was definitely getting on his feared list. Grimacing, he curiously looked at the dangerous brunette in front of him and asked, "Aren't you going to finish me?" Konan pointedly looked at him as if he was a total idiot. "You would just go intangible again." "Fair enough." Obito painfully chuckled. In fact, he was very happy he decided to keep some of his abilities secret and didn't use his Mokuton in the fight because he was half suspicious the woman in front of him would pull out some unexplainable shit. Again. He half expected to be turned into paper at this rate. But, that was delusional even for him, right? In fact, Konan still tried to control the paper spike skewing his chest, but the chakra Obito was pushing into it was causing quite an interference. He definitely knew what he was doing, she mused. Well, Toby had enough. "You are not a good girl. You cheating piece of, ahem." Obito slipped into his cheerful persona, not minding the winces he did mid-speech before he went serious again. "Next time we meet, I will be prepared." And with that, he disappeared in a swirl, making Konan chuckle at the empty threat. Such a drama queen. Chapter 224, Uchiha Massacre 4. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei gave the unconscious Izumi and the corpse of her grandmother to the members of his Shadow Corps, and they quickly set to work, pulling out a scroll with 2 corpses of bandits. The members of Shadow Corps then drew a bit of blood from both Izumi and her grandmother's corpse and used a special sealing technique that would mimic the appearance of the person keyed to the blood seal. It didn't take even 2 minutes for the Shadow Corps members to produce 2 flawless replicas of both Izumi and her grandmother's corpse. Naturally, both came with the added bonus of having their eyes damaged so nobody could find out these replicas were not Uchiha corpses. Rei really wondered how Danzo would react to that little surprise. It would take blood tests to find out these bodies do not belong to the members of the Uchiha clan. Alas, the last component the Shadow Corps added to these replicas of the Uchiha members' corpses was a special creation of Tsunade that completely dissolved an injected body precisely 6 hours after the administration. It was a pity it only worked on dead bodies, but for the current situation, it was golden. It wouldn't take long for the massacre to be discovered. After that, it will most likely take at least 2 hours to clean up and transfer the bodies into a morgue or, in case of the bodies taken by route, wherever Danzo would order his cronies to bring them. Rei completely banked on the chaos effect such an event will have on the village. He believed nobody would immediately go and draw blood samples for tests since the corpses will be found in the Uchiha compound and will look like the Uchiha clan members. By the time somebody decided to take blood samples, the bodies would be long ago dissolved. Even if somebody did take the blood samples of 1 or 2 bodies in a timely manner, it wouldn't matter much as there will be no actual proof of any kind of foul play. At least, nothing that could be factually proven. At best, there would be some unclean speculations that could easily be written as non-Uchiha visiting the compound during the fateful night. As for the dissolution of bodies, Rei was fully intending to let Konoha make their own assumptions. His bet? He believed Konoha higher UPS would simply write it off as a secret way of the Uchiha clan to prevent their bodies from falling into the hands of Konoha. After all, they did plan a rebellion in a few days, so having a way to prevent such a thing would be sensible. Considering the Uchiha clan liked to burn their deceased, it wouldn't be such a stretch. Naturally, it didn't really matter to Rei if the Konoha higher UPS assumed as such or if they came with their own theory. He didn't intend to leave any proof that someone not from Konoha intervened. Done with replicating the bodies, Rei watched as Izumi's body was put into stasis before being sealed into a prisoner scroll, while the corpse of her grandmother was put into a storage scroll. And they thought me mad when I said we are going to relocate most of the Uchiha clan overnight. Rei snorted as he remembered the expression of his Shadow Corps commander, Shizuka Kagaya, and many more division leaders of his village when he told them about the goal of this mission. Infiltrating Konoha with 50 ninjas was one thing, stealing the entirety of the Uchiha clan without leaving any proof and putting the blame on the back of Itaki Uchiha was quite another kind of crazy. And yet, here we are. Rei heard Konan's voice from behind and smirked. Indeed, dear, indeed. Well, nobody said it would be a voluntary relocation. Rei shrugged. I assume you were satisfied with your outing. He turned towards Konan before putting his hand around her shoulder, letting her snuggle into him as they watched their ninjas do their job while the duo simply lazed around. After all, there were certain advantages to being the leaders. I must confess, I had no idea what you meant when you said I should go and play with the stronger one. Konan sighed, to think you just wanted me to experience how you feel when you fight against me. She shook her head in exasperation. But yes, I now see how fighting against somebody almost impossible to hit could be frustrating. Rei heard her indifferent tone, but deep inside of it, he noticed a slight undertone of annoyance. Reassuringly putting his hand onto Konan's head, caressing her hair, he coaxed, I simply wanted you to gain inspiration. You are already almost impossible to hit without highly destructive area of effect attacks. The guy you fought though? He could easily survive those. Sure, he had other weaknesses but still. Rei explained. No way am I admitting, I simply wanted her to know how frustrating it is fighting against her. Right. Konan good-naturedly rolled her eyes at him, not believing him but decided to change the topic. How was our little scapegoat? You wanted to test him yourself. Was he any good? Oh, Itaki? Well, he was certainly a sensible kid. Retreated when he realized he doesn't have a chance and is quite disadvantaged. To be honest, he was impressive for a 13-year-old kid. We had only one exchange and yet, it was very informative about his preferences and style. Rei hummed before pausing slightly in order to recollect his thoughts. I think, he was a bit hyped up in rumors though. He is a technical fighter who depends on precision, subtlety, and speed. Considering he is a kid, it is smart he decided to develop speed and dexterity rather than strength. Again, considering his age, there is no wonder he decided to go the route of the genjutsu user, since it takes the least amount of chakra but requires incredible control. Rather than being a prodigy, he is simply having something called common sense and a usable brain. Since he couldn't become a ninjutsu-heavy fighter because of his kitty reserves or depend on his body strength, he decided to develop in a way where his young age would not be detrimental. I will be putting together a file for him after we get back home and you can get a better picture. But yeah, he will be a good scapegoat. I doubt Konoha will catch him anytime soon. Rei shrugged. Konan giggled. Poor guy. He kinda deserves it too though, choosing to slaughter his own blood when he could simply ask the daimyo for help. She snorted. You know these political moves are not widely known. He probably didn't even realize there is a daimyo. Most ninjas don't after being brainwashed by this fabled will of fire. Rei snarked. Well, their loss, our gain. It was then Shizuka Kagaya approached the duo. We are finished, Rei-sama, Konan-sama. Results? Konan asked, quickly snapping into her serious mode. We packed the clan library, money, and valuables. We substituted every corpse or living Uchiha with replicas, and made sure to erase every clue about our presence here tonight. Uchiha Itake was let through as instructed, but he managed to kill his parents before escaping. As for the Uchiha clan members, we are only missing the youngest son of the clan head, Uchiha Sasuke. Konan and Rei looked at each other at that. Neither expected any Uchiha missing. The only way he could not be accounted for is if he was not present in the Uchiha compound. Rei could only wryly smile as a decision had to be made. I guess that's all we can do for tonight, he said, more for Konan rather than Shizuka. Yeah, better forget the kid. Konoha will take care of him. We can't afford to be discovered just because he decided to not be present for his execution. Konan said, amused. Sure, she and Rei probably could take Konoha on, but their Shadow Corps would be obliterated if they tried to fight. 52 versus the entire village were not good odds. Not at all. Okay, Shizuka. Good job. Give the order for retreat. Rei ordered before smiling mischievously at Konan. Well, I for one am very curious how Ringo fared on her little assignment. Remembering what Rei made Ringo do, Konan suddenly found herself in a fit of unstoppable giggles. Chapter 225, Uchiha Negotiations 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei alongside the Shadow Corps promptly returned to the village on the other side after they were sufficiently assured no clue of their brief visit was left behind. 3 hours later, Rei was finally notified that Ringo also returned from her own mission he assigned her in Konoha. She tiredly walked into the living room of his mansion where he was patiently waiting for her. Seeing her haggard state, Rei stood up and hurriedly walked closer, hugging her while letting her lean on him to give her at least some relief. I see you had fun, he quipped, making Ringo groan in irritation. As if sneaking into the most guarded archives of both Konoha and Root in the time span of 3 hours right after the massacre of the Uchiha clan was discovered. Ringo huffed into his shoulder, her embrace possessively tightening. Sure, the personnel in both the Hokage Tower and the Root headquarters could be seen as almost non-existent compared to what is there normally because of the massacre. But everywhere else ninjas swarmed the village. Honestly, an hour after the discovery, every able Chunin and above in the village was called to duty and the civilians were ordered to stay inside. Getting through the village without being spotted was a veritable nightmare. And I am not even talking about the protective seals I had to get through. Ringo's shoulders sagged. Well, you are the best assassin in the world. Who else could I rely on than you to infiltrate and steal from one of the most guarded places in existence? Rei flippantly stated, caressing Ringo's back. His tone might have been joking, but both he and Ringo knew he fully meant every word. The cage towers in their respective villages had tons of active and passive protections. Sneaking there was a clear suicide too, considering the numerous seals, both hidden and otherwise, and the fact they are in the middle of a village full of trained killers. After all, at no time and under no circumstances are there less than 5 Umbu operatives inside. Kuwabai could rampage through the village and these 5 Umbu would still not leave the Hokage Tower. That's also not counting all the otherwise ranked ninjas normally present in the tower. Rei could really only shake his head in exasperation when he remembered the first episode of Naruto and how easily the protagonist sneaked in and out of the Hokage Tower with the Forbidden Scroll. Really, only once somebody gets a reality check about how tightly these places are guarded can a person understand how impossible such a thing is. Either Naruto was severely underestimated by everybody or his side in the Hokage office was a quite common occurrence and nobody paid it any attention. Yes, I am the best. Ringo admitted with an amused but tired eye roll. Anyway, I did get what you wanted. The copy of the order to attack Uchiha to cause the Uchiha massacre is in my back pocket while I already gave other copied paperwork to Konan, she said, only slightly widening her smile as she felt Rei's hand slip into her back pocket and brush her backside while he withdrew the paperwork. Okay, Rei pecked Ringo's lips, you should go and take a long nap while I and Konan sort the situation with the Uchiha clan and their welcome to our village. That actually sounds quite nice. Ringo sleepily agreed, her eyelids involuntarily closing by themselves. I really do not envy you though. Persuading them to move here and be loyal to our village will surely be a right pain in the arse. With one last kiss, they separated. Rei and Konan decided it would be wisest to wake only a few important hand-picked members of what remained of the Uchiha clan to negotiate terms and inform them of their situation so they then can gradually persuade the rest. Waking up all of them at once would cause total mayhem since there were hundreds of them if one counted civilians. As for choosing who to awaken from the stasis for the negotiation, that didn't pose a problem thanks to the previous months of spying via Konan's Kekkei Genkai. Since Rei knew the Uchiha massacre would be happening sometime after or around Naruto's 7th birthday, he made sure that Konan set up her surveillance of the Uchiha compound at least a year prior to that. In the end, one simply didn't go and meddle in such an important historical milestone happening in the middle of a village full of trained assassins without being sufficiently prepared and well informed. It took some time identifying who is and who is not alive since Itaki and Obito did manage to get to some people, but ultimately Konan was able to choose the individuals that should be most effective in persuading their clansmen. That's why on the couch in the living room of Rei's mansion now sat Rei and Konan on one side and 3 unconscious people were slumped on the other. The first was an old balding man of 89 with many wrinkles, Isamu Uchiha. He was kind of an obvious choice since Konan reported he was the mildest of the Uchiha elders. The guy was one of the very few people alive who were old enough to remember things like Uchiha Madara, Hashirama Senju, the creation of Konoha, all 3 ninja wars, and so on, and on. Rei would like to believe with that age came wisdom since the guy was the only one from the Uchiha Elder Council who opposed the plans for rebellion. Well, he was the only elder left alive too, thanks to that. Then again, the man managed to garner quite a lot of respect from his clansmen during his long life, and having him persuade the remaining ninja population of his clan would go a long way to seamlessly integrating the Uchiha clan to the village on the other side. Frankly, Rei was putting quite a lot of faith in the man cooperating for the good of his clan. After all, the Uchiha clan didn't have much of a choice anymore. The second person was Mariko Uchiha, who was a 30-something civilian. She was picked because apparently, she owned a clothing business, and literally every Uchiha knew her and bought their clothes from her shop. She was well known and well regarded among both the civilian and ninja parts of the clan, which was quite rare considering how arrogant and prick-like the Uchiha clan's ninjas usually were. While Rei didn't strictly need Uchiha civilians, he couldn't just throw them away like used trash, now, could he? Mariko seemed like a good choice for a representative of civilians, and Rei was sure she could persuade the civilian side while also getting some ninjas more open to the integration. And lastly, the third person was Izumi Uchiha. Honestly, she was there simply because Rei wanted her to be present. The girl was 13 and already had Mangekyo Sharinon. It was a sad truth that could prove very beneficial in the long run, so Rei saw no reason not to use it to his benefit. Oh, she was no Itaki Uchiha, that was for sure, but she was the most valuable thing Rei collected on his little expedition to Konoha. Okay, then, let's wake them up. Konan said, and the ceiling tags that kept the three unconscious instantly detached themselves from their foreheads, causing them to stir. Isamu was up and about in a split of a second, a true testament to his instincts and a small show of a reason why exactly he managed to outlive all of his peers. Mariko was quite slow, but even she got wary and woke up fast when she found herself in an unfamiliar room. Only Izumi showed a bit more childish side when she mumbled about requesting 5 more minutes, but was promptly woken up by Isamu, who ruthlessly poked her ribs, causing her eyes to go wide as she gasped in pain and slouched forward. Rei watched in amusement the antics of his involuntary guests, his smile widening when 3 uneasy and questioning pairs of eyes finally landed on him. It was time to show them why following him was their only chance at surviving. Naturally, he just had to start cheerfully. "Hi, there. Didn't expect to wake up again, did ya?" Chapter 226, Uchiha Negotiations 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The 3 Uchihas blankly stared at Rei, confused about what was happening. Surprisingly enough, it was not the experienced Isamu nor the adult Mariko who reacted first. Hello. Izumi half stated, half asked, "What is happening?" She tilted her head and curiously blinked, probably not yet remembering the previous night in her still sleep-befuddled state. "Well, as you might or might not remember, some rebellious elements yesterday decided to eliminate the Uchiha clan. I was like, hey, Rei, that would really be a shame if they all died out, wouldn't it? So, I decided to save you." Rei shrugged, his slightly narrowed eyes trailing over his 3 guests as if he was stalking his prey. "Naturally, I do expect to be repaid," he added to make things clear. Rei watched the reactions of his involuntary guests and approvingly noted that Izumi, despite being only 13, managed to appear outwardly calm and stay quiet despite the raging inferno of emotions Rei could see in her black eyes. The second he reminded them of what transpired the night prior, Izumi's eyes slightly widened as the memories of her previous night sprang to the forefront of her mind. From there, it was a cocktail of shock, anger, sadness, grief, and confusion mixing visibly for anyone who would bother to look. Yet, it was so very obvious the girl had ninja training as her expression was blank and her body, while still giving some tells, at least didn't telegraph it to the whole room. The most visibly distressed of the 3 was the civilian, Mariko, who looked sickly pale as she realized how close to death she came yesterday. She was fidgeting and looking around in panic, her brain trying to comprehend what will happen to her now and what to do. And as expected, the eldest from the group, Isamu, looked almost anciently calm, his emotions perfectly veiled by both ages of experience and his training. If one looked deeper, though, it was obvious the man felt sad about what happened to his clan. "So Itake really betrayed us?" Isamu asked in a resigned tone of a man who already knew the answer, causing the 2 women to snap their eyes towards him, demanding answers. "What do you mean? Itake? That sweet quiet kid who was kind to everyone?" Mariko questioned with a shocked gasp while Izumi only hung her head low. Rei, however, could clearly see her clenched and shaking fists on her knees in barely restrained anger and anguish. To Mariko's question, Isamu only sadly shook his head, showing he himself didn't want to believe that Itaku would be capable of such a decision as slaughtering his own family, and yet, it happened. Izumi took a deep breath and slowly raised her head towards Rei as she quietly asked, "My grandmother, may I bury her corpse?" Rei smiled at her determined look and nodded, "Of course," he said, and saw Izumi instantly relax in relief and her guard slightly lowered in a show that Rei was slowly gaining her trust. It was almost cute how easy it was to garner some goodwill, really. What use would he have for the body of an aged civilian? He resisted the urge to shake his head in amusement. That said, he wouldn't go telling them his shadow core harvested the Sharingan from the corpses of the ninjas who wanted to rebel or were far too arrogant for their own good and therefore forsaken by Rei. These corpses his ninjas didn't bother collecting when they were retreating from Konoha, so unless someone broke the secrecy seal on his shadow core, Tsunade will have a neat supply of Sharingan eyes for a study with nobody from the Uchiha clan the wiser. Not like they could complain since the results will be used to improve the bloodline of the loyal Uchihas anyway. Rei was quite content watching the reactions of his 3 guests. If he took lead in the discussion from the start, he wouldn't be able to assess them as thoroughly as he did now, which led him to some interesting discoveries, especially when Isamu's reactions were concerned. "You suspected Itake?" Rei asked Isamu, his eyes glinting at that bit of information. "Does that mean everybody in the Elder Council suspected Itake of being a spy? Better yet, does that mean Fugako suspected Itake?" His amusement was only increasing as he imagined how Fugako must have felt when after he sent his son to be an umbu for Konoha in order to better the Uchiha clan, he found out the said son actually did his job and was an umbu for Konoha, and not for the clan. Isamu gave a tired half smile that looked quite pitiful on the ancient man. "Let me first introduce myself. I am Isamu Uchiha, as you probably know since I was picked to talk with you." He lightly bowed his head, showing his age was not as restricting as his wrinkles would signify. "May I inquire what exactly do you expect from our clan now that you have us in your grasp?" The second Isamu voiced that question, both Izumi and Mariko stiffened, only now understanding what Rei meant when announced he saved them. Only now they at least partially realized the implications of what happened yesterday and what it meant they woke up opposite to Rei. They were not here to discuss the weather and have fun. Only now did the severity of their situation really enter their mind with the subtlety of a sledgehammer. Rei was happy, hearing Isamu's question. Honestly, if the old man actually let himself be led astray by useless chatter and ignored the important bits, REI would be disappointed. After all, the man was chosen because of his lifelong care for his clan. I want to integrate your clan into my village. REI started, raising his hand to forestall any arguing from Izumi and Mariko, who were already opening their mouths. You should understand that your clan has no home in Konoha anymore. Any Uchiha who would show up in the world will most likely be pronounced as a rogue ninja and hunted with extreme prejudice by Konoha. For Konoha, your clan is extinct with only Itachi and Suzuki Uchiha remaining. It would be awfully suspicious if more Uchiha clansmen started popping up all over the elemental nations, now, wouldn't it? REI grinned at the disgruntled look of Isamu. The old man clearly knew what it all meant and what was not explicitly told. He knew what was in the shadows, not clearly seen. Mariko and Izumi though had no idea, and as such, REI had to elaborate. The people who orchestrated the Uchiha massacre can't let the Uchiha clan live. Even if you manage to return to Konoha and reinstate your clan, in due time, another attempt at wiping you out would be performed. Just think, what would it mean if it came out that Konoha tried to wipe out one of their founding clans? That it was not just an act of one maniac but of Konoha higher UPS? What would it signify for the other clans in the village? REI shook his head. No, the Uchiha clan had to be silently buried if Konoha was to prosper. Otherwise, it would eventually lead to a civil war that would destroy Konoha. Clans would not be able to trust the Hokage if the information that he condoned a massacre spread. To give things more into the perspective, here. REI put a paper on the table between him and his three guests. Taking and reading it, Isamu's eyes widened and his jaw slightly dropped in astonishment while his body shook in disbelief. There. It was the order for Itachi Uchiha to kill his clan, signed by Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi alongside his two advisors. If Isamu had any complaint against the integration, it was a long-forgotten history now. He understood his clan has no other choice in the current situation. REI could basically throw them out and they would be systematically hunted by Konoha, other villages that would want to breed them or get their hands on Sharinon, rogue ninjas for monetary reasons, and, well, they were quite screwed, and the man in front of Isamu seemed like their best and only bet. Isamu sighed and handed the document to Izumi and Mariko. Hiruzen's signature is forged. He doesn't have such exaggerated strokes while signing things. That doesn't matter though. He sighed again, this time more tiredly. Yes, Lord REI, I think our situation and your proposition are quite clear. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I accept and vow to help integrate my clan with your village, he stated, getting a goggle-eyed stare from Mariko and Izumi, to which Isamu just bitterly smiled. He was a part of the Elder Council. It was simply too easy to deduce why he was the only elder present for an important negotiation such as this, or why the clan head was not present. The fate of his clan was now on his shoulders and he would be damned to doom it. Good, REI nodded in satisfaction before a Cheshire grin spread through his lips. Now, I would like to hear the bit about Itachi and your suspicions. I want to hear about the supposed rebellion from your point of view. I want to know what the Uchihas were thinking, doing something as stupid as planning a rebellion against Konoha. REI's eyes sparkled in anticipation. Well, do tell. Chapter 227, The Tale of the Uchiha Rebellion. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Isamu grimaced, not really in the mood to tell that kind of tale. He actually hoped his host would not ask again about Itachi and their suspicions, but REI looked far too eager to hear it. Sighing in resignation, he decided he might as well tell the story from the very start. To put things into proper perspective, I have to start right at the founding of Konoha. I have no desire to repeat well-known history nor spin some long-winded and boring tale of the Uchiha clan's evolution since the founding. All I want to point out is that people close to Madara's level are extremely rare and valuable to clans. Isamu pointed out with a sad smile, since the founding of Konoha, the Uchiha clan produced only 5 S-rank ninjas altogether. You must understand that strong ninjas are the lifeline of a clan, any clan. And yet, currently, there is no S-ranked ninja from any Konoha clan except Tsunade Senjo. Aha, so that's where Itachi comes in. He was supposed to be your secret ace and the symbol of Uchiha's resurging power. The new Uchiha genius. REI chuckled in understanding and Isamu smiled sadly. Yes. When Fugaku discovered the sheer talent of his firstborn, he was immensely proud. He might not be the best man, but he genuinely cared about his son despite not really showing it. On the other hand, he was also the clan head and that meant certain responsibilities. Having a strong heir was a must for Fugaku, and so, Itachi was trained and raised to love his clan. After all, one day, should have been him to lead the clan. Isamu explained bitterly, our clan was always somewhat shunned. Sometimes justly, other times not, that was fine. The real problems, however, came with the Kyuubi rampage. He quieted down for a second to calm himself. We were relocated to the outskirts and that was unacceptable for many. Demeaning, even. The proverbial last straw. And so, the young Itachi got an even heavier burden placed on his shoulders since some radical views started to appear among some of the more arrogant Uchiha clansmen. Hearing that, Izumi seemed a bit saddened before her eyes hardened as any compassion drained from her when she imagined the corpse of her grandmother. It was obvious that whatever friendship there was now completely shattered. Itachi was the most promising Uchiha in the last 50 years. It was only natural Fugaku would push him hard in his training. Though, Isamu grimaced. I warned Fugako not to place the boy into Konoha Umbu. I vehemently argued against that. The boy was supposed to be our most important pillar. Sure, in Umbu, Itake won a lot of prestige and political leverage for the clan. Sadly, it also gave Hiruzen free access to the kid. Isamu shook his head in discontent. And it again goes and comes to the fabled Hiruzen Sarutobi. Honestly, how many talented young boys did the man corrupt? Rei idly mused. He was aware that being Hokage didn't come with a free pass to do anything one desired. Dictatorship or not, clans had rights. The Hokage couldn't really go on his merry way influencing clan heirs without any reason. Around 2 years ago, the situation became more unbearable for the clan. Discontent voices rose to more prominence and the more arrogant ninjas started to openly complain. Funnily enough, I have no idea where it even all started. Was it intentional or not? Who knows? Isamu admitted. That said, Fugako had to do something and fast or face a civil war in the clan, something he wanted to desperately avoid. It would simply be a lose-lose situation no matter which side would win. It was obvious Isamu was disgruntled at remembering that. Not like Rei could blame the man. Family killing a family really didn't have any positive outcome. No, the Uchiha clan would be weakened either way. Civil war? Are you serious? Mariko gulped as she for the first time heard something like that despite being one of the best connected merchants in the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, we didn't advertise it to the civilians but the radicals were pretty stubborn then. Fugako really had no other choice than to start the rebellion club and go complaining/threaten the Hokage that our clan had had enough. Much to my shame, I was the only one against the plan from the Elder Council. It was obvious to whoever logically considered the thought of one clan going against an entire village that we would lose if it came to trading blows. Well, duh. There were barely 1,000 Uchihas before the massacre and from that only about 200 were ninjas. And that is counting genins. 200 versus a village of thousands. Gee, one doesn't have to be a genius to figure it out. Rei mentally rolled his eyes. Then again, Fugako never really wanted the situation to escalate into an open rebellion. Isamu shrugged and the other occupants of the room stilled in surprise. So the guy wasn't total bunkers, then. Rei thought in relief. It was simply a ploy to appease the radical Uchihas and buy time while Fugako negotiates with the Hokage. He needed time to figure out how to calm them down. Unfortunately, it took more than 2 years of back and forth, one side asking for something with the other denying it. Suddenly, even Fugako was unable to stop the radicals and if he went against them, he would be usurped. It was only logical to play along while trying harder to persuade Hokage to give the Uchiha clan something that would calm them down. Itake got involved and became a double spy due to his identity as an Umbu operative and Uchiha clan heir. It was surely on Hiruzen's insistence despite the fact it is frowned upon to ask a clan member to spy on his own clan, much less his own clan head. The boy must have thought himself subtle about it but really, as if a 12 years old could outsmart old geezers who were in this trade before his father was not even a distant thought. Isamu chuckled in amusement at the memory before his lips twisted into a grimace. It was also gut-wrenching to see the father and the son progressively more and more mistrustful of each other behind their cold facades. But worst of all, it all escalated so quickly. Isamu shook his head in sadness. And when Itake attacked, none of you actually expected it, did you? Rei smirked. Danzo basically blindsided them. They were well on their way to negotiate some tangible concessions when Danzo suddenly forged a signed order for a wholesale massacre. Well, to be honest, who would expect to be attacked in their own village? In their own clan compound? By their own ninja? No, we really didn't expect it from Itake. Spying? Sure. Sabotage? Possible. Misinformation? Obviously. But a killing spree and backstabbing? The boy is 13, for Senin's sake. Isamu snorted. There were rumors but that's all that was to it. Simple rumors about Itake's hand in Shisui's mysterious death. Nobody expected him to start cutting people down that night. He was our damned clan heir. Isamu angrily retorted, flaring his nostrils as he vented the sudden slip in his self-control. And here we are. Rei said. And yet here we are. Isamu admitted, somewhat resignedly. Let's just focus on the current problem of integration. I am far too old to deal with problems like what happened yesterday. Chapter 228, Morning with Tsunade. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei stood in the kitchen and busied himself with cooking for himself and Tsunade who sat behind a table, completely nude, with her breasts resting on it as she supported her chin with her hands, nothing concealing her silly but happy grin and tomato-like blush while her eyes contently rested on Rei's back. It was one of those mornings where she could simply let go of every worry and focus only on herself and Rei, basking in her beloved's sweet satisfying calming presence as he calmly cooked for her while she tried to put herself together after yet another mind-blowing night full of senjutsu-enhanced sex. She really needed a few calm hours to make sure her shivering and twitching ceased. A few hours of bliss that Rei promptly made even better by cooking her his nature energy-filled food that did nothing but put her that much closer to yet another orgasm. Oh, Tsunade already knew what they will be doing after the anticipated mouth-watering breakfast. After all, ever since they returned from visiting the fire capital, this little morning ritual of having the breakfast together was quickly becoming one of Tsunade's sinful enjoyments she really didn't want to stop. Rei just had to find yet another way to make her completely addicted to him, didn't he? A well-rested body and slack, still half-asleep mind, post-coital bliss that simply won't cease for hours, and food that could melt her with sheer deliciousness and the incredible aroma. It was simply torture by pleasure. Tsunade shivered yet again, her fingers slightly digging into her cheek and her legs clamping together while her toes curled as her still sensitive body reacted to her thoughts. Gritting her teeth as she tried to prevent herself from becoming a fleshy puddle of goo on the table by having a thought-induced orgasm, Tsunade recognized her immediate need for distraction. She couldn't bask in the soothing presence Rei was purposefully excluding while her body was still so sensitive and the rich aroma of his food was making her mind wander into places where her back was pressed into the soft bed while his body pressed on hers and his strong arms. Aggrr. Tsunade mentally shook herself when her mind again wandered while outwardly it came out as a soft self-conscious whimper. Gotta talk about something or, quickly. Tsunade contently closed her eyes to calm down a bit so she can at least think straight for a second before uttering the first thing on her mind and embarrassing herself more. Oh, how she both loved and hated these moments. Any news from Konoha? They still have no clue what happened during the Uchiha massacre. Tsunade finally found a topic they both had in common. Honestly, it was a bit awkward the first time she started ranting about advanced medic ninja stuff and she only after 2 hours realized Rei didn't have a foggiest what she was spouting. Then again, it was cute how he still listened despite. Yeah, Rei replied, making Tsunade's wandering mind focus on him. I am checking on them daily since the massacre. No change these 2 months, to be honest. From what Konan's information network and my observations tell me, nobody who is not in our village but Obito and Itake knows what really happened. Even then, these two have no real clue who interrupted their mission. Rei carelessly shrugged. Konoha was briefly in an uproar when the bodies dissolved in their morgue but honestly, there was simply no evidence to follow so they reluctantly gave up. I gotta say, good job with that, Tsunade. Blushing slightly, Tsunade grinned, thanks. How is the Suzuki kid? Rei asked Tsunade. That was yet another shock for Rei. He honestly thought he would get all the Uchihas only to miss Suzuki for whatever reason. The kid was not in the compound during the attack. This little fact somehow eluded Rei which somewhat messed his plans up. Rei really wasn't about to try kidnapping the kid. Not when he was so sure Lil Suzuki would have a non-stop umbu guard on his ass. As such, Suzuki was still the last Uchiha in Konoha. Funny how fate worked. Broody as heck, gloomy as fuck, and quiet too. At least Anko is happy he is not complaining when she put him through his paces. According to her, Naruto has enough decibels for both of them. Frankly, I have no idea how did this even happen. Tsunade amusedly shook her head. About a month after the massacre, Tsunade got a message from Anko that Naruto Uzumaki made Suzuki his rival. Naturally, Naruto trashed Suzuki in every way imaginable since he was trained by Anko. To Rei's surprise, however, Suzuki wasn't the cold jerk he remembered from the show. It took Rei only a few seconds to realize that because of him, Itake had no time or energy to subject Suzuki to Tsukuyomi of his clan being massacred again and again. The brat was still a broody and darkish emo creature of grief and hurt but he was not that bad yet. Clearly, Naruto did some talk no jutsu when he met him in the academy and voila, Anko found herself having 2 brats running around in the Senju compound while the umbu following Suzuki could only witlessly stand on the edge of the said compound, not knowing what to do. Really, both Rei and Tsunade found that as funny as it was jaw-dropping. This was a total coincidence as Anko and Naruto didn't have even an inkling of what really happened during the massacre and the fact their agents in Konoha still helped their schemes along without even knowing it made Rei and Tsunade their day. Rei finished the food and put 2 plates on the table, one in front of Tsunade who slightly moaned when she smelled it, and one in front of himself as he sat down and briefly enjoyed Tsunade's nude chest laying on display on the table, her nipples still hard, showing just how horny she still was. Not for a second did Rei doubt she did that on purpose, and damn was it working. I heard you joined the Uchiha retraining program as an instructor. Rei spoke, trying to divert his attention from Tsunade's breasts and the tight feeling in his pants. 1 senju against the entire clan? That must have been humbling. Tsunade smirked in glee at how reluctantly Rei tried to lift his eyes from her chest. This feeling was only enhanced as she relished in the knowledge he failed. She could still see how his pupils were slightly lower than they should be. A normal person wouldn't even notice but she was both medic and ninja. It was easy to note that Rei's eyes were positioned to look at her face but he was still staring at her breasts. Ha, there is no better feeling than knowing my man desires me. Tsunade basked in Rei's attention, straightening her back which pushed her breast slightly forward, made them that much more tempting. That's the entire point of the program, isn't it? She almost purred. Beat the arrogance out of them. Rei took a long breath and finally tore his eyes from Tsunade's chest, centering himself and slightly smiling at his victory when he saw her lips curl into a small frown. Yeah, I am just happy Isamu did his job and nobody tried to run away. Now that would be awkward. Well, you do have silencing seals on them. It's not like they could go blabbing around about the existence of our village. Uchihas are arrogant ponces. They are not stupid. I am sure most of them actually realizes their situation in full and see this chance you provided for what it is. A chance at survival. It really helps you are offering them additional benefits. Once my research is done, I really don't think the Uchiha clan will ever leave the village even if you try to remove them kicking and screaming. Their bloodline is simply that important to them. Tsunade hummed and started eating. Rei nodded. Tsunade was researching how to awaken Sharinon in every single Uchiha kid. She was actually almost done with it, and yesterday's night of wild sex was a celebration of the partial completion of her research. REI assigned her that task, and so she felt she was entitled to certain rewards. Not that REI would argue that point with her. It was as much rewarding for him as it was for her, after all. In any case, Tsunade found a way to help awaken Sharinon and mature it in a few years without all that near-death situation crap. By the time the Uchiha clan kids leave the academy in their village, they will all have fully matured Sharinon and actually know how to use it. In hindsight, yeah, REI could see how the Uchiha clan would never leave. Especially since the method will be one of the village secrets locked behind so many secrecy seals it would spook even Danzo. Well, I still think subjecting kids to traumatizing genjutsu of their parents being slaughtered and tortured in front of their eyes on the starting day is a bit too brutal. REI pondered aloud. But I can see the benefits. It will just require quite a bit of psychological help. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Leave that to me. That's the job for my department. She dismissed his concerns. This way our little ninjas will be prepared for the day when they find themselves in the kill or be killed situation. If they complain about it or can't put themselves together after the experience, they are not fit to be a ninja. She shrugged. My Sharinon awakening serum can only do so much. It can only grant the kids who would otherwise never be able to awaken the bloodline a chance to do precisely that. I am afraid, the trauma still has to be administered in proper amounts for it to work. Leave the academy to me and Konan. We both know our methods are brutal, but I would rather encourage our academy students to explore their mental and physical limits in a controlled environment rather than die somewhere in a ditch because they overestimated themselves. REI snorted but let it go. He knew she was right. There was nothing to argue about. He decided to attack his food with a newfound vigor to vent his slight frustration. Tsunade watched as REI chomped on his food, and the feeling of contentment again spread through her body. The first stage of her surprise plan was finished thanks to the Uchiha massacre. Since she and REI came back from the visit to the fire capital, she wondered how she could be useful to REI. With the recent events and their consequences, Tsunade finally found an answer and pulled together a plan. From what happened recently, she was sure REI would be pleased, and she couldn't wait to see his shock and delight once he found out. Briefly, Tsunade pondered if she should tell him about her plan, but then again, that would take away the whole point of surprise. In the end, she decided against it. After all, what could go wrong? Chapter 229, Coming to the Wind Capital. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Days quickly passed, and while Tsunade departed from the village on the other side to polish and enact her own plans, REI had no idea about it since just a day prior he left with Pakura to deal with his own machinations. They were currently on the front of the deck of a boat sporting the Uzushio Trading Company logo on its sails, about a few minutes away from entering the Wind Capital's docks. They naturally could just teleport there, and if they did that, they would already be in the Wind Capital long ago, but sadly, in politics, posturing and appearances do matter. REI was amused when Pakura vehemently refused to be subtle. According to her, the nobles of the Wind Country are too thick to understand a subtle approach. Hence, they decided to go with blatantly obvious. After all, it was Pakura who was born in this country. As such, REI decided to leave everything to her and simply enjoy looking at her at her from behind as she deals with the pompous aristocratic gits. It wasn't that REI hated nobles. On the contrary, to be honest, he quite liked to deal with them, but the nobles of the Wind Country were a tad bit too much for his exalted tastes. The country was situated in a desert, and that meant harsh life for its inhabitants. Food, wood, and sometimes even water had to be imported because of that. Needless to say, the prices for these things were a bit higher than in other countries. This put the import of food into an entirely new perspective for both nobles and merchants in the country. Usually, one made a pact with another, and then the noble tried to appeal to the daimyo for exclusive import rights for the merchant on various types of food during one of the bidecadal conventions in the Wind Capital, trying to rake up as much profit as possible by legal means. Hence, the prices were even higher than they should have been. REI wasn't against stealing. He understood the urge. That said, he firmly believed when a person is in politics, he or she should first do the job before stealing from the remaining funds. What irked REI was that the nobles of the Wind Country swindled money by feeding their subjects, which is basically their primary responsibility anyway, and then had the gal to be arrogant about it? Well, that was the entire reason why REI was even here. He simply wanted to see how Pakura presents herself and the interests of the Uzushio Trading Company at the next convention. After all, they were going for a literal steal? Seeing how nervous Pakura was, REI chuckled before placing his hand on hers in a comforting gesture, earning himself a small smile from the usually strict woman. Don't worry. All you have to do is to shame a few stuck-up pricks and propose the Uzushio Trading Company's food import deal. With the prices we are offering. REI shrugged in a show of what he thought about the chances of the daimyo agreeing to anybody else's deal. He had to agree. Pakura was not very good at negotiating a business deal. In fact, she was possibly the worst of his wives for such a thing. Even Mei and Ringo could bully and threaten somebody into doing something, but Pakura liked a more level-headed, polite, and rational approach. Honestly, her personality hindered her more in these situations. Pakura was first and foremost an administrator. That's where she shined, while Tsunade took care of business and Konan of politics. Compared to Tsunade and Konan, Pakura wasn't exactly talented, and REI surmised that's why she was currently nervous. I am not worried about our cover. I am worried about our real objective. She wryly frowned and snuggled closer to REI. REI nodded knowingly. Don't worry about that. I have it all arranged. He smugly added, causing Pakura to give him an inquisitive look, but it seemed REI was dead set on not revealing anything to her. You should relax, Kara. REI kissed her forehead. I know it was years since you interacted with anybody from the Wind Country, and being back might feel weird. REI suddenly found himself unable to continue as Pakura's lips landed on his, interrupting his sentence. For some reason, he didn't really mind as he gazed into her grateful and somewhat relieved eyes. They parted, still embracing each other, and Pakura finally smiled. Thank you. Seeing her body finally relax, REI nuzzled his chin on the top of her head, quite liking her shorter figure at the moment. Just remember, we are not here to cause a conflict. We are here only to threaten one. As long as you remember that, you won't go too far. And if I do, then, may Hagoromo have mercy on their soul. REI snorted before affectionately whispering into her ear. No matter my schemes and their success, in the end, you and my other 4 vixens are the most important thing to me. The continent could burn as long as you are safe and happy. REI paused and enjoyed how Pakura's embrace tightened before grinning. Then again, it's not like the Wind Daimyo's family would suffer from a bit of preventive culling. There is certainly enough of them. Honestly, the pest control of this country. Pakura rolled her eyes at that, but there was far too much amusement in them for the gesture to seem anything but jovial. The Wind Daimyo was a bad man, REI. He is a very approachable and reasonable person. The only fault I could find with him is that he simply enjoys his women and his women enjoy his money. That's all. Yeah, and while they do so, they also birth him a whole litter. Pakura, the man has over 80 children and is barely in his mid-30s. REI deadpanned, causing her to blush. Pakura knew this verbal battle was lost before she even started defending the Wind Daimyo. She didn't really do it because of any lingering loyalty. She simply liked the reluctant jealousy in REI's eyes when she talked about the man. Then again, the Wind Daimyo did spend a considerable time sending her offer after offer to become anything from concubine to consort, all the way to proper wife when she was still a Suna Kunoichi. For her, it was a very cute and satisfying feeling that REI felt so possessively about her. It made her feel wanted and appreciated. REI, on the other hand, decided it was not worth further discussion. The man was the goddamn ruler of his country, and currently, he had 38 heirs with various women ranked from maids to nobles and everything in between, not even counting the daughters who would be interested in inheriting the throne through either marriage to one of their brothers or, well, more violent methods. REI was going to enjoy spectating that particular succession battle, that's for sure. Fortunately for both of them, the wind capital harbor peeked from the horizon, ending their discussion as they enjoyed the marvelous sight spreading in front of them. Chapter 230, Feast. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. REI and Pakura sat on their knees on the plush pillows, in front of them a well-decorated wooden table of low height, barely reaching their waist. They were located in the corner of a massive throne room of the Wind Daimyo, unnoticed because they forgot to mention to the waiters which company they represented, simply saying they were here for the food import convention. Since anybody could turn up as long as they represented a food-producing company, nobody really paid much attention to them in the chaos of seating and serving all the guests. REI was amused that nobody even asked the name of their company, while Pakura looked mutinous at the mere thought of such disregard for safety, taking notes of what the organizers did wrong so when she has to organize such an event, she will know what needs special attention. As for their seating, the more important one's company is, the closer to the daimyo he was to be seated. This was something everybody was supposed to know, hence when they didn't complain at being given a seat as far away from the ruler as possible, even the waiters simply dismissed them, not even bothering to ask about their identity. In the end, it wasn't as if some no-name company had a chance to get a deal. The real moneymakers were firmly in the hands of nobles. It was less of a competition between the merchants and more between the nobles, where the merchants supported by the winning noble got the deal. Granted, every once in a while some lucky upstart earned rights for this or that product, but in the grand scheme of things, it didn't really matter. The market was firmly divided between the main players and everybody knew it. The throne room was marvelous, lavish, gigantic, and almost exaggeratedly decorated, appropriately showing the importance of the current event. In the front, on an elevated platform, the daimyo, a somewhat plump brown-haired man, sat surrounded by his rightful heir, a pompous-looking boy of 14 years of age, and the mother of his heir, obviously a noblewoman from birth who oozed arrogance. According to what REI heard, the woman was first the daimyo's consort and only attained the position of wife after the previous one mysteriously died alongside her 3 children on their holidays. Honestly, the royal family didn't impress REI. Not at all. He leaned closer to Pakura and softly whispered, gesturing with his eyes at daimyo's wife. See that cow? She is milking every ounce of self-importance in her immediate surroundings so hard, it produces a permanent scowl on her face. To think you could have been in her place. REI snickered, earning himself a playful swat from Pakura as she mock-scowled at him. It indeed was a bit amusing for her how unpredictable fate can be. If she didn't refuse the daimyo's offer all these years back and insisted to be his legitimate wife, it would indeed be her scowling next to him, most likely with a child or 10 around her. Shuddering thoughts. I am actually surprised Mikumai has only 1 child with her. Pakura quietly replied, that tells you how he really feels about her considering she became his consort 15 years ago. Right. With his stamina, Rei bit the inside of his cheek to stop himself from laughing. Pakura rolled her eyes, trying to appear fed up, but the slight smile on her face was ruining it for her. She quickly pecked Rei on the lips in an attempt to shut his chuckling up, right as the daimyo stood up, causing the hall full of nobles and merchants to quieten down. Countrymen, friends, and visitors, welcome. Today, we came together to decide who will gain the responsibility of feeding my subjects. I am pleased to see so many of you here, prepared to present your offers and willing to make a trading agreement with me for the next 5 years. That said, I formally open the Wind Country Food Convention. Before we start with the main point of this day, I would like you to partake in the hospitality of the Wind Country. Please, enjoy the feast. The daimyo's surprisingly pleasant voice spread through the room, causing a moderate cheering and clapping before the servants started serving food to the guests. It was a tradition to have a monumental feast with loads of food from every corner of the known world before the main event began. That's actually why so many guests turned up despite knowing they will likely be leaving without getting the deal. After all, it wasn't as if they could not sell food in the Wind Country. It was just that the winners today will get many advantages, tax exemptions, and benefits that would actually make selling their food products even more profitable. Rei and Pakura quietly ate in peace, enjoying the delicacies served to them, acting as if it was a date and not an important political event. At times, they affectionately fed each other all the while whispering small sweet little nothings, completely ignoring the bewildered stares of their neighbors from the tables around them. When they finally noticed how much attention they garnered from those around them, Rei simply put his arms around Pakura and started kissing her, despite her weak protests. She was simply far too eager in returning his affections for the protests to be real. Neither of them cared what the people around them thought since nobody wanted to make a scene. They also sat too far back and in the corner for anybody of much importance to pay attention to them. Even the daimyo on his elevated platform overseeing the whole massive room would have a hard time spotting them. As the couple expected, their neighbors simply tried to ignore them in between all of the concerned and embarrassed glances they threw at them. It wasn't as if the busybodies could loudly protest or something. Needless to say, both Pakura and Rei were proud of themselves for making so many people uncomfortable. 2 hours later, the feast slowly started to near its end and Pakura suddenly noticed a man near the daimyo. Instantly poking Rei, she discreetly pointed at him. The exuberating man in the lavender frilly kimono is Harasawa Kurito. The sly-looking black-haired man sitting next to him is Karen Kyo from the country of rice. Ninja, Rei pointed out as he felt the man's chakra reserves. Not a retired one either. Rei frowned. Ninjas did not sell crops for their country. That was a waste of talent and resources. Sure, it can happen but ninjas indeed do occasionally retire, but these usually do not have Jonin-level reserves and their chakra doesn't flow as if it was regularly used. Rei looked suspiciously at Pakura. Rice country, you say? Pakura nodded. In the last convention, they won rights for the import of rice and some other crops. Rice country is known for its agriculture and for some reason, some years back their business policy was completely overhauled. Nobody knows why or where the earnings actually end up. She eyed the sly-looking would-be ninja next to the Wind Country nobleman. They would be our main competition and I don't expect a fair fight. And the girl? Rei pointed at the sandy-haired girl sitting next to Kyo. It's been a long while since I saw such a petulant dissatisfied pout on a highborn woman. Yeah, that's Harasawa Haruko. Apparently, Kurito decided Kyo is bringing him enough wealth so he decided to engage his only daughter with him. Clearly, his daughter sees the situation differently. Aha. Rei nodded, gears turning in his head. Say, is she the only child? Pakura momentarily halted, pursing her lips. Yes. She carefully pondered Rei's quiet suggestion, tilting her head, watching Kurito as if he was prey. Good point. Maybe we could promise some aid. It didn't take long before Kyo felt the subtle hostile intent aimed their way and started discreetly looking around, still chatting with the blissfully ignorant Kurito. Pakura averted her gaze from them, causing Rei to smirk as he saw her brain plotting and scheming in overdrive. He had to nudge her in an attempt to make her stop for the time being. I just found Raza. The right side of the room, near the wall, shrouded by some concealment seal. Damn, he really must hate the Wind Daimyo if his glare is any indication. Yeah, as you can see, Mikuma is quite tense and slightly leans to the left every time Raza looks his way. I noticed the kaze cage in the first 15 minutes. Pakura distractedly confirmed, still shrewdly glancing between Haruko and the Wind Daimyo. To think she was such a ball of nerves before. Rei thought proudly. He wasn't about to bring Pakura's attention to her state but he was satisfied with how she held herself. All it took was to redirect her attention towards work. Typical Pakura. He reminded himself affectionately. Suddenly silence spread through the room as the daimyo finally stood up, and exclaimed, "Esteemed guests, I hope you enjoyed the feast. Now, let the main event begin." Chapter 231, Unbeatable Deal 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. As the Wind Daimyo stood up and announced the beginning of the main part of the meeting, the whole hall became completely silent, waiting for him to proceed. As is customary, we will begin with the contract for the import of rice. The daimyo glanced at Kurito who almost preened. Anyone who is interested may speak now, or be quiet for the next 5 years. And for a moment, nobody did. Everybody knew who would most likely win the deal for the import of rice. Only the Hasagawa family had considerable tax exemptions on several food products, including rice. Worse yet, Hasagawa sponsored Karinokyo, who was the representative of the country of rice, the most agricultural country on the continent. It was widely known the amount of rice they could supply would dwarf anyone else's proposition. Because of that, Hasagawa could ask for quite a high price for the import of rice, and even if somebody offered a cheaper alternative, they wouldn't win the contract for the simple reason that Kyo could provide rice in much greater amounts and of superior quality than anybody else. Rice was far too important for the wind country. It was easily stored and moved, and yet could be easily imported in huge quantities while lasting an incredibly long time. It was the staple food of the whole country, so as long as the price was not extremely exaggerated, the deciding factor for the daimyo was how much the provider can actually import. Everybody knew that, and so, with all the benefits, tax exemptions, and whatnot, the deal was a literal gold mine that nobody could hope to challenge. Kuruto smugly stood in a leisure manner when everybody stayed silent and beamed at the wind daimyo. Since it seems nobody is actually concerned with the well-being of the people, I, Hasagawa Kuruto, would like to offer my humble service. I am sure that my family's contact with the rice country, Karinokyo, will be delighted to broker a deal between our two nations. I just hope we can settle on a deal beneficial for all the concerned parties. He finished with a light smile. The wind daimyo nodded, looking completely unamused. The bastard basically subtly told him the previous deal and imports of rice would continue only if he gave some additional concessions to the Hasagawa family. Considering nobody else actually offered an alternative, the daimyo didn't have even a flimsy excuse to refuse. He simply could not refuse. Between all the bribed ministers, blackmail, no other alternative, and the fact that in the previous 5 years somebody was sabotaging most caravans importing rice that is not from the rice country. Fucking Raza. That damn no good piece of trash? 5 years and he, a person in charge of an entire village of ninjas, can't figure out who is attacking the food merchants? Bullshit. I am sure the rice prick has some kind of deal with that bastard. The daimyo wistfully thought while inwardly sighing. He was sick of having to employ ninjas from other countries as guards for important things because, obviously, Raza was not as loyal as his position would suggest. Yes, the wind daimyo knew that Suna was suffering extreme financial problems since he and Raza started silently feuding. That however didn't mean Raza could just go behind his back and make deals that would in the long run hurt his country. If only the blasted fool realized that. I might hate him beyond all reason, but Suna is my freaking main war deterrent. Yet, I can't even make use of them because of an arrogant twit who wants to play political games and then dump all the blame at my feet, saying the Suna villagers suffer because I refuse to play nice with him. The daimyo started to get a bit irritated and decided to squash these thoughts as he turned towards the silent hall. With one twitch of his lips, he decided to follow the protocol and give one last customary question in the usual self-assured tone. I ask for the last time, is there anyone else in attendance who would like to compete for the benefits of the main provider of rice for the wind country? His hopes plummeted as nobody said anything. The daimyo knew it wasn't that nobody wanted the position. It was simply that nobody thought they could win, and even if they did win, they would be disadvantaged. It simply wasn't a good deal. Most of the biggest rice suppliers already withdrew from the country anyway because of the rice shipment raids as of late. Well, I tried, but I spotted the problems with the other rice imports far too late to do anything substantial before this meeting. Guess I will simply have to gift another 5-year-long license to Hasagawas and spend more time trying to drive this filth away from my country in the following 5 years. I wonder if I should start employing Konoha or IWA ninjas for that. Realizing the people are waiting for him, he spoke, hating how gleeful Kuruto Hasagawa looked. In that case, the deal goes to Hasdash. The people grew confused as the daimyo cut himself in the middle of the sentence. Not long after that, their attention was drawn to the clanging sound of footsteps. Turning their heads, they saw the reason for the unexpected distraction. A woman was walking closer towards the front of the hall, her steps echoing with confidence and purpose. The daimyo couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the woman in wonder and felt as if a lump blocked his throat, preventing him from speaking. The only thing he managed to choke out was a quiet disbelieving, Pakura. The woman to whom he owed his life and the safety of his country, the hero of the Third Ninja War, was alive. As the daimyo was looking at the people in the hall for somebody wanting to fight Hasagawas for the rice deal, Pakura kissed Rei one last time. I guess, that's my cue. Wish me luck. Rei simply nodded, supportively squeezing her hand before letting go with a whimsical smirk on his face. Give em hell, dear. Pakura chuckled before silently standing up and starting to raise her path towards the front of the hall, weaving through the guests, attracting a lot of attention the closer she got. Finally, the daimyo spotted her and Pakura had to stifle the urge to snicker at his baffled expression when she stopped a respectable distance before the elevated platform and slightly bowed her head in a show of respect, ignoring the gasp of surprise from the right side of the hall where Raza sat. I am Pakura, the representative of the Uzushio Trading Company. That elicited more surprised gasps from the audience and even a hopeful widening of the daimyo's eyes. We recently decided to branch out, she nonchalantly shrugged. As such, we would like to compete for the rice import agreement against the Hasagawa family. May the better supplier win. With an amused and somewhat mocking smirk, she looked at Kyo and Kuruto, who looked as if they ate a lemon. The Uzushio Trading Company may have started operating only recently, but everyone in the hall suddenly grew restless as they realized the most important thing. How in the hell were they supposed to compete against one of the richest international superpowers once it started encroaching on their business field? Just like that, the hall descended into mayhem. Chapter 232, Unbeatable Deal 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. I object. An angry snarl broke everyone from their reverie. She is a rogue ninja? She should be detained. Pakura turned to the right as one of her eyebrows rose upward in a completely unamused fashion while her eyes landed on Raza, who was standing up, preparing to attack. If I remember correctly, in the documentation of the Tsunagakur, I am a dead ninja, not a rogue one. Pakura replied in a cold tone, after all, you did send me on a suicide mission and then wrote me off as an unfortunate casualty. It's not my problem that I survived your blatant attempt at sacrificing me because I was your strongest political opponent. She sneered, stopping Raza in his tracks, his eyes worriedly glancing at the daimyo, who now listened with quite intense interest, angrily narrowing his eyes at what he just heard. Unimpressed, Pakura simply continued, don't worry, Raza. This convention would last for a few days. I am sure we can make time with the daimyo to discuss why exactly you so stupidly broke one of the very few laws that still apply to the Kaze cage. In the back of the hall, Rei smirked. He couldn't wait to see that conversation. After all, any cage was exempt from many laws of the land. That, however, didn't mean they could do whatever they wished. There were still a few laws they had to abide by. Not willfully sending ninjas to their death without a good reason or a good benefit showing for it was one of them. Unfortunately for Raza, an attempt to kill one of the biggest threats to him keeping the position of Kaze cage was not a good enough reason. Normally, Raza would face no repercussions no matter what he did, but right now, they were in front of the only man who was figuratively speaking higher than him in the political pecking order. Having Pakura reveal this little incident in front of the man, well, staring at the angry but silent Raza as he stupidly stood, confused about what he should do, Pakura deemed he didn't have anything more to say and turned back towards the Wind Daimyo. I think we should get back to discussing the reason why we gathered here today before the rude interruption. She then retrieved a document from her pocket and gestured for a nearby servant to take it and bring it to the daimyo since she couldn't approach closer due to the rules. That is our offer. I am sure you will find it more than generous. Everyone stared in silence, eagerly awaiting daimyo's response while he took the document from his servant and started to read it. Only Kurito Hasagawa and Karanokyo stared in starstruck disbelief that somebody indeed dared to try competing against them. The same disbelief started to slowly morph into a foreboding sense of dread the more the daimyo's lips started widening into a smile as he read Pakura's offer. They obviously knew that the Wind Daimyo wasn't pleased with them having the contract for rice imports. Seeing the same man smiling as if Christmas came sooner than he expected when a counteroffer was provided, yeah, they really didn't like what they were currently witnessing. Finally done with the document, the Wind Daimyo softly chuckled and his eyes landed on the leisure form of Pakura as she indifferently stood in front of him. The daimyo couldn't help but appreciate the sight of her, both her physical beauty for which he so relentlessly sent offer after offer to her a few years prior and the fact she yet again pulled him out of a dastardly hard situation. Saving me from trouble again, huh? The daimyo pursed his lips in amusement and averted his gaze towards the crowd. Anyone else wishes to participate in the competition for the rice import contract for the Wind Country between the Uzushio Trading Company and the Hasagawa family sponsoring the Rice Country representative? He firmly asked and waited for a few seconds. When nobody reacted, the daimyo smiled. In that case, I declare the Uzushio Trading Company winner. Pakura knowingly smirked. Karanokyo gritted his teeth, thinking about how to mitigate this disaster. He knew returning to his master with the message that the money flow from the Wind Country would stop would earn him some very painful moments as a test subject for his master's scientific endeavors. Unlike Karano, who took the declaration with calmness, Kurito Hasagawa turned red and only barely managed to keep his voice in line. At. He took several calming breaths, remembering that yelling at the daimyo would most likely not help his case. May I ask why we lost? The daimyo looked at him and nodded. Naturally. That is your right. He passed the document to a servant who took it towards Kurito. As you can read from the official offer from the Uzushio Trading Company, they offered 10 times the amount of rice you provided in the last 5 years for half of the price you asked for. He informed Kurito with unusual barely veiled giddy amusement. Therefore, by the rules of this convention, the contract goes to them. It was a complete truth too. Pakura's offer was exactly half of the price and exactly 10 times the size of what Karano offered through the Hasagawa family. Only an idiot wouldn't notice that simple fact and what it meant. Pakura must have known weeks before the start of the convention what figures would Karano and Hasagawa try to push for in order to reach such a result. There must have been a rat. Kurito realized as he clutched the document, frantically reading it. His most lucrative business was just stolen and he could not contest it. If it was just a bit more than their offer, he could do it. But there was no way they could cover 10 times the currently promised amount of rice. He was screwed and he knew it. Pakura smirked at the face he was making. Clearly, they didn't meet Konan yet. As if there was information she couldn't acquire with a reasonable amount of effort. But, how can they produce so much? It is obviously a sham. Uzu Island doesn't even have sufficient space for so much farming. Kurito screamed, causing others to start muttering. It has to be said, the amount of rice Karano imported from the rice country was massive. It might not have been enough for the whole of the Wind Country, but it easily covered 20% of its consumption alone. 10 times that. It was a bit unbelievable. Pakura just snorted at the blatant accusation. Our farms were created by partnering with the Biribiri Company. Their space expansion seals are quite handy for farming on limited space. You are also forgetting that the Uzumaki clan are masters at sealing arts. We can produce a lot more than what we offered to the Wind Country. It's just that the Wind Country doesn't need more than the currently offered amount. Pakura then sharply turned towards the seated guests. By all means, if you are interested in buying more rice or other kind of crops, contact the Uzushio Trading Company. Pakura was very aware that many representatives of various countries were present at this event. It wouldn't hurt to make a free advertisement like this, no? And with that, she turned back towards the daimyo, slightly bowed before leaving back towards her seat at the far end of the hall. Well, then, let's move on. Daimyo's eyes twinkled with amusement. Since our staple food is already covered, the next item discussed is the import of. Tuning out the daimyo and ignoring the various stares, Pakura finally reached her seat and sat down next to Rei, snuggling into his side. Well, that was fairly easy. At least one of our goals is finished. With this, our other goals will be a lot easier to achieve, she contently whispered. For them, the convention that would drag on for a few weeks yet, already ended. There was no real reason to take a bigger chunk of the import contracts after acquiring the one for rice. It's not as if they did all that for money. Don't let anybody say there is a better way to control a country than to provide what they need most. Rei agreed, gently kissing her cheek. Next target. Raza. They both giddily chorused together. It was time to start rocking the boat called the Wind Country at its core. Chapter 233, Vacation with May 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The very next day, Rei and Pakura found Daimyo's servant waiting for them as they returned from exploiting the Wind Capital and received an invitation for a tea for the next week. Considering how busy the daimyo had to be because of the food imports convention, that really meant he was quite eager for the meeting. Then again, finding out the Kaze Cage who he hates send the Kunoichi who he owed to a suicide mission because he was afraid of facing her head-on in politics, there was no doubt the Wind Daimyo would have a field day with that kind of information. Rei would bet if there was no important convention, the daimyo would already delightfully diss Raza with utterly gleeful abandon. Crimes of cages usually stay unexposed since the only person who can persecute them is their respective daimyo. Even for that, the daimyo first has to know something untoward happened, which is often not the case. For example, the daimyo was only told that Pakura died on a mission abroad. That was it. As suspicious as it was, there was no way for him to investigate, therefore there was nothing to even accuse Raza of. That's why Pakura so vehemently added her accusation he pre-planned her murder. Now, the Wind Daimyo had some basis for suspicion towards Raza and his rule-breaking. Now, he simply had to meet with Pakura and get her story and then he could call for a meeting of the Suna Council. All in all, there was a ton of fun to be had in the following weeks if your name was Raza. After another 2 days of exploring restaurants, food stalls, and sites in the Wind Capital while mapping the city, Rei and Pakura decided to teleport to Rei's dimension for a few peaceful days after they prepaid their hotel room for the next week so they won't lose it. The sight that instantly greeted them after arriving was May with her fox, Auburn, sitting on her shoulders in her shrunken form, visibly channeling chakra through May who had a ball of swirling dense bluish-red liquid moving not unlike lava above her palm. The vegetation around May was already drying out because of the intense heat the girl so readily ignored and the air around her shimmered. Honestly, Rei had to face palm. May. He started in a pleasant tone that was slowly turning threatening. Perchance, you wouldn't have completely ignored me when I last told you not to experiment with world-ending jutsu, would you? Right. And just like that, May stiffened, robotically turning towards them. Rei, what are you doing here? May quickly realized what she just asked after seeing the meaningful look Rei was giving her. This is not how it looks like. Ehehe. She awkwardly laughed, trying to avert her gaze from Rei's admonishing eyes and Pakura's amused stare. May quickly cancelled the technique and turned towards them in a fidgety manner. Not how it looks, eh? So, you are not really inventing yet another supercharged jutsu of doom, are you? Pakura mirthfully interjected, putting her hands on her hips. As if you could talk, Mrs. Desert Maker. May petulantly backtalked. You can and I can't do this. It's so unfair. She huffed and crossed her arms. It's not like I don't take precautions or am reckless with my experimentation. Pakura rolled her eyes at her. It's because I am responsible and you are childish. Yadold, she playfully said without any real heat in the statement. If you want to play then ask Rei to build you a playground lest you burn down our home. Rei simply stared and rubbed his forehead. He was a man and as such, he was well aware his opinion was not wanted nor needed in this playful banter between his two females. Especially where May was concerned. He could admit his faults and sadly, he was far too lenient towards May. Pakura, on the other hand, had no such problem and could chew the younger girl somewhat fierce. It was better to leave the parenting talks to her. Much to his dismay, hearing Pakura's advice, May turned towards him. Will you really build me a place where I can experiment? She excitedly asked, almost bouncing on her feet. Rei couldn't in good conscience say no to that face filled with pure happiness at the thought. May was his little demolition expert who relished making destructive jutsu. Since she made her very first one, and Rei has to grudgingly admit that maybe he should not have heaped praise on her for being such a genius at annihilation. May simply found her calling and from there, she started to love experimenting with potentially planet-ending things. Oh, woe is me. Rei dryly thought. Where exactly is Tsunade? This week it was her job to take care of you. No clue. May uncaringly shrugged. She left 2 days ago. Not even Konan could tell me where she went. Probably one of her medicine gathering trips or whatever. Rei was a bit startled that Tsunade was supposedly away on her own business. Surprisingly, she didn't even inform Konan what she was doing, but, in the end, he decided to let it go. After all, it wasn't as if she could somehow unwittingly mess up his plans. No. As upset as he could get that she just left Mei to her own devices, Rei couldn't fault Tsunade. Mei was an adult and should know better than to set countries on fire. Well, then, I think I will leave you two to it and go look for Maki. Pakura hummed and gave Rei a knowing look before leaving. Rei just chuckled and approached the clueless Mei, who tilted her head at Pakura. As he got close to her, he suddenly hugged her, drowning her small lithe frame in his own embrace as he kissed her forehead. I am sorry, Mei, he whispered, making Mei stiffen. Recently, I might have neglected you because of the workload. Rei could feel Mei's hands circle around his torso and tighten around him gently yet possessively in appreciation. She clearly liked what she was hearing. I have a few days before we have to return to the Wind Capital for a meeting with the Wind Daimyo. I think spending them with you would be nice. What do you say? Mei pressed her face into Rei's chest, the tips of her ears burning red, causing Rei to chuckle. Suo, I wonder what kind of seals would I need to place to create an isolated space where you can do your... His voice slightly faltered. Hobby. We wouldn't want you to vaporize my entire dimension, now, would we? Hearing that, the happy Mei slightly pulled away from him, her arms still firmly around his torso. We can do that later, Rei. Now, I would very much rather find a place where we can do each other. She beamed at him. Somehow, Rei had to resist the almost irresistible urge to facepalm again. Chapter 234, Vacation with Mei 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei woke up to a warm and squishy sensation on his chest, spreading a comfortable feeling through his body. Groggily opening his eyes, the very first thing that greeted him was a sight of auburn hair messily covering most of his and Mei's upper body like a blanket. In a sudden bout of nostalgia, he remembered the small, androgynous, filthy, and hungry kid he saved from being beaten in the streets of Kirigakure. Rei couldn't help but admire the mind-boggling beauty Mei became. Was it already so long? He idly thought as his hand started absent-mindedly caressing Mei's hair. Geez, I sound like an old geezer. Now that I mentioned it, how old am I again? Sigh escaped his lips before they spread into an indulgent smile as he felt the warm Mei's body stir. Mei slowly lifted her cheek from his chest, looking still half asleep as her dull gaze landed on Rei's face and her body again relaxed, putting the full weight of her impressive bust back onto Rei's chest. Somebody is an eager early riser, I see. Mei quietly teased, poking a sleeping lady so hard. Before Rei could even properly register what his willful vixen said, her lips needily descended on his, gently administering tender greetings. Rei's arms subconsciously circled Mei's body, landing on her back as he pulled her closer. For a moment, the world ceased to exist for the two lovers who forgot themselves in each other's embrace. Finally separating, Rei appreciatively swept Mei's form with his eyes before licking his lips. To be honest, waking up to the tantalizing feeling of your bare chest, anybody would rise to the opportunity. His lips stretched into an honest smile. Mei didn't have the energy to clean and clothe themselves after their nightly activities yesterday, and unfortunately or fortunately for Rei, she decided his body is the best pillow she could ask for and refused to let go. Therefore, both slept completely naked. Sucks to be them, then. I already decided only you are invited to enjoy my benefits, she purred and started kissing Rei's chest. Enjoying the feeling for a moment, Rei reluctantly sighed and put his hand on Rei's head, stopping her. We should get up or we will stay in bed for the rest of the day like the previous 2 days. I swear you are far too good at keeping me here. I had a marvelous teacher. Mei giggled and tried to continue with her kisses, but Rei stopped her by relocating his hand on her forehead. Oh, he smirked, causing Mei to cutely pout in a last vain attempt at tempting Rei to stay in bed. I for one didn't forget having to construct you a separate place where you can experiment with jutsu. Come on, rise and shine, dear. If I don't finish it now, I fear the next time I return home it will be just a pile of ash. Mei reluctantly obeyed, mentally grumbling, I am not that bad, am I? After breakfast with all his girls present at home, Rei found out Konan was busy with the Biribiri company since Tsunade took a vacation, Ringo was in the middle of weapon development, and Pakura was neck-deep in paperwork for the new academy. In the end, it was again just him and Mei for the day, much to the redhead's delight. Packing a picnic basket, Rei and Mei were on their way to the edge of their dimension in order to set up a new training ground for more hazardous techniques. The edge of Rei's dimension was still covered in thick forest where even the smallest vines were thicker than a tree trunk in the normal world. Only after an hour of traversing through the dense jungle at Jonin speed did Rei stop, satisfied with the place. I think we are far enough from the middle of the dimension, he said to Mei, before gesturing to trees with a nod. Would you mind clearing the place up? Mei beamed at the request for destruction and Rei instantly felt the air around them thicken without any visible change, causing him to cover himself in earth chakra in order to prevent damage. In a mild surprise, he watched as the incredibly tough trees full of nature energy slowly started to ignite out of nowhere, bursting with fire. Overkill much? He mentally deadpanned. It would take at least elite Chunin to even scratch the trees in his dimension. With the amount of nature energy coursing through them at any given moment, it would be a damn miracle if they caught fire after being subjected to at the very least B-rank fire jutsu. It was a testament to Mei's proficiency at Fire Elemental Chakra. It was clear to Rei that Mei only did it this way to show off for him. Good-naturedly rolling his eyes, Rei patted Mei's head. I see you made significant progress since the last time we trained together. He sincerely praised, making Mei proudly beam at him and engulf him in a hug while the jungle around them burned in wild, all-consuming, unquenchable deep crimson flames. Sigh. As if it wasn't enough she could melt the world. Now she just had to find a way how to burn it to the cinders too. She is starting to get a bit too creative with her steam release. An invisible mist that makes things ignite with special flames. That's a bit too close to Amaterasu. I wonder how hard it would be to extinguish these flames. Rei inwardly lamented while observing the raging inferno of red. Poor Ao, the next time she visits Kirigakure in order to help Ringo with something, the guy will be scarred for life. Much to Rei's amusement, Ao and Mei had exactly the same relationship as they did in anime. Mei might not be the fifth Mizukage, but every time she is in Kirigakure, Ao spouts some kind of misunderstood remark and Mei threatens to melt him. Unfortunately for Ao, Rei taught Mei that empty threats have no meaning. Poor Ao, indeed. Setting the basket on the ground, Rei created an air barrier in between himself and Mei and the burning place around them in preparation for their picnic. No fair. Mei huffed when she saw that the barrier of air had no nature energy in it whatsoever. You clearly figured out my flames burn the nature energy in the surrounding at first glance. That's cheating? To think it could be negated so easily. She mumbled. Rei snorted. I and Tsunade are two best senjutsu users far and wide. What did you expect? But, honestly, anyone who is unable to eliminate the nature energy from the surroundings would be fucked beyond belief against these flames of yours. The whole planet is seeping with nature energy, non-stop producing it. He shook his head. Mei again created something outrageous. I already created a nature energy-less air bubble encompassing a few kilometers around us to control what exactly burns. Wouldn't want you to torch my entire dimension on a whim. That's unnecessary. I have total control of these flames. Mei proudly proclaimed before noticing Rei's unconvinced look. What? Don't look at me like that? I can learn from my mistakes too, you know? The last time I destroyed our house was just an accident. You don't say. Rei quietly said as his lips twitched upward before the volume of his voice rose. I am so proud. For the first time since I met you, Mei, you showed some responsibility. Rei quipped with mock tears. I blame your teachings for my destructive tendencies. Mei cheerfully replied in good humor. You flatter me. But enough of that. Rei approached Mei and put his arms around her waist, leading her to sit down on the blanket. I would like to hear what's going on in my village. Their picnic amidst hellish forest fire started as all semblance of cheerfulness drained from Mei's face, leaving only a serious and indifferent facade behind. Anyone who knew the excitable and childish Mei would be shocked, but same as all his girls, Mei too had her own role in Rei's village. After all, with how she usually acted, it was entirely too easy to forget she too was a kunoichi. Chapter 235, Mei's Report. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. There are naturally many new things going on in the village. Mei reported with a small shrug that bled through her serious demeanor. Nothing really pressing or worrying though. I still say placing loyalty seals on our populace would be prudent. She stated with an intense piercing gaze. And I still say that would be going too far. Rei half-heartedly replied. I gotta keep my moral high, Mei. If only to feel self-satisfied with my actions so I don't feel any unnecessary doubt in my decision-making in the future. Mei released a small concerned sigh before giving an accepting nod. And I still think you should let your moral compass widen a bit. She grumbled but her body language indicated she inwardly accepted Rei's argument. She was more in tune with Conan's opinion on the matter and always preached Rei should just use the best seals to enforce obedience. Rei, however, only used secrecy seals to avoid anything he deemed a secret from leaking. Beyond that, there was no real safeguard from betrayal. That's where Mei actually became relevant. While her sisters had their own role in Rei's village, she couldn't really simply slack off, now, could she? Hence, Mei decided to use the skills Rei and Conan so painstakingly tried to beat into her during her apprenticeship and went more into the internal security of the village on the other side. It was ridiculous how everybody lowered their guard due to her cheerful and childish predisposition. Adding some of her steam-based surveillance jutsus and voila, there was not much that could evade her notice in the village. Conan might have been their spymaster and her skills sure as hell could encompass the entire continent, but she was more focused on a large area with many holes in between, monitoring only important places through her paper release. Conan could never really cover everything no matter how much she tried, and that was also the reason why many merchants of the Biribiri company acted as spies for them. Mei, on the other hand, could use her steam release to fill the air with a transparent mist, monitoring everything that went on inside of the said mist. The downside was that it could be used only around her in a certain radius. It was far from being able to compete with Conan in spycraft and certainly not convenient enough to compare to the way Conan used her paper release for that purpose. But as the internal security of a village, Mei's technique had Conan beaten in every possible way. It certainly alleviated some pressure from Conan now that she didn't have to focus on their village. Then again, if the loyalty seals were involved, there would be no need for internal security at all, would there? What about the Uchiha clan? Are they integrating well into the village? Rei asked. There is slight discontent in the newly added Uchiha ranks, but it's of no major importance as of yet. The same thing happens almost every time we incorporate a clan from the outside, since the system we use in our village is completely different than anywhere else. May started. Isamu and Izumi Uchiha are trying their hardest to contain their clansmen. The daily beatings at the hands of our ninjas in the guise of retraining are also helping. The Uchiha clan members are slowly realizing there is no way they could win against us in an open fight, since our forces are superior to theirs not only in numbers but also in the quality of our ninjas. It certainly humbled them enough to be somewhat bearable. She snorted. Rei could only give the woman apologetic smile while secretly feeling bad for the Uchihas. He heard how some of them made asses out of themselves when May first time observed their new training under the Jonins from the other-sided village. Considering May was very proficient in shielding her chakra from detection in a way that showed even to Sherry non-users that she was just a Lochinin by chakra reserves, simply, a fight broke out because of some insults and 20 Uchiha ninjas ended up beaten black, blue, and melting. Needless to say, the red-eyed folk gained a newfound respect for the resident excitable ginger. You might have been too busy to check, but the Uchiha clan is handled just fine. I dare to say in years to come, they will be one of the most loyal clans to us. May showed a self-satisfied smile. In the past week alone, the number of Uchiha kids entering our academy tripled compared to what entered the Konoha one in the past. The Uchiha civilians noticed we are willing to go to great lengths to awaken their kids' bloodline and teach them how to actually survive on the job. She finished with sarcasm marring her tone. Rei had to snort at that notion. It was a quite widely known fact that many clans in Konoha started to recede in the past few years, having fewer and fewer clan children joining the academy. It was not yet alarming, but the numbers started to slowly show the predicted endgame. Only clans like Hyuga, where everybody able had to become a ninja, kept steady numbers of new recruits. Simply put, civilian clan members knew how demanding the life of a ninja was, and as such, they would sooner teach their children how to craft something, be a merchant, or other civilian stuff that could earn them money rather than sending their children into a shinobi academy where they would be taught subpar skills in a subpar curriculum that would be worth jackshit in the end. Duty to the village be damned. They wanted their children to be happy and alive. National pride or will of fire could go stuff itself. Well, I can't say that's surprising. To clans, being a shinobi is an honor and privilege, it's something to be proud of. Rei sadly shook his head. That said, no parent would send his or her child to learn how to be a ninja with knowledge the academy would be next to useless to do just that. The second the Hokage gave power over the shinobi academy to the civilian council. He finished with a half-hearted shrug that indicated how amusing he found the situation. Yeah, the Uchihas are regaining their drive thanks to the benefits we are providing. I am sure that actually made it a lot easier for them to accept their new allegiance. After all, we were the guys who helped them after their last village decided to off them all, no questions asked. And that was that. Rei had no reason to hide anything from the Uchiha clan. He came clean with exactly why they were almost slaughtered. Needless to say, Konoha really lost a lot of respect in their eyes. Is there anything else going on in the village? Rei asked, satisfied with the Uchiha situation. He held no doubt Konan and May could manage the clan on their own without his intervention. Hearing his question, May's lips stretched into a wide smile while her eyes gained a mischievous glint. Oh, just a bit of gossip, really. She giggled, showing the serious stuff was over. My very own pet cat showed a great deal of interest in our resident self-pitying turtle. Last I heard they spend quite a lot of time together. Rei chuckled. Well, now that is one thing nobody could have anticipated. Yujito and Yagura, huh? With their past and circumstances, they will probably be good for each other. Doesn't hurt the closer he is to Yujito the more loyal Yagura will be to our village. May added with brutal honesty. It has been years since Yujito became a part of the village, but by now, nobody had any doubts the woman saw Rei and his wives as her family. As if he dared to betray us. Rei found the idea ridiculous. The man is simply beyond himself with happiness that Ringo is completely overhauling Kirigakure's system and making it more efficient. Maybe. May hummed, and her shrewd pondering gaze landed directly on Rei's eyes. Say, what exactly are you trying to accomplish here, love? 2 villages are under your control, 2 international companies ranked in the top 10 worldwide belong to you, and now you are trying that stunt with Tsunagakure. One would think you are trying to conquer the world, dear. She finished with an intrigued purr. Rei stilled, and his eyes slightly narrowed in delight. He never once told his girls what he wants to accomplish. He knew it didn't matter to them. Even now, May was asking simply because she was mildly curious. Her eyes clearly showed she didn't really expect a straight answer. After all, he always trained her information-gathering skills by giving her half-truths and simple clues while expecting her to come to a certain conclusion herself. My endgame? Heh. Rei slyly smirked at May, causing her to widen her eyes before she found her back pressed onto the blanket with Rei's body towering above her and his face only an inch away from hers, their lips almost touching. A shiver of excitement starting to shake her body, May intently listened as Rei continued speaking. I am simply making use of opportunities left behind by idiots in charge, my lovely girl. It's simply sad how easy it is to gain control nowadays, isn't it? But enough of that. I think we should get back to enjoying our date, Rei suggestively whispered to May before lowering his lips on hers. Chapter 236, Scheming with the Wind Daimyo. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Welcome? It has been quite a while since we last saw each other, Pakura. The Wind Daimyo enthusiastically greeted Pakura as she and Rei entered the gardens of his castle. I am glad you accepted my invitation. Feel free to drop the formality. We are here for tea, after all. He amicably retorted as he beckoned his guests to sit opposite him behind the table filled with various delicacies. How could we decline such an opportunity, Mikumai? Pakura answered with a calm smile, completely ignoring etiquette and protocol, while Rei distractedly compared the flowery gardens of the Fire Daimyo's castle to the lush green ones where they were now, wondering if the men had nothing more important to spend their money on. Pakura half turned towards Rei. This is my husband, Yatsaba Rei, she introduced, causing the Wind Daimyo to widen his eyes in bewilderment and wonder. After a few moments of staring, Rei lifted his eyebrow at the man, half expecting a fight to break out because of something stupid like an accusation of stealing Pakura from him, but he was pleasantly surprised when Mikumai slowly turned to Pakura and his lips stretched to a satisfied smile. I see that somebody finally managed to catch you. Good for you, Pakura. I must admit I am a bit jealous of you, Mr. Rei, he added with a wistful sigh. That was something Rei didn't expect from a man who had over 50 wives and consorts. Maybe Pakura was right and he is a quite cool guy. Who would have thought? Rei silently mused, not detecting any jealousy. In fact, his instincts were telling him the Wind Daimyo was totally honest in that statement. Nice to meet you. Rei slightly bowed, happy this meeting won't go like the one with the Water Daimyo. Sure, pressuring these powerful political figures was fun, but Rei really didn't have any wish to pull power play on civilians. In his opinion, it was totally pointless. Especially since it was so much easier to simply use rules imposed by civilians in charge to penalize and manipulate the superpowered folk and vice versa. Frankly, Rei clearly saw the next stage in the development of the world would be shinobi taking over from the daimyo. It might not happen in decades yet, but it was the next natural path the world was leading towards. During the warring states, ninja clans were simply far too scattered, far too warring to actually progress and develop. All clans had their jutsu and guarded them with extreme prejudice. All clans tried to kill each other and earn some money in the process. In short, civilians, especially the wealthy ones, were completely safe and prospered while the clans were preoccupied with their own survival and development, surrounded by enemy ninja clans on every side. That all, however, changed after the formation of the ninja villages. The knowledge of clans that joined together to form a village was pooled together, and suddenly, the ninja arts progressed by leaps and bounds. Suddenly, the ninjas no longer fought numerous other clans. Suddenly, the ninjas were no longer scattered and isolated. Suddenly, they started to work together and their numbers swelled. The enemies became the other ninja villages, and while they got stronger than singular clans, the number of enemies they had to fend off at the same time was a lot less. Simply put, the ninjas got a much-needed breather to actually develop rather than non-stop fight for survival. But let's skip to the chase. As you probably know, I am a very busy man, especially during this time of the year with the imports convention and whatnot. Dear Sage, I really have no idea what my father was thinking when he set up this tradition. Mikumai Riley said with a sigh. You want my help with dealing with Raza, right? What exactly do you envision? You know I can't just openly attack him. Rei looked at the Wind Daimyo's eager and somewhat anticipatory expression and barely held back a grimace. The man was clearly positively giddy at the prospect of one-upping Raza. This is exactly why I made sure to become both the hidden daimyo of the Spring Country and the cage of my own village. This spectacle is simply sad beyond words. And that's where the problem of the current society really laid. It was very surprising and refreshing when the Fire Daimyo reacted so friendly towards Tsunade. The Wind Daimyo, however, was a norm. Sure, he was a good man and clearly a friend to Pakura, but it was so obvious he wanted to subtly stick it to the Kaze cage. Something that was becoming all too frequent between various daimyos and their ninja village leaders. Powerless civilians held powerful positions in the government. Ninjas were peeved because, by all means, they were superior. Civilians were peeved because they wanted to hold on to their positions of power, and superpowered generals with entire armies of also superpowered soldiers at their beck and call was not an easy thing to control. Previously, ninjas didn't have time to set their eyes on the positions of daimyo or wealthy merchants. Now that there are villages, this started to slowly change. More and more often ninjas become wealthy by doing business rather than mercenary work. More and more often ninjas, retired or not, participate in the civilian stuff. Just the civilian council in Konoha has a few retired ninjas in it. Needless to say, inwardly, civilians are not really happy about it and see it as ninjas trying to wheedle them out of their seats of power. Which, the ninjas arguably are indeed doing. It is only natural. And civilians, in return, decided to go slyly about it. After all of the 3 ninja wars were caused by missions gone wrong where 2 villages clashed due to an assignment by powerful aristocrats of their respective nations. Civilians had to be subtle and convincing in their dealings and weakening of the ninjas. While Rei really didn't care if it was the ninjas or the civilians on the top, he had his own nation and that was that. He also had to be realistic and admit that ninjas would eventually dominate the ruling positions for no other reason than they had the necessary power. The ninja villages existed for barely a bit more than 6 decades up to date, and the power struggle between the ninjas and civilians already started in some parts of the world. Orochimaru and his takeover of the Rice Country was a prime example of such a thing. Then again, Rei smiled at the eager face of the Wind Daimyo. Why would I let an opportunity to get the seat of the Kaze cage let go just because the idiots in charge are currently bickering like sniveling children? Our request is simple. Pakura gave Rei a glance, noticing he was letting her take the lead and started talking. Raza wanted to kill me. He overstepped his boundaries and created a way for us to lawfully attack his position. I know you won't be able to extend political capital to fully deal with him, Mikumai. Don't worry. I am not asking for that. All I want is your support for my challenge. Challenge. Mikumai's eyebrows lifted into his hairline as his mind instantly understood Pakura's angle. Mischievously smiling, Pakura nodded. I would like to officially challenge him to a grudge duel for the position of the ruling clan, as is my right according to the laws of Tsunagakur because of his actions. Ah, shit. Mikumai grinned. He really screwed up, didn't he? Not even Raza could worm his way out of this? Not since this tradition was started by his very own family. He almost jumped in excitement and glee. Finally, the arrogant bastard of a Kaze cage would be out of his way. Finally, he will be able to make proper use of the Suna ninjas if Raza was booted out of his office. Of course, I will support you and organize it, Pakura. But, his grin faltered, you know you will need at least one clan from the Tsunagakur to also recognize your grudge against the Sabaku family as proper. Ah, don't worry. We certainly have our ways. Pakura mischievously uttered. I only wonder how pissed will Raza be when he realizes I intend to take his family's power the exact same way as they obtained it. And just like that, the Wind Daimyo was fully on board with their schemes, happy beyond belief to have an actual part in it, not really realizing he was, in fact, not getting more control over the Tsunagakur with his actions. Chapter 237, Raza's Dethroning 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. 2 months have passed since Pakura and Rei met with the Wind Daimyo. The man was incredibly busy with his duties and as such, the issue regarding Raza was put on hold. Partly, that was to make Raza relax while everything was subtly prepared in the shadows, and partly to give the Wind Daimyo enough time to finish most of his impending duties so he would have time to go to Tsunagakur for this special occasion. That's why Raza was currently quietly seething and sweating bullets while sitting in his Kaze cage seat in the council room of Tsunagakur as the Wind Daimyo sat in his own designated place, smugly smirking at the man. It was only 4 hours prior that the Daimyo unexpectedly arrived at Tsunagakur and instantly called for a council meeting. After 2 months of nothing happening, Raza really didn't expect the Daimyo to pull out the issue with Pakura. At least, not like this. Not in front of the entire village council. Raza didn't have any doubt about what would be discussed in the meeting. The green-haired woman sitting next to the Daimyo in the seat of the guest of honor was all he needed to understand his position and the crisis approaching. It clearly made him incredibly nervous as his mind started going through various laws and regulations that could pull him through the damning situation. After all, there must be some useful loophole somewhere, right? The unfortunate Raza had no idea what really awaited him. The Tsunagakur's council was very reminiscent of the one in Konoha. As in Konoha, there were 3 parts. As in Konoha, there were clan heads and elders. Unlike in Konoha, however, there was no civilian side, and the 3rd part was solely made up of accomplished ninjas of renown from Tsunagakur. No wealthy civilians having a say in the laws of the village meant there were not as many willing investors as in Konoha, hoping to gain power in the village's council. On the other hand, it also meant less friction in the council. Ninjas understood ninjas and knew what they needed. There was far less politicking than in Konoha since there was no need to keep civilians happy. This created a quite efficient council and honestly, Rei was utterly convinced that was the only reason the village didn't crumble yet under Raza's horrendous administration. As the last member of the council took his seat, the daimyo slowly stood up in a regal manner and spoke, "Since we are all gathered, let's start this meeting. Umbu, please seal the room." He ordered his own loyal ninja guards around him instantly going on guard, staring at the ninja-filled room in case somebody got some bright idea. Wind Daimyo's ninja guards were not previous ninjas from Tsunagakur. Instead, they were taken from orphanages at a young age and trained with the full weight of all resources the daimyo put into them, accepting nothing but total loyalty and service to him and his family. To be honest, even Pakura, the one who hated the idea of taking kids from orphanages and manipulating them, had to admit the Wind Daimyo at the very least provided a good life for the orphans that would otherwise most likely die before reaching adulthood. Little did the ninjas, daimyo, and his guards knew. The biggest threat to their continued existence was currently sitting next to the most important man in the room in the form of a lithe green-haired woman and an aristocratic-looking blonde-haired man who aloofly looked at the proceedings with a small expectant smirk. 2 SS-rank rogue ninjas in the room, sitting right next to the most important person in the country, and nobody is the wiser. Rei stifled a chuckle at the thought. Making these black cloaks for obscuring our identity as the members of Yozora was the best thing I could have come up with. Damn, I am a genius. He mentally patted his back. The door was sealed and the council room quieted. The tension in the air was almost palpable as the older members of the council stared either incomprehensibly or in disbelief at Pakura while the newer ones tried to think up a reason for their older counterparts' unveiled interest in the girl next to the daimyo. It was a curious sight for the daimyo, especially since he expected more old coots to be sitting behind the council table. To find so many clans changed leadership in recent years, it was indeed curious, to say the least. Nevertheless, the daimyo was not there to gawk at the many unknown faces and wonder when the political landscape in his hidden village changed so much. He had a duty, a very satisfying one at that. I am sure many of you wonder why I left my seat in the Wind Capital and came all the way to Tsunagakur without forewarning you about my arrival. he started, instantly catching the rapt attention of everybody in the room. Everybody present knew the daimyo didn't travel for no reason. He couldn't afford to, as even the shitty and selfish daimyo like the water one actually had to rule if he wanted to stay in power. While privileged, daimyos had many responsibilities and prolonged travel simply couldn't fit into their schedule. It was obvious the man was not here for a leisure visit or a vacation. Suddenly, the stares on Pakura intensified as the elder's eyes widened in sudden realization. When their facts suddenly clicked together. It was a simple deduction, really. Everybody knew daimyo hated Raza and wanted to get rid of him. The daimyo sat in front of them, in the Suna council, smiling like a loon as if his Christmas came far too soon for the happiness of others. And the woman sitting next to the daimyo was one of the Suna's past heroes who was supposed to be dead because of a diplomatic mission to the Kirigakure she was made to take, on Raza's orders. The daimyo gestured at Pakura. I am sure most of you already know her. This is Pakura, the hero of the Third War. The same kunoichi who was supposed to be dead. He pleasantly added before gleefully turning towards Raza who looked like a deer in the headlights, right, Raza? Oh, shit. The members of the council suddenly had to resist an incredible urge to groan as even the youngest and the least experienced of them was hit with the full weight of what the wind daimyo was insinuating. Their day suddenly got a whole lot more interesting. And troublesome. Chapter 238, Raza's Dethroning 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Mikamai-sama, you aren't saying what I think you are saying, are you? Asked Ebizo, one of the two elders while Cho instantly stopped dozing off. This was serious. Kaze Cage breaking the few laws that still apply to him? Distasteful. Worse yet, the Kaze Cage being discovered breaking the few laws that still apply to him? Disaster? That was an unmitigated shitstorm for the Sunagakure. From this point, anything from a complete overhaul of the higher UPS of Suna to a small manageable civil unrest could happen, depending on what the daimyo and council will agree upon. It was honestly in the wind. Though, from the way the wind daimyo looked and what was discussed, it was obvious the Kaze Cage hat would most likely find a new owner today. Stupid boy, Cho glanced at Raza with a disappointed tired gaze before focusing back on the daimyo and the supposed Pakura. Now, the only thing is to find out what route will the daimyo chose to go about this. She inwardly sighed, from the top of her head capable of naming 5 strategies that would have a chance at removing Raza from his seat in this situation. Let's see if I can somehow mitigate this disaster. Daimyo-sama, Cho's raspy old voice calmly rang through the council room, something that didn't happen for so long. The heads of the council members snapped in her direction. How are we to be certain the woman next to you is really Pakura? She eyed the green-haired girl with a shrewd gleam. We all know there are many ways one can be impersonated and that's not counting all the special bloodlines or jutsus we have no idea about. The woman next to you looks 25 at the height of her prime and we all know for a fact, Pakura would be around 33 if she was alive. For a civilian, the difference between these 8 years is not so discernible but for a ninja, it is the difference between desert and sand playground. She slowly voiced her thoughts in a heavy manner, causing many doubts to flow through the room while Raza gained a hopeful glint but stayed silent, knowing his input could simply worsen things and the daimyo visibly faltered. Cho only looked as if she was putting a lot of effort into not falling asleep as she continued. Are you sure you were not deceived, daimyo-sama? The various clan heads seemed very intrigued and clearly wanted an answer or proof of Pakura's identity. The daimyo himself knew Pakura is who she says she is. In the past 2 months, they met a few times and he could honestly say she changed very little personality-wise. But he simply could not prove her identity, causing him to furrow his eyebrows and frown at Cho who stayed stoic. Cho didn't really like Raza all that much. She quite disliked him and that was also the reason why she often fell asleep during the council meetings. She always found him a worthless leader so there was no reason to add to the senility levels in the room by staying awake. If she didn't care for Sunagakure so much, she would have retired a long time ago anyway. It's just that her position granted her a way to prevent at least some disasters aimed at Sunagakure. Like now, for example. The best way to take the wind from the daimyo's sails was to discredit Pakura and establish doubts about her identity. Without a proper justification, there is nothing the daimyo could do, no matter if he was de facto the ruler of their nation. At least, not where it concerned the shinobi affairs. While the wind daimyo was frowning at the old hag who dared to question him, Pakura simply impassively raised an eyebrow at Cho, and that's when Cho knew she fucked up. It was years before Cho last interacted with Pakura. Coupled with her advanced age, her memory wasn't the best so nobody could fault her for forgetting something about supposedly dead kunoichi. That eyebrow raising, however, now that made Cho's mind experience flashback after flashback as dread filled her eyes when she realized. Shit, it's really Pakura? She is going to. Cho started to take a breath to stop the woman from. Elder Cho, Pakura's quiet, calm, and collected voice with a hint of amusement resounded through the room as a vicious gleam flashed through her eyes. You once told me about how poisonously stabby you got with your first husband during one particularly intimate moment. The poor guy never woke up after that. At least his wealth fell into the hands of his mortified widow, right? Pakura I smiled at the woman whose eyes bulged out while the jaws of the council members, Hidden Umbu, and the daimyo alongside his entourage dropped at the blatant accusation of kinslaying. Pakura slowly turned her head towards Ebizo, Elder Ebizo, her lips stretched into a small mischievous smile as if she was going to reveal some naughty secret. You killed your older brother when you were 15 in order to become the heir of your clan. But hey, unfortunate accidents happen all the time to the clumsy clan heirs. No, Ebizo's lips thinned but his facade held. The rest of the council, however, were now staring at him in utter disbelief. Especially the clan heads were torn between feeling disgust and wanting to demand proof he did not do what the green-haired woman insinuated. Killing a clan heir and stealing the airship? There was no worse crime for these clan heads. Despite the sudden and shocking revelation, Ebizo's secret had as much worth as Cho's. None whatsoever. These were things that happened long, long ago. Things nobody would go poking their nose into just because. Yes, they were important and well-guarded secrets, but in the end, they were harmless in the grand scheme of things. At most, the elders lost prestige. Nobody could persecute them for it. Not without proof that would be impossible to find after all these years. Then again, the shinobi world worked a bit differently. Pakura was quite satisfied as she turned her head yet again to the young man sitting to the right of Ebizo, her lips still in that infuriating small smile. Kuruin Koichi. She hummed, I don't really have anything on you since you are too young for me to know. Your father though. Trailing off, Pakura heightened the sense of dread in the young man who had no idea what kind of dirt the woman would pull on his family. If my memory serves well, you are a bastard child of one of your father's mistresses from the red light district since his wife is infertile. Your real mother was killed after giving birth and you were raised as a son of. We get it. Cho loudly exclaimed before coughing a few times from the stress. Koichi seemed totally bewildered by what the woman said about his circumstances of birth. Stiffening, he found himself being stared at by other council members and even the daimyo. Only after a moment, it clicked for him. I am not my mother's son. His breath hitched, remembering all the praise heaped upon him and how his talent in clan jutsu was just as high as his supposed mother. Needless to say, the world suddenly flipped upside down for the young clan head. That's enough. You are Pakura, Cho reluctantly admitted, her plan to discredit the woman utterly foiled. How could I forget she was one of the very few people with access to even the darkest secrets of our village? She mentally questioned herself, realizing what this all meant in growing horror. She is a walking treasure trove of village secrets and we can't even persecute her for it as she is declared dead. Oh, hell. Cho's shoulders slumped. Glad we cleared that up. The daimyo chuckled at how Pakura resolved the situation. Now, if nobody else has any questions, I think it's time for today's main agenda. He dramatically paused and everybody leaned forward in anticipation. Pakura came to me with a request to sanction a grudge duel against Raza Sabako for the position of the ruling clan. The winner's family will become the new royal clan of Tsunagakur. The room descended into deafening silence. Chapter 239, Raza's Dethroning 3. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Rei stifled a chortle as he saw the dumbfounded and slightly fearful faces of the Suna Council who wondered what kind of secrets Pakura knew about them. He was well aware all Pakura had to do was demonstrate her signature Scorch technique. While the council would still be able to question her identity because another Scorch user could have resurfaced or whatever bull they would probably try to pull, if the daimyo supported Pakura after that, there was nothing the Suna Council could do. It would pass as proof of her identity no matter how reluctant and unwilling would the council be. Revealing their secrets though, now that was a stroke of genius. She not only subtly threatened them, but she also showed them they need to integrate her back into the village. There was no chance to tag her as a rogue ninja. Not while their daimyo supported her. Not when she was a part of the Uzushio trading company. There was only one way to make her keep her mouth shut and that was to get her back into their ninja rank since every ninja is obligated to keep village secrets. Well, secret. Damn, she played these old and young coots like a fiddle. Rei's eyes sparkled in amusement. They have no other option than to give their support to her in the next stage of her plan. You want to usurp the Sabako clan. Raza angrily burst out and stood up, balling his hands into fists as he glared at Pakura with extreme hatred. You can't do that, he exclaimed. Raza was fine with being booted from the Kaze Cage office. It just meant one of his cousins would get the position until one of his kids is a jonin. The very laws of his village would safeguard that. Raza also believed his kids to be failures. He could easily manipulate them from the shadows so, really, him not being the Kaze Cage was just a formality that would probably even suit him well. He never expected Pakura to try and usurp the rulership of the village for herself. Daimyo knew the plan and as such, before anyone else could react and make the process more difficult, he spoke. On the contrary, Raza. It was your family that pushed, blackmailed, and bribed for this law to be introduced in the village. It was your family that snatched the control of the Kaze Cage position through it. And it was your family that made it possible for us to demand the same of you as long as all the rules are properly followed. He gave the people in the room a pointed look, daring them to contradict him despite knowing he was right. As such, we will now vote if the reason of 1, Raza Sabako, for sending Pakura Yotsuba, one of the strongest and most influential ninjas of Tsunagakur in her time, on a suicide mission, conspiring with Kirigakur in order to get rid of his political enemy, is enough to evoke the grudge match. Raza Sabako broke the laws of this village as well as this nation by conspiring with an enemy village for, not the benefit of either the village or the nation, but his own. He willingly offered the life of one of our strongest shields for no other reason than he felt threatened. I beseech you to think about it. If he could do it to Pakura who was at the time beloved and revered as the hero of Tsunagakur, who is to say he won't do it to you went unsaid. Raza knew he lost this round. If he threw a temper tantrum now, it would not help his cause. Not at all. It would simply portray him as immature. He had no other option than to sit down and quietly seethe, letting the vote go on. Cho impassively stared at the daimyo who just delivered his speech while inwardly she was groaning, knowing at least some of the young clan heads would be captured by it. As for the others, all the ways they could go about removing Raza, they just had to choose the most troublesome one. And I unknowingly made it easier for them? Curse it all. To think I would be so easily played. She huffed in irritation. Pakara had to be returned to the service of the village if the secrets she knew were to stay secret. All of the council members knew that. The problem was how to ensure it since she was clearly under the protection of both the Wind Daimyo and the Uzugio Trading Company. And here, the daimyo himself gave them an easy way out. After all, if the grudge match was on, it would either mean Pakara would die or she would become the Kaze cage. Either way, she wouldn't be able to reveal what she knows to the enemy. I guess, it could be worse. At least if the girl wins, the village would retain the daimyo's favor again. Cho grumbled as she made the decision of who to support. While Cho fought the internal battle of decisions, Rei watched the occupants in the room, seeing they also considered their options. Only when his eyes landed on Suzumiya Murano did they sparkle in a massive amount of amusement that could be translated to internally laughing his ass off. The woman in question noticed and returned a small understanding smile to Rei. Seeing the people in the room more or less made their decisions, the daimyo decided to continue the meeting. Let's vote. Unsurprisingly to Rei, Murano was the first who raised her hand and voted in favor of the grudge match. Seeing her do that, 3 other clans and 4 independent ninjas on the council followed her lead while Rei had to bite his lower lip in order to not burst into uncontrollable laughter at the bewildered face Raza sported when the entire neutral faction in the council, united for the first time during his whole tenure, voted against him. This was exactly why Rei and Pakara were so assured of themselves. The Suzumiya clan was a very new clan in the village. They only became a part of it at the end of the Third Ninja War. During Raza's rule, however, the clan rose in status until it rivaled the most influential clans in both wealth and power. There were not many ninjas in the Suzumiya clan, but all of them were powerful. When the financial crisis hit the village because of Raza's mismanagement and sour relationship with the daimyo, it was the Suzumiya clan who helped those in need, the poorer clans and individuals. Naturally, the amount of goodwill and political capital they accumulated over these harsh years was staggering. It was only their connection to the Biribiri company that allowed them to grow so quickly. And Rei couldn't help but admire Konan's scheming. It was really incredibly good of a decision to send their employees undercover into Sunagakuer all these years ago and have them form a clan. Because of that and the help this clan gave to the village through his company, Rei currently held 8 votes out of 21 in the Sunagakuer's council, with none the wiser. The next to vote was the so-called anti-Raza faction, which provided another 7 votes in favor of the grudge match. During his time as the Kaze cage, Raza made quite a few enemies. While they couldn't say anything against him while he was in power, now that there was a way to kick him while he was down, they would naturally go for it. Really, having the Suzumiya clan provided quite a lot of inside information to Rei. There was no way in hell Pakara would lose the vote. He knew it from the start, he simply wanted to see all the bickering. Surprisingly enough, only 3 people voted against the match. 2 clans and 1 Baki. They were closest to Raza in the political field. Not that their votes helped the man and they knew it. They simply stood by him in case he won the match. Either way, there was no loss for them. In the end, the vote ended with 17 for and 4 against the match. Raza couldn't help but slump in his seat while Pakara beamed at him. It was decided. The fight was on. Chapter 240, Pakara vs Raza 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Pakara stood 20 feet apart from Raza in the Sunagakuer's arena, her right hand on her hip while the other arm leisurely hung alongside her body, prepared to snap into action at the slightest sign of need. Her slight knowing smile unnerved Raza, who eyed her for any kind of information he could discern before the fighting began, while his mind quickly started sifting through what he remembered of Pakara from her time of service to Sunagakuer. Raza wasn't about to be careless. He knew well that Pakara was one hell of a kunoichi and grudge match was a fight to the death. Looking around, Pakara noted the arena didn't change in the slightest since she left the village. Even the boulders were in the same area where she remembered them. Unlike Konoha's Colosseum-like arena, Suna used vast open space akin to a desert littered with many boulders, occasional trees, and even a small lake on the side. Maintaining that lake was quite a problem for Sunagakuer, so they only filled it with water during the Chuyunin exams. Considering neither Pakara nor Raza had water affinity, the lake was currently completely dry. In the stands around the sand-filled arena, the daimyo and the important people of Sunagakuer watched as Pakara and Raza were about to fight. Excitement filled the ninja and civilians alike in expectation of witnessing 2 cage-level titans go at each other with the intent to kill. How exciting, Pakara dryly commented when she heard the boisterous cheers from the audience. Who would have thought killing would be so popular? Anyone who ever heard of hidden villages? Raza snorted and took 2 scrolls out of his pockets. Seriously, what do they teach traders nowadays? Administration, Pakara shrugged, letting her light jacket fall from her shoulders onto the sandy ground. You know, the stuff that actually helps to keep the village rich and running. She added in a dismissive yet mocking tone that had Raza's eyebrow twitch. Your utter lack of denial concerning treason is not lost on me. Raza coldly countered. Raza, Pakara drawled in a slightly fed-up voice, your pre-battle taunting sucks. She deadpanned. Honestly, cut the crap, golden boy. You were always good at straightforward things, so try to focus on those. Psychological warfare is not for you. she retorted dismissively before starting to stretch and roll her shoulders in preparation for the fight. Silence ensued between the two combatants, signaling both were done with their pre-battle talks. Seeing it, Cho sighed, knowing the village would lose one of its S-rank ninjas today, no matter who won. Without further ado, she connected a chakra string to a basic puppet between Pakura and Raza, causing it to stand up and raise its wooden arm, raising the tension to the utmost extreme. With another twitch of Cho's finger, the arm swung down. Both combatants burst into action. Raza instantly threw the two scrolls upwards into the air and had to quickly move his head to the side as a kunai whizzed through the place. His eye was only a split second ago courtesy of Pakura, who was now sprinting straight at him at Jonin level speed. Clicking her tongue at the two scrolls in the air, Pakura briefly lamented that her initial throw didn't prevent Raza from throwing them and bought her time to get close. As she was halfway through the distance between her and Raza, the two scrolls burst open in a copious amount of white smoke before it was brutally dispersed by the literal mountain of gold dust falling right onto Pakura in a crushing attempt at ending the battle. Within a blink of an eye, the golden dust landed right on Pakura's head, sending a small earthquake through the area as if a giant just stomped onto the ground. Raza's tensed body slightly relaxed, and kunai found its way to the nape of his head, raising its way upward straight into his brain. Pakura, who appeared behind Raza, had to let go of her kunai as Raza's body burst into golden dust that instantly snapped into action, trying to engulf her in its crushing embrace. As she jumped right and left, evading tendril after tendril of golden dust, Pakura suddenly tripped, only briefly noticing that some grains of sand under her feet glitter in a bit too sparkly way while her body was falling towards the ground. Raza didn't give her even a half second of contemplation as the golden dust wrapped itself around her body and squashed. Throwing himself onto the ground into a roll, Raza barely evaded a swipe at his jugular from his blind spot. Arming himself with a kunai in mid-roll, the second he found himself again on his feet, Raza had to block Pakura's kunai only for his eyes to widen as she noticed her dual-wielding them a second too late. Pakura's second kunai buried itself into Raza's heart straight through the gap in his ribcage, his body again bursting into golden dust as Pakura jumped back and threw kunai to her right before using a quick kawarimi with it as the golden dust was about to compress around her. Coincidentally, the kunai landed right in front of Raza's feet, giving him a shock of a lifetime as the second Pakura appeared in front of him, her fist smashed straight into his nose, sending him flying backward with a satisfying crunch. Spikes of golden dust rose from under Pakura, piercing her body while the flying form of Raza dissolved into golden dust. Pakura spat blood with a wide-eyed expression, giving her only a second to comprehend what was happening before the spikes in her body twitched. Her body was completely and brutally torn to pieces from inside out, dirtying the sand with her blood, torn muscles, pieces of bones and organs. Raza was cautiously rising from the ground a few feet away from the horror scene when the temperature experienced a sudden rise in his vicinity, only giving him a moment to realize a genjutsu was at play. In a scorching flash originating right above Raza, the audience was briefly blinded. Only the most experienced ninjas of Suna noticed the place the kaze cage was rising from was now completely turned to superheated glass from the sheer searing heat before the temperature rose so much it evaporated water in the air, resulting in a cloudy vapor obscuring the spectators. Nobody got to complain, however, as a second later, the kaze cage used futon, great breakthrough, sending a crushing pressurized air through the battlefield, dispersing the vapor in a matter of milliseconds before he was forced to duck yet another swipe at his neck courtesy of Pakura, who used the brief distraction and lack of vision to sneak near him. This time, however, Pakura anticipated the dodge and Raza found her foot implanted in his stomach the second he ducked. The knife in Pakura's hand quickly flipped into backhand grip as she violently plunged it into the back of Raza's head, almost growling as he yet again burst into golden dust. A split second later, her upper body was torn from her lower parts by the sheer pressure a tendril of golden dust that smacked into her generated. As chunks of Pakura's organs showered the sands of the arena in the southern sector, in the eastern one, Raza barely managed to block a strike from the real Pakura with his own kunai, cursing at the disadvantage yet happy that this time he was wholly prepared for it. Golden dust under his feet snapped into action, aiming for Pakura at breakneck speeds while she simply flicked her wrist and let Raza's kunai slide on hers, getting into his guard in one masterful deflection of Raza's block, when the golden dust tore her legs to shreds. Pakura burst into smoke. Raza didn't manage to dodge the kunai she threw a moment before she was dispelled as he was too distracted by the fact Pakura knew a Konoha Kinjutsu, his eye socket getting a new kunai-sized piercing with blood squirting out, only for a log to appear in his place a moment later. The battlefield was once again empty, the audience looking for the two hidden combatants with silent anticipation and barely hidden trepidation as chills passed through their spines at the fast pace of the combat and the various supposed deaths they witnessed in short order. Everybody knew even the slightest mistake would be the end of the battle, and that was a sobering thought even for most of the Jonins as they pondered if they would even be still alive with such a deadly pace and every strike more lethal and brutal than the previous one. Seeing the wide-eyed people around her, Cho bitterly smiled, to think neither of them used anything but the basics of their personal combat style yet. Such a monumental waste. She let out a muffled groan at the loss of such a ninja that would certainly follow at the end of the match. Chapter 241, Tamari's Thoughts. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Tamari stood in the stands, watching her father and the strange foreign kunoichi trying to kill each other with such vicious brutality and ferocity it caused her to shiver in barely restrained fright. She was 10 years old and honestly, she envied Kankuro who dully stood next to her, staring in awe and considerable frustration at the fight. Her brother was not yet trained to the degree he could follow what was happening in the arena with his eyes. He knew he was witnessing something monumentally grand, something incredible, and he also tried to see more of it but he was unable to. And that, in Temeri's opinion, was quite fortunate. At least he wouldn't have a scare of his life. One cannot comprehend what one cannot see, after all. She, on the other hand, had sufficient training to be capable of following Chunin level speeds. Her bastard of a father made sure it was beaten into her as her early birthday gift until her reaction speed improved. While she didn't catch everything going on in the arena, she at least could get the gist of the important details in between all the rapid blurs and gory scary stuff. The bottom line was, Temeri for the first time in her life saw what the elite ninjas were like. And with it, came a realization. She could at any time encounter such an opponent in the field once she graduated. No matter how slim the chances were, it was possible. Temeri quickly re-evaluated her life values. I will have to step up my training. She decided deep down in her heart, unwilling to accept that the fight in front of her was making her a teensy bit excited because of how terrifying it was for her young mind. For a few seemingly unending minutes, Temeri watched as Pakura stabbed and slashed her father, getting crushed or squished in return in what seemed like some deadly dance of knives and golden dust. Pakura's hands often blurred and before Temeri could comprehend what happened, she found a kunai deeply lodged in some lethal part of her father only for Pakura's body to be violently dismantled by the golden dust a second later. As this continued, however, Temeri slowly started to see a small difference. It was only slight and barely noticeable but it was there. Temeri leaned forward in interest and anticipation, for a second feeling bad that she found excitement in the fact her father would be run through with kunai or that his opponent in the match to the death was slowly starting to get more effective in fighting him. That feeling quickly left when she remembered her childhood though. Suddenly Temeri's eyes widened and her breath hitched as something that never before happened. The kunai of the green-haired woman slit Raz's throat only for him to burst into golden dust that instantly tried to smoothen Pakura. Everybody in the stands rapidly started looking around, expecting the two combatants to pop up in a different place and the fight to continue but this time was different. This time, Pakura dodged. As the tendrils of golden dust tried to encompass her live form, Pakura flipped herself to the side, blurring, dodging the quickly moving dust. Temeri blinked at the unpredictability of the action. Pakura didn't dodge even once, at least, not visibly. The sheer shock of the action made Temeri blank out for a split of a second only to notice her father's form a few tens of feet away with kunai handle deep in his forehead, its tip peeking out from the back of his head. For a moment, Temeri held her breath and clenched her fists. She half expected him to die. Pakura killed him 2 times in under 2 seconds. Surely he was not fast enough to evade that. Before the slight feeling of guilt and happiness could fully bloom in her chest, the form of her father dissolved into golden dust and Temeri suddenly found herself trying to suppress the feeling of inadequacy and disappointment. Shaking herself from her feelings, she refocused back onto the fight. Her father and his opponent were yet again locked in close-quarter combat, exchanging blows with their kunais. Golden dust swirled, bashed, smashed, and ripped through the air only for the nimble and graceful form of Pakura to weave through the attacks while pressing her father with her masterful knife work. Temeri couldn't see all of the moves. To her, the kunais twirled, blurred, whizzed far too fast. She could, however, see that her father was really at a disadvantage when Pakura so easily deflected his kunai, completely bypassing his guard and snapping the arm which not a slip second ago blocked into a vicious jab. Pakura's hand blurred and Temeri was again graced with the scene of her father having kunai run through his head from under his chin. Relaxing, Temeri bit her lips. Am I a bad person for not caring when I see my father's form like that? She mused. At the start, it bothered her. Now her father supposedly died over 40 times in front of her since the start of this match. Sure, it was just clones made of golden dust but to her, it seemed pretty real. No, he deserves it. For what he did to Gaara. Temeri stubbornly decided, her eyes watering. Interesting fight, wouldn't you agree, Temeri? A hand landed on her shoulder as these words entered her ears and Temeri flinched as if she was stabbed. Snapping her head to the left, her shoulders sagged. Chobiae, don't scare me like that. She pouted, getting a small smile from the old, usually grumpy woman. Ignoring the small outrage in Temeri's tone, Cho continued speaking in what Temeri recognized as the old lady's teacher mode from the lessons Kankuro was getting. Observe the fight closely, Temeri. It will serve you well. It was then that Kankuro was about to open his mouth, most likely complain about not being able to decipher what was really going on in the battlefield, only to be smacked by Cho before he could speak, causing his mouth to snap shut while his cheeks pinked as he petulantly crossed his arms on his chest. Temeri giggled at her brother's misfortune. They are incredibly fast. That they are, child. That they are. Your father was not chosen to be the Kaze cage because of his ugly mug, Cho mirthfully chortled. And yet, this is more psychological battle rather than all-out slugfest, girl. Hearing that, Temeri's eyes widened. What? She blurted out, making some people turn towards her with admonishing gazes just as in the battlefield. Pakura's arms were torn from her torso in exchange for getting a kunai up Raza's ass and then kicking it deeper for a good measure with a snap kick. Seeing that particular moment, Cho burst out laughing while Temari ducked her head in utterly mortifying embarrassment as she saw her father's eyes widen to humorous proportions when Pakura buggered him with pointy steel. Raza dissolved into golden dust while Pakura changed to mud, surprising many she could do earth jutsu. What do you mean psychological? Temari asked in a vain attempt to make the honorable elder next to her stop laughing at the humiliation her father suffered. Finally managing to stop herself from laughing, Cho spoke, they are barely using basics. Both of them are ninjutsu experts focused on their bloodline, and yet, all Pakura is using is her exceptional kunao jutsu and some rudimentary low-cost jutsus, while your father didn't use even one battlefield reshaping technique. Chakra-wise, they could keep this up all day as long as neither does any mistake. She shook her head. But father is using so much dust. Temari exclaimed in disbelief, knowing her family's bloodline is very chakra exhausting. Simple techniques he mastered long ago, and while there are tons of golden dust on the battlefield, the amount of dust he actively manipulates in a single instance is really small. He simply switches to the dust closest to his opponent. It just looks as if he used a whole lot of it, but in reality, he is using minimum. No, they could go at it for an entire day like this with neither of them exhausted. Raza most likely regenerates chakra faster than he is losing it at this rate. The golden dust clone is simply that cheap for him with his degree of mastery over his bloodline. As for Pakura, well, Cho trailed off in a small discomfort. Noticing, Temari curiously tilted her head, not separating her gaze from the two fighters in the arena. What about her? She is the only kunoichi mad and skilled enough to face members of the 7 Swordsmen of Mist only with 2 kunaos. Cho shrugged. In her time, she was the pride of our village. What Yondaime Hokage was to Konoha, she was to us to a lesser degree, at least before your father apparently decided to off her. She added in distaste before muttering, serves the prick well. Hearing about the apparent skill of the agile kunoichi, Temari's eyes excitedly lit up as she wondered if she could get so strong one day too. Seeing Temari's reaction, Cho hummed in self-satisfaction as her eyes flickered from side to side all over the arena, watching the flurry of death delivered by Pakura. Cho was far too experienced to not notice the ever-so-slight measured increase in speed of Pakura, slowly increasing her speed from Jonin level to S rank in 20 minutes. Cho thought not. At least, not unintentionally. Pakura was playing with Raza, measuring him. It wasn't even funny, really. Not when in some instances, Pakura's hands went from 0 to 100 in matters of a split second, redirecting her stabs and strikes with such a sudden increase of speed that even Cho barely saw it as more than a blur. The worst part was that Pakura masked it so well, Cho doubted even many of the Suna Jonins noticed what the green-haired woman was actually doing. After all, she only managed to catch it because of her expertise in puppetry, and having quick fingers alongside sudden snappish movements of hands was a must in her chosen field. Then again, speed was only one factor and the fight was far from decided. Not when neither of the ninjutsu experts used ninjutsu yet. Let's hope this talk will lessen Temari's hard feelings if Pakura wins. Cho wistfully thought. Chapter 242, Pakura vs Raza 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Pakura softly clicked her heel on the sandy ground under her, channeling her chakra, and instantly with a scorching hot white flash, the ground around her was instantly turned into a glassy area, preventing Raza from mixing his golden dust with the sand on the ground and sneaking it near her. I am growing tired of cutting you up. She crossed her hands under her chest in a condescending manner. Are we finally going to fight seriously? The second she said that, a massive 20-foot-tall wave of golden dust rose from the sands behind her in a blink of an eye, viciously lunging at her as if it was a hungry beast. Pakura turned her head, inwardly praising Raza that he attacked from behind rather than head-on as was seemingly the norm nowadays, and lifted her hand with her fingers ready for a snapping motion, aiming at the avalanche of golden dust. So he used our little foreplay to substitute sands under the ground with his golden dust, leaving only a thin layer of sand on top of it as camouflage. Huh. Pakura thought as she snapped her fingers, sending a rapid wave of her special scorch chakra forward with incredible velocity. The tsunami of golden dust met a supersonic wave of scorching heat, briefly blinding the observers as white flash spread through the battlefield as fast as it disappeared, leaving only a massive semi-liquid lump of smelted gold of the size of the Hokage monument in Konoha behind that was quickly cooling off and hardening, making Raza's chakra have a lot of trouble as he tried and failed to manipulate it. Pakura, still standing in the same spot, looked at the mountain of gold she helped to create, and a small smile appeared on her usually stoic face. The deed was a whole lot harder and impressive than it looked, to be honest. Too much heat and the gold would need more time to harden into a somewhat solid form, giving Raza enough time to pull it effortlessly back into small grains of gold. That would not cause many problems for him. Too little heat and the tsunami of golden dust could have bypassed her scorch release, reaching her. That was not ideal either. Pakura was indeed quite proud of herself and the feat of chakra control she displayed by making sure the veritable mountain of gold would cool off quick enough that Raza would be hard-pressed to get it combat ready again. You know. She turned around, straight in the direction where Raza was hiding underground. I trained a lot with the help of my husband to perfect my scorch release. The second I showed him how I use it, he actually berated me for an entire week for wasting so much chakra on maintaining balls of it for a fence when I could just as easily use it in quick succession of rapid waves of scorching heat to instantly vaporize my enemies in a surprise attack. A nostalgic smile appeared on Pakura's face. I won't try to play with you, Raza. She gently shook her head. For a second, the world stopped for Raza. And then, it happened. An almost invisible wave of heat flooded the area in front of Pakura with such a speed, people barely noticed before its effects became apparent. Sand changed to glass, golden dust transformed into searingly hot pieces of precious metal, the very air shimmered and blurred from the heat, catching fire that extinguished itself only to again combust in quick succession all over the area where the scorch release hit. Instantly, 1/4 of the arena was changed to a superheated scorching hell that made even the audience far away sweat like pigs, feeling the scalding heat caress their skin. Pakura didn't get much reprieve after her attack. 3 spinning tendrils of golden dust burst forth from the ground, 2 on her sides and 1 behind her, raising their path towards her in an attempt to shred her to pieces now that Raza knew the person standing there was the real Pakura. In his opinion, no clone could release such a devastating jutsu. Jumping slightly to the side and tilting her body to the left at a precise moment, Pakura barely evaded the first drilling tendril that promptly smashed its tip to the ground on her right side, gouging a good chunk out of it. Turning her body to the right, the second tendril barely missed her, also smashing into the ground near her, blocking her from escaping to the left. Sensing the danger behind her, Pakura instantly threw her body to the ground, causing the last tendril of golden dust to barely miss, passing by above her now-duked head, smashing to the ground behind her, blocking her last path of retreat. Pakura's hands impacted the ground as she channeled massive amounts of her chakra into it. Before Raza could order the tendrils to attack the now-cornered Pakura, the ground around her became a peculiar mix of glass with liquid, quickly solidifying gold embedded into it while the 3 still spinning and twisting tendrils of golden dust connected to the ground slowly started to be smelted, fusing grains of the golden dust together. First, the parts near the ground became liquid and then hardened at a pace visible to the human eye, this as if in chain reaction spreading through the massive tendrils creating twisted pillars with a spiral-like pattern all over them reaching high up in the air. Before anyone could marvel at the newly created golden masterpiece, Pakura jumped up on top of one of the now solidified tendrils of pure gold, creating small scorching balls of the size of a small pebble around herself as her hands locked in a tiger hand seal while the corners of her lips tugged up into a playful smirk. Scorch release, scorching rain. Raza only got a brief bad premonition before Pakura started blanketing the battlefield with her balls of scorching doom in a splashing manner. She didn't target him but her attack was even worse than if she did. He couldn't safely evade in fear of jumping straight into another scorching ball. He could use Kawarimi as it was a bit disorienting afterward for a second. A second that could be quite fatal considering Pakura was madly cropping the entire battlefield with her jutsu of mass destruction. As if possessed, Raza started madly shielding himself with his golden dust, dragging it from the ground and having it intercept the small balls of scorch release, in turn turning into a liquid state that was dastardly hard to control for him. With every ball blocked, he lost control of some of his gold dust which, unlike sand, wasn't easily replenishable on the battlefield. Raza had no time to spend converting the liquid gold back into golden dust as Pakura relentlessly continued her jutsu, making him jump right and left while putting his dust in between his body and the balls. 2 minutes later, the panting Raza stood in the devastated arena, sweating not much from exertion as from the heat around him while the sandy ground now sported many blotches of glass or puddles of liquid gold, in some instances even both fused in a peculiar mix. It wasn't just Pakura's jutsu that raised the temperature in the surroundings. The gold in some of the puddles was basically boiling and bubbling, releasing waves of heat into the air. Even the already solidifying parts released a lot of heat, making the air scalding hot. The glass and sand around were almost too hot to stand on. Raza simply felt as if he was burning alive, his lungs screaming in protest as if the oxygen in them was smoldering him from inside. His skin tempered under the constantly hot sun of the wind country actually blistered and reddened. He felt teary-eyed but his eyes were far too dry for any tears to appear. The underside of his nails were irritating him to no end while his hands shook. His clothes unpleasantly clung to his body due to the heat and sweat, weighting him. Raza now completely understood that Pakura's biggest weapon was not the direct attack but the torturous discomfort she could cause with her heat. He fought a hard battle against his own wits, keeping his focus on his opponent who despite the massive chance to strike seemed content to just watch him suffer. Despite all the agony he was going through, Raza was far from finished. Noting his chakra reserves are still 80% full, he channeled some of it into his body to calm it down, make the heat more bearable, and prevent further damage, no matter how small. For a minute, Pakura just stared with a raised eyebrow at Raza as he regained his breath, appreciating and relishing both the direct and indirect damage her technique caused. Huo, still as honorable as ever, I see. Raza dryly commented with a raspy voice, his face scrunched in both concentration and barely restrained agony, trying to sound mocking. Not that it actually worked since he looked miserable. Sure, he was capable of channeling his chakra into his body to alleviate the effects of the heat but he was no scorch user. Pakura could stand in the center of her scorch ball and be completely fine, regarding it as a sunbathing experience. She long ago perfected protecting her body with her chakra against the effects of her own jutsu. By now, there wasn't much heat, flames, or high temperature could do to her. Raza, despite growing up in the deserts of the wind country, couldn't state the same. At his taunt, Pakura only regarded him with a sweet smile. I already told you that you suck at taunting, Raza. She narrowed her eyes with delight. In fact, she paused, creating suspense. Raza didn't even manage to blink as blood spurted from his neck, feeling the cold steel only after it long left his neck. His eyes widened in utter shock and bewilderment, uncomprehendingly staring at the stream of his blood dirtying the ground in front of him. He fell to his knees. Did you really think I only willy-nilly shot my jutsu at you, foolishly hoping you would somehow die? Pakura asked in a voice laced with amusement. You are standing exactly where I wanted you. Exactly where I stood at the start of this fight. Me being a ninjutsu specialist doesn't mean I need to end the fight by using ninjutsu, idiot. Knife to the neck is much more efficient. The last thing Raza saw before dying was Pakura's cold smirk that could freeze even the scorching dunes of the Suna's desert as his ears registered a small, barely audible pop behind him followed by a small burst of white smoke. Chapter 243, New Kaze Cage 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Tamari, in numb satisfaction and quiet horror, watched as the jacket behind Raza, the very same jacket Pakura discarded at the start of the fight, burst into what she suspected was some sort of clone and in one fluid motion slit her father's throat before he even realized it. Only when he already dropped to his knees, his lifeblood flowing out of his neck, did the clarity return to Tamari as the realization hit her hard. Her father, lost. Olishly blinking, a bewildered left her lips, her brain refusing to accept that her horrible father was dying in front of her very eyes. Is it over? Tamari turned to Cho in confusion, noticing the old woman had the same expression of utter bewilderment she herself most likely sported. Just like that. Tamari couldn't wait for the answer from the village elder, however. She heard a choked sob next to her and realized Kankuro was also present. It was her duty as his older sister to give him at least some measure of support. She turned around and hugged her younger brother who stared at the corpse of their father with an empty look. It was then that Tamari gained a small understanding of what it means to be a ninja. How easily one's life could be lost no matter how strong one was. As she comforted Kankuro, her eyes suddenly gained determination as her mind processed the entire event. She absolutely refused to be just another nameless corpse on the field. Not like that. Cho was completely flabbergasted. She knew the fight barely started. Both combatants barely exerted a small percentage of their chakra reserves. The battle was just starting. Until it wasn't. Until it was over before it even really started. She expected a massive ninjutsu fight. She expected an awe-inspiring and arena-shattering clash of titans. She expected anything but a knife to the neck. The worst and most humiliating way to go when facing a famous ninjutsu expert. A sign that it didn't even take ninjutsu to kill you. And yet, Cho had to applaud Pakura's move. Pakura chose cold and brutal efficiency, dispatching her enemy in a way that led her ready and relatively fresh for another fight. With this one fight, she not only gained the position of the Kaze cage but also cemented it beyond anyone's doubt. She reminded everybody of her power by cornering Raza while only scratching a surface of what her bloodline could do. Every single ninja knew facing the unknown was dangerous. When the said unknown could vaporize you in an instant, Cho doubted there was anyone who would try to directly scheme against Pakura unless there is some convenient buffer to absorb damage should the plans go awry. Most importantly, Pakura has subtly shown ruthlessness and cunning that would stop many of the clan heads from acting out even if they had a scapegoat. Sliding Raza's throat was a message. Piss me off at your own peril. Raza, for all his good points, was a calm man with a peculiar kind of brashness. He was straightforward and if she were to be honest, he was not cut out for politics. Pakura on the other hand, she just finished off borderline S-rank ninja with a plan she weaved from the very start of the fight. She not only accomplished that but also ensured nobody got even an inkling of what she was planning despite the presence of so many high-ranking ninjas of Suna. Healthy mix of fear and respect. That's how you want to rule, girl. Cho sighed, knowing the following years in the Suna Council won't be easy. Her eyes glanced at the Wind Daimyo who, contrary to the expectations, didn't look as jubilant as at the start of the fight. Maybe. In the center of the stands, Mikumai, the Wind Daimyo, watched Pakura with a conflicted gaze. The way Pakura dispatched Raza hit him like his fifth wife after she found him doing that cute little maid she promptly sacked only to have her return as one of his concubines because he really appreciated her nimble tongue. And damn did that slap hurt? One would think she would get the hint considering she was his 12th concubine turned fifth wife. Apparently not. Troublesome power-hungry woman. The real reason why Mikumai felt uneasy at the way Raza died was a bit hypocritical. Even he could understand that. Ninjutsu was cleaner, seemed less cruel, less ruthless. He knew that Pakura using her bloodline would be either infinitely more painful or instant, depending on how fast Pakura would decide to vaporize the man. It would have been a cruel way to go but there would be no gore and blood for civvies like him to get upset about. It looked way better than seeing Pakura's clone coldly slit Raza's throat, his blood gushing out, covering the sandy ground in a red blanket. Mikumai was not stupid. He knew Pakura wanted power over Sunagakur and he also knew the Uzushio Trading Company would have a degree of influence in the village through the new Kaze cage. And that was fine. As long as Raza was out of the picture and no foreign ninjas tried to separate his head from his body, Mikumai was totally okay with losing some of his control over Sunagakur. He knew the Suna Council probably won't see it like that. They would expect him to lash out, demand, threaten, whatever, just to get Pakura under his thumb. They will expect him to try to reel Pakura in, giving them a chance to grab more influence for themselves and their clan. Alas, he would have liked to think he was smarter than that. This little display of cold-heartedness from his favorite scorching hot kunoichi just enhanced his resolve to not mess with Pakura and her new rule unless it somehow threatened his entire nation. Plus, Pleasing the Uzushio trading company seemed like a good way to bolster both diplomatic relations with the Uzumaki and make his nation richer. Oh, he could almost see the money rolling it. Pakura wouldn't be worse than Raza. Not by a long shot. Their meetings in the last 2 months gave him ample time to both observe and test Pakura's skills in diplomacy, economy, and politics. 3 things Raza sorely lacked. Raza was a prime example of why power shouldn't be the only deciding factor for the Kaze Cage election. Mikumai never wanted power or even the rule, to be honest. When the battle for the position of the daimyo started between his remaining 9 siblings, he went to the countryside, making it abundantly clear he wanted nothing to do with it. He was a prince. That had to count for something? Or so he thought. He was wealthy enough to live in luxury for his entire life, indulging in debauchery with the prettiest women of the land of wind. Life was good, until his 9 siblings offed each other, leaving only him as the last heir to the throne. Life got bad. Real fast. Responsibilities piled up, his free time dwindled, assassination attempts started. Honestly, the only thing that was still keeping him in the position of the daimyo was the fact his head would roll if he stopped and all the nobles willing to offer him their very eager daughters. Well, his life of debauchery was the only thing he was not willing to compromise on. He was happy as long as he had a willing woman under his table while he did his paperwork. He was happy as long as an eager and naked wife lying in their bed greeted him at the end of his busy day, offering herself for his relaxation. He was happy when he woke up to a nice warm sensation from his lower member. He was happy as long as he had his women eager to please him, no matter if it was to get more power for their families, further their ambitions, or simply to live their lives in luxury. Mikumai long ago saw that he was just a human being and decided to enjoy his life without trying to chase some imaginary dominance over other nations. His entire life depended on a fine balance between fulfilling his responsibilities, which kept him alive in considerable luxury and his state running, and enjoying his life to the fullest alongside all his mistresses, concubines, and wives. Raza was threatening this balance by just existing with his utter stupidity and the man didn't even know it. That's why Mikumai hated him to the core. As such, why would he care about who ruled Tsunagakure as long as they did right by their duties to the land of wind? Still, Mikumai made a mental note to never piss Pakura off lest it would be his throat she slit the next time she gets the urge to soak the ground in something red. Hey, he was the daimyo, not a god. He knew his limits. Chapter 244, New Kaze Cage 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Pakura impassively gazed at the dead body of the previous Kaze Cage that was still leaking blood and staining the ground with it. This was her revenge against the man who sent her to certain death. And yet, Pakura decided she didn't really feel satisfied. Not by a long shot. In fact, she didn't feel almost anything now that Raza's corpse was rapidly cooling off in front of her. It honestly put a sincere smile on her face. She never really felt shackled by a desire for revenge, but now she was certain. Now she knew for sure she didn't care either way if Raza lived or died. She didn't kill Raza because he wronged her. No, that didn't matter to her anymore. She killed him for REI, for his plan to proceed. Lifting her gaze towards the stands, Pakura quickly found REI staring at her in silent amusement, measuring her reaction. Despite all that aloof indifference he excluded, Pakura spent enough time around him to notice the slight sign of underlying worry in his expression. It lifted her mood, to see he really cared. To see she mattered to the man she loved. Their eyes briefly met and yet, for anyone observing them, it would be as if the world stilled into a deafening silence while they shared a silent intimate conversation. Not even a full second later, Pakura pulled her eyes away, back to Raza's body while her lips formed a small frown. Sighing, Pakura was well aware of the silent crowd watching her without any cheer. For them, this was not a happy day. This was the day their Kaze Cage died. For most of them, this was a sad day. They understood whys and hows. They were also ninjas and this was a part of their lifestyle. They would learn to adapt under the rule of the new leader, namely her. Pakura only hoped her next actions won't irreversibly alienate some of the more important members of Tsunagakure. She would loathe killing her own men, especially the valuable ones. Pakura raised her right hand, aiming it in the direction of Raza's body, and before anyone could even muster a thought of protest, the sandy arena suddenly lit up like a furnace when a massive scorching ball of the size of a 3-story house appeared right on top of Raza's corpse, vaporizing it alongside with everything in the immediate surrounding. Waves of heat rolling on pressurized whiplash of wind impacted the arena, and while the audience only experienced the barest minimum of the attack, they still found themselves having to shield their eyes and bodies from both the heat, bending their knees, and anchoring their feet into the ground to not be swept away by the echoes of the raging wind. In this one attack, Pakura expended more chakra than in the whole fight against Raza, causing the total decimation of the arena. Her purpose, however, was fulfilled. Not even ashes remained of Raza. Pakura leisurely walked towards REI, slightly shaking her hips in a tempting but not overbearing manner as she completely disregarded the fearful and resigned glances she received from the wary Suna ninjas. They didn't expect her to be so vicious as to not leave even a body for a funeral. Pakura wasn't afraid of betrayal though. This was the world of ninja where the strong ruled and Suna ninjas lived under Raza until now. Another seemingly ruthless and no-nonsense murder-happy leader was something they could cope with. It was something they knew and accepted long ago. This way, at least, nobody would try giving her grief by openly defying her, as they would know there are consequences to certain actions. That's why she could ignore the few hateful glares in the crowd. They were almost pathetic, to be honest. As if she cared that her impromptu incineration class pissed somebody off. Idiots. You just couldn't resist offing him with a kunao, could you? Rei amusedly asked Pakura as she arrived at the center of the stands, ignoring the daimyo who wisely stayed quiet. I am not sure I know what you mean. Pakura chuckled. Oh, get off it, woman. Rei playfully rolled his eyes. You could have thrown the jutsu that incinerated Raza's corpse at the start and there would be a high chance Raza would fall for it, not expecting something of that scale right off the bat. You and your pride, he mock-sighed, even refusing to use Emerald for this fight. Pakura could only blush at the admonishment from her husband, knowing he was right. Raza always bitched and moaned about my fighting style when we were jonins. He always mocked me for using kunaos too much and said I should focus solely on my bloodline in this utterly cocksure self-absorbed condescending tone that could piss off even a monk. Pakura awkwardly shrugged. I think this was poetic justice. Plus I didn't want to just steamroll him. He was a leader using overwhelming power. I wanted to show I am different in my approach. If you are so Rei was about to reply when a childish roar interrupted him. Cho was taking Temari and Kankuro to see the new Kaze cage, hoping to introduce them now that they belonged to Pakura. The law about the grudge match for the hereditary ruling position was a brutal one. The Sabaku clan made it so in order to prevent others from trying to use it against them. After all, not only did a clan or person need a majority in the council voting in favor of it on top of daimyo's approval, both parties put forward the highest stakes which made many people think twice before trying to go this route. Namely, their families. While the Sabaku clan was not affected at all, Raza's children now officially belonged to Pakura with their social status suddenly becoming a very flexible thing. Pakura could do anything from adopting them as her own to making them into servants or even slaves. Nobody could complain because it was all in the scope of the law. What was previously added to discourage challengers from attempting to make use of the very law now could quickly become the undoing of the Sabaku siblings. Not that Gaara had anything to fear from Pakura. In this one instance, his special status was actually a boon rather than a curse. Cho didn't want to see Kankuro, one of her quite gifted students, reduced to a slave because of Pakura's vindictiveness. She wanted the boy to continue in the art of puppetry and as such, she made it her mission to talk with Pakura while introducing her new charges. While Cho remembered Pakura from all these years ago and the woman didn't seem the slavery type but one simply never knew in the ninja world. That's why the world spun in front of Cho when the very first thing Kankuro did after seeing Pakura's back was to tear himself from Temari's grip and charge at the killer of his father, roaring in rage while brandishing a kunao like a maniac. It would have been funny too if the foolish kid didn't trip in the middle of his charge and almost slit his throat on his own kunao. Temari's heart leaped to her throat as the world slowed down, making her watch the pointy end of the kunao approach Kankuro's neck without being able to do anything about it. Only Pakura's quick reaction stopped the offending steel a half-inch from the boy's skin as she forcefully flipped him on his back, tearing the weapon from his hand. This, Pakura lazily waved the kunao in front of the frightened, hyperventilating Kankuro, is a weapon, not a toy, she admonished, adding a bit of her killing intent. Rei could only marvel that for some reason, in Tsunagakur, scaring kids witless with killing intent was deemed a totally good way to make kids attentive. And they wonder why the kid likes to wear makeup. Temari shook herself from the horror she felt and instantly ran in front of Kankuro, shielding him with her body. Please? He didn't mean it. Please forgive him. She pleaded while the Suna ninjas watched with bated breath how this would unfold. Pakura snorted. Didn't mean it? Yeah, right. The next time I run somebody through with a kunao I will also proclaim I did not mean it and everything will be just peachy, won't it? Taking a good look at the young blonde though, Pakura saw something interesting there. Tell you what, girl. You now belong to me. I might not like it but since I did challenge your father, I take you as my responsibility. I can pardon your idiot of a brother and even help strengthen the Jinhyuriki seal so he can sleep during the night. The more Pakura said, the bigger and more hopeful Temari's eyes became. But I want something in return. Temari gulped, deep down knowing she would accept no matter what in order to help her brothers. Pakura started to really like the determined look in the girl. She reminded her of younger Maki. It was then she decided. I want you to be my personal kunoichi. Temari's jaw dropped while the winds caressed the speechless spectators as yet another bomb was dropped in the already too eventful day. As for Pakura, she only grabbed the Kaze cage hat and leisurely put it on her head, enjoying the silence as she smiled at grinning Rei. Ah, I could get used to this. Chapter 245, Pakura's Days as Kaze Cage. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. The following days in Tsunagakur were quite peaceful by Rei's standards. Sure, some cocksure ninjas who just returned from missions, hence they missed Raza's and Pakura's match, deemed it wise to challenge Pakura's new authority, and as expected, they got ass-whooping of a lifetime for their effort. Pakura wasn't killing them. Suna was far too weak for that. She, however, made sure they learned their lesson in humility and subservience well. Few burns here, few cut tendons there, and even the bravest ninjas experienced the fear of being crippled for life with no way to provide for themselves and their family, which then fed their survival instinct, and voila, Pakura got the necessary obedience. The sharp decrease of discontent background noise after these events was surely just Rei's overabundant imagination. Honestly, it wasn't even that cruel of a method and the Suna ninjas knew it. If it was Raza in Pakura's place, he would probably execute them or someone from their family in front of them depending on their importance in the village. That didn't make the man evil. That simply made him an effective leader of a militaristic village full of trigger-happy professional killers. One simply had to somehow keep his soldiers in line. REI was actually glad the tension in the village eased after a few days. Pakura portrayed herself as a hardass but a reasonable leader, and as such, she was accepted quite readily. It did help that the Suzumiya clan and their allies put their support behind Pakura, which stacked up nicely with the financial help from the Usushio trading company REI prepared even before the actual grudge match. Sunagakure was on the fast track to full recovery, and people noticed. It was quite hard to miss the increase of readily available and cheap food, better ninja supplies, more metal deliveries for the forges, and overall increase in the living conditions. Frankly, it really didn't take long for Pakura to be praised to kingdoms come after that. REI spent this time leisurely, watching Pakura's frustrated expression while drinking sake in her office. It wasn't that he was enjoying her suffering. REI knew Pakura well enough to understand she enjoyed working. She, for some inexplicable reason, enjoyed the paperwork. She never felt it was a burden. She loved doing it and figuratively building something with her own hands. The horror? In his capacity as a responsible husband, REI simply had to show her what she was missing by relaxing right in front of her with a satisfied smirk while she worked. No. The suggestive and heated looks he was throwing at her most definitely had nothing to do with her frustrated expression and slightly lustful gleam in her eyes. No, REI was definitely not having fun by subtly trying to make her use her table for a more productive activity. The real kicker, however, was seeing Pakura interact with her new charges, the Sabaku siblings. Much to Pakura's dismay, after remaking Gaara's seal, the young 8-year-old boy who no longer heard Shikaka and could now sleep peacefully got it into his half-insane head that she was his new mother because she had beaten Raza. Anyone can imagine the kind of problems it caused for Pakura almost as well as the amount of amusement it provided for REI. When one day Gaara came to the kitchen and in a deadpan voice asked Pakura what monkey sex was and if it could really prove his existence, well, let's just say Kankuro got a thrashing of his lifetime by both Temari and Pakura. As for the young puppeteer, nothing much changed. Pakura was cordial to him and let him pursue his dream of becoming the best puppeteer of Suna. There wasn't much interaction between them because the boy somewhat resented Pakura. Thankfully, Temari was putting quite the effort into making him understand Pakura's side of things, if only to prevent him from doing something they would all regret. Temari was the most peculiar of the trio. She became Pakura's personal kunoichi. That was one very old tradition coming from the Warring States era. To be honest, it was barely even seen in use these days. Simply put, ninjas without a clan had quite a hard time bettering themselves since nobody felt like sharing techniques and discoveries. It wasn't like nowadays where hidden villages have whole libraries of stuff the clans are willing to share, and then some from the civilian-born ninjas who made their own discoveries and shared with the entire village out of sheer stupidity, propaganda brainwashing, for free. One way for those clanless ninjas during that era to get learning material was to bind oneself in service to a feudal lord who usually had their own small libraries on ninja stuff exactly for the purpose of attracting these special servants. Temari swore the oaths and was registered as Pakura's sword kunoichi, and that was that. While there was no loyalty seal involved, Temari was fully aware she was sealing her fate and binding it to Pakura's. Rogue ninja had it hard, but rogue sword ninjas had it a lot harder. Their problems were no longer just hidden villages and occasional opportunistic bounty hunters. Nobles from all countries knew about personal ninjas and laws around them, and they took it very seriously even though it was rarely used nowadays. If only to prevent the idea from spreading. There was a reason why most ninjas avoided swearing their loyalty to individuals like a plague. Defecting a hidden village meant a chance at life in another hidden village. Nobles didn't care, so no really preventive laws were put into use on an international scale. Little 10-year-old Temari started to study the mannerisms of servants and drove Pakura half mad with her childish and innocent attempts at proving herself. Especially since Pakura only wanted the girl to be a loyal apprentice who she could call for in times of need to fight by her side. Alas, Pakura gained a small bossy maid with a penchant for cute pouting and teary eyes. Seeing Pakura's flustered look as she tried to handle the 3 children, REI really had to admit that taking over Sunagakure was indeed worth it. Well, I must admit, I didn't expect you to provoke a grudge match only to do this. Isn't it a bit much, disrupting the entire country alongside its hidden village only to, I have no clue how to call it without sounding ridiculous. Konan deadpanned as she stared at her husband's newest creation. Pakura was currently handling important affairs in Sunagakure, and unlike Ringo, she loved it, so there were usually no shadow clones and blackmailing other people to do her job involved. REI thankfully didn't stay in Suna all the time. Even though Tsunade was away for a few months, leaving only a few reassuring efforts that she is on a mission to better her healing arts, REI still had 3 other women whose needs he had to satisfy. Konan was glad she didn't have to drag him out of the Sunagakure by force. It would make their bedroom activities that much more awkward. Not really. You know, we have a lot of mountains that contain gold in them. This was the fastest and easiest way to mine them all without putting much effort or resources into it. Just imagine it, Konan. With how massive these mountain ranges are, they contain more wealth than the richest daimyos are worth. REI excitedly exclaimed, looking over his latest experiment, something most would frown at. Konan raised an eyebrow and regarded Raza's reanimated corpse with another judgmental look before closing her eyes and scrunching her face as if she was in some kind of mental pain. Let me get this straight, REI. You fucked with Wind Country's food import negotiations, one of the most important events in that country. You spent 2 months to ensure grudge match between Raza and Pakara, effectively removing the Sabaka clan from the rule and installing Pakara in their place. You made Pakara seemingly get rid of Raza's body while covertly snatching it with your seals. You made your own Fuinjutsu version of summoning, Impure World Reincarnation, the jutsu you found in the Senju library, the same jutsu that binds souls of the deceased into service of the user. And you did all that in order to, Conan's even voice cracked, to make Raza's corpse into some kind of mining machine because you could not be bothered to research seals that could do it instead. Seals that could most likely mine more than just gold. Conan intently stared at Rei, her eyebrow twitching, causing him to realize that maybe he should have discussed his plans and motivations with somebody other than Mei, who was in post-coital bliss, before he actually proceeded with them. Well, when you put it that way. Rei awkwardly rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish expression plastered all over his face. In his defense, there really was a lot of gold in the mountains behind his hidden village. Chapter 246, Tsunade, back in the Fire Country. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Author note. For those who won't get it, this is somewhat of a flashback or Tsunade's point of view of what was happening on her side while Rei and Conan were busy with the Tsunagakur. While Rei and Conan focused on Tsunagakur, Tsunade holed herself up in the Fire Daimyo's library, studying various laws and putting together document after document that would help her own plan. She was no stranger to intense studying and memorization. After all, medic nins were one of the most knowledgeable people in the shinobi ranks, and she was the best of them. To treat an injury, one first had to know the cause, and that, unfortunately, meant the medic nin needed extensive knowledge of jutsu and its effects, of genetics, of illnesses, of practically everything that could cause harm. That said, it was only 1 month since she left the village on the other side, but after the last month practically swimming in law books, Tsunade had had enough for a lifetime. Not even the castle guards or the 12 guardian ninja of the Fire Daimyo dared to approach her, recognizing her crankiness the second she stepped into the room with her massive scowl and wild, irritated gait. Thankfully, she had enough presence of mind to wear her special genjutsu. If the Konoha ninjas in the 12 guardians recognized her, Tsunade was almost sure she would have had to crack some skulls by now. Tsunade dropped into her designated place, right next to the most favorite concubine of the Fire Daimyo, who still occasionally threw her suspicious and guarded glances. Tsunade long ago learned to ignore the polite fake who thought she would stoop so low as to try her hand at seducing the daimyo, the same man to whom she refused to be married to in her youth. Not that Tsunade could in any way refute the suspicion or provide some kind of proof. She couldn't just start proclaiming she was the wife of the hidden daimyo of the Spring Country, now, could she? She was, after all, in disguise of Nadetsu-jusen, the president of the Biribiri Company, who was currently on vacation in the Fire Capital and took a shine to the daimyo's library. It was quite hilarious too, eating right next to Sarutobi Asuma while the boy tried to flirt with her, not recognizing her even after a month of deflecting his advances. Poor Kurane. Tsunade could just shake her head. She was the head medic during the Third Shinobi War, and that meant something. Ninjas trusted medics. They talked to them and said things they would not tell others. Especially when both the patient and the medic were kunoichi. The little academy student Kurane Ui was very forthcoming with the information about her crush on the youngest of the Sarutobi boys. Tsunade already decided to approach the woman and offer her a chance at learning how to medic nin from her. The girl had incredible chakra control, and if Tsunade wasn't so sure she would have had to leave after the Third War, she would have taken the girl into her care there and then. Then again, at that time, nothing was ever so simple. Tsunade wasn't even sure if or where her new home would be during these uncertain days. She only knew she wanted to be with Rei and that Rei was about to defect from Kiri. Look at me, getting all nostalgic and stuff. She inwardly rebuked herself, trying to cover the small gentle smile that bloomed on her face by taking a sip from her hot chocolate milk. 50 years of age, huh? I guess I finally left my puberty by the Senju and Uzumaki standards. Tsunade giggled, attracting the attention of the people dining with her. Oh, someone is in a good mood today. Asuma quipped, causing the Fire Daimyo to lift his eyebrow at Tsunade, who simply shrugged. I finished with my research, she nonchalantly announced, causing the daimyo to smile warmly at his childhood friend. That's good to know, Nade. Will you be leaving soon, then? You should inform me about these things sooner. I need to throw you a goodbye party, he giddily exclaimed. Honestly, the man was very grateful to Rei for the deals between his nation and the Spring Country. The economy was steadily improving, the previously tarnished diplomatic ties started to repair, the still leery allies started to lose their tension caused by the fuck-up called Jiraiya's wedding, and it all was the influence of the trade agreements with the Spring Country. Really, Tsunade did him an incredible favor by bringing her husband for a visit. The Fire Daimyo knew Tsunade's goal and had no problem with it. Then again, he would not give her active support either. Not that he deluded himself she needed him. She could simply go and take what she wanted, taking names and kicking balls. He would know. He could still feel the kick to the balls she delivered to him when they were kids after she got to know about their impending betrothal. The Fire Daimyo shuddered, thanking heaven Tsunade didn't have her super strength technique back then. You are already leaving, Lady Nadetsu? Asuma butted into the conversation with wide eyes, earning himself a few incredulous looks. The man was one of the Fire Daimyo's guardians, and his place behind the table was only a courtesy to his father. Him interrupting the conversation between the daimyo and his guest was one massive breach of etiquette. Then again, he still was the son of the Hokage, and as such, the daimyo had begged Tsunade to bear with him after the first time he tried to flirt with her. Otherwise, she would have long ago sent the young monkey back to Konoha via an intimate meeting of his ching with her fist, getting a lift by the kinetic force taxi agency. Asuma really found Nadetsu-jusen enchanting. She had dark skin, was petite with a nice curvaceous body, had a pretty face, melodious voice, and exotic hair color. She was a beautiful woman, and her beauty was only enhanced by the fact she was the president of the biggest and richest international company in the entire elemental nations. Asuma wasn't really proud of being the son of the Hokage. It wasn't his achievement. Not really. Despite that, he was a ninja and knew how to make use of his special advantage. Yet, Hokage's son or not, Nadetsu didn't even try being polite with him. Now, Asuma had his manly pride and refused to back down. Even he had no idea when exactly did his passing interest change to something more, something genuine. Unfortunately for him, now it seemed his pride would not be sated. Asuma wasn't some bratty child, however. He noticed the looks aimed at him from the favored mistress of the daimyo and his children. Not that he cared. As long as the daimyo is not reprimanding him, the others couldn't do much. "May I inquire where you will be going, Lady Nadetsu?" he asked. Tsunade's first knee-jerk reaction was to tell him where he could stick his question. Then, however, she got a better idea. I wanted to visit Konoha because I honestly admired Tsunade Senju. You are from Konoha, Asuma-san, right? What do you think about Tsunade? What kind of person is she? Tsunade calmly asked, making the daimyo stifle his guffaw. Asuma frowned and scrunched his eyebrows. "Oh, her," he remarked, and his dislike almost poured from him. "You shouldn't admire that woman, Lady Nadetsu," he started in a tone as if he was giving her some kind of profound advice, to which Tsunade could only amusedly lift her eyebrow at the man. "Oh, and why is that? I heard she is the best doctor in the world. That's something admirable, don't you think?" "I am not disputing that. She really is the best." Asuma nodded before leaning towards Nadetsu as if he was about to disclose some kind of secret, "but she is also a very traitorous person." "Oh, my, you don't say." Tsunade mock gasped in surprise while daimyo gaped at Asuma. "Well, just wait until my plan is finished, brat. I will show you traitorous. It was your father who let my clan be hunted like animals without alerting anyone." She inwardly seethed. Yes. The second the third war ended, she left the village. Nobody can find her. My father tried for years to locate her. Asuma sighed in exasperation. He put so much attention to that bitch who is who knows where. He grumbled. "She had a responsibility to the village, Lady Nadetsu. I am sure you understand. You two can't just ditch the company and go do whatever you wish whenever you wish." "That's exactly what I did though." Tsunade inwardly deadpanned. Tsunade was our medic. Everything she knows, she has Konoha to thank for. My father to thank for. Asuma dramatically shook his head, and yet she simply doesn't appreciate all the effort put into her. What do they teach kids in Konoha nowadays? Tsunade mused while her eyebrow twitched. All of my medical knowledge is from my own research or the Senju library. Sure, the old monkey was a good teacher when he finally got to teaching me something. That said, he was far too preoccupied with Orochimaru and later Jiraiya who, according to him, didn't have a clan to support them. And now his spawn now wants me to kowtow to the old man for basically neglecting me. Tsunade's lips started turning into a frown. At least, she trained her apprentice, Shizune. That woman is a very good medic too. She is a gentle and very good person, Asuma said, stopping all of Tsunade's displeasure at the mention of her old apprentice. Something in how he said it didn't mesh well with Tsunade. "Do you know Miss Shizune well, Mr. Asuma?" Well, we dated a bit back in the day." Asuma shrugged. "She is a fine woman, but I don't think she is the one for me. She was more of a fling, to be honest. I am far too free-spirited and need somebody more exotic, maybe even feisty, who could rein me in." He winked at Tsunade, who stared at him with an unamused look. The last time Anko contacted her, Shizune was basically swooning about her Sarutobi boyfriend. It was a very peculiar situation, and Tsunade was very excited to hear about it, considering last Tsunade knew Kurane wanted to sink her fangs into the youngest Sarutobi boy too. She really wanted to see how that would go. But, as far as Tsunade knew, Shizune and Asuma did not break up, yet. She could withstand a light flirting from Asuma's side. Men had their urges, plus it was none of her business. For all Tsunade knew, Shizune might even allow him to sleep around. This, however. "So, are you visiting Konoha, Miss Nadetsu?" The fire daimyo quickly interrupted as he saw Tsunade's eyes darkening. Tsunade looked at him and pursed her lips in displeasure, almost forming a sneer before she distractedly answered, I think I will have to go home. I just found out it's up for serious uprooting and springtime cleaning." Chapter 247, Uprooting 1. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. "Today is a good night," Tsunade remarked with a cat-like glee. "The Konoha Council is having a mandatory meeting discussing this year's taxes, so it seems I have 2 hours for my little uprooting project." She smirked, standing up from her crouch and looking around. She was currently in the centermost part of Konoha's underground tunnel system, perched high up on a metal beam near the roof of what appeared to be a wide training room that simply should not exist underneath Konoha. Tsunade somehow really doubted any plans of underground tunnels actually contained any sort of mention of the room below and wondered how could Hiruzen Sarutobi overlook it. How could he not know it was there, right under his beloved village? The same village filled to the brim with umbu under his command who patrolled it on a daily basis, looking for anything out of the ordinary. She really didn't like the conclusion her mind was delivering though. It was simply yet another thing to be disappointed about when it came to her sensei. Lazily putting her fingers into a cross-shaped seal, rather because of habit than any real necessity, Tsunade summoned a singular shadow clone and instantly dismissed it, giving a signal to her wood clones stationed near every single entrance to the Konoha tunnel system. It took her entire day of stealthily scouting via the abusive overuse of the wood clone's ability to meld themselves into the terrain, not unlike the Iwa's Earth release, hiding like a mole technique. Fortunately for Tsunade, these clones came with an ability to suppress their chakra to an incredibly undetectable degree, superb seigneuri prowess, and actually transmitted their experiences otherwise her 500 clones would be detected by some root ninjas who, after all, specialized in assassination and stealth, or it would have taken her months to map all of the underground tunnels if she couldn't make effective use of the clones. The second Tsunade's wood clones got the signal, they instantly approached the entrances and used a Mokiton jutsu to change themselves back into the wood. 10 feet thick wooden lid covering the entire entrance made of chakra-enhanced Mokiton fixed in their place, blocking their respective tunnel thanks to large spikes that penetrated deep into the walls, to be perfectly precise. Upon dispelling back into wood, each clone sent Tsunade feedback, confirming the blockage was in place. Tsunade got the memories of the last clone and excitedly grinned in anticipation of what was to come. Well, then. She punched her palm. Today, nobody is leaving here alive? Let's see how Danzo fares without his loyal minions. Tsunade's shout instantly alerted the Root Umbu members practicing under her, but before they could react in any meaningful way, she was already quickly dropping down from the metal beam. Her fist impacted the ground and all hell broke. In that instant, the citizens of Konoha experienced a minuscule earthquake. It wasn't anything to worry about and only caused them a bit of imbalance for a short period of time, but the village certainly felt it. And while the citizens shrugged it off almost instantly, the unfortunate Root members in the underground training room had to put in a lot of effort to keep standing on their feet through all the shaking as the walls cracked. This was only made more difficult as they also had to avoid the big spiderweb-like cracks forming in the ground that made for great pitfalls where feet could get stuck quite easily with just a single misstep. The occasional shrapnel made of earth sent flying by the impact of the punch didn't help their cases either, since they had a hard time standing, much less dodging. From 63 members of Root present in the room, 2 got crushed because of a slab of earth rising due to the punch and burying them underneath. 12 were unlucky to be hit by the earth shrapnel in fatal places, while an additional 5 were currently helplessly bleeding out as their arteries were struck. One poor lass showed his immense skill by tripping on his own foot during the quakes and breaking his own neck. 63 versus 1 instantly became 43 versus 1, who proved to be a badass. Tsunade quite liked those odds, especially since another 22 opponents had various degrees of injuries on their bodies, ranging all the way from missing balls, earth shrapnel doesn't discriminate, to a few insignificant bruises because of losing balance and hitting the ground. Tsunade straightened out and rolled her shoulder to alleviate some tension from the punch while also restraining her rapidly growing bloodlust. She knew how to hold grudges, and Root tried to assassinate her on a weekly basis when she was in the village during the Third Ninja War. She might not have had a chance to return the favor then, but now, oh, she was going to enjoy this. The air stilled as the uninjured and injured Root ninjas emotionlessly readied themselves for the upcoming battle, showing just how effective Danzo's training was. Tsunade had no doubt neither of them would ever hesitate from delivering a lethal strike. Not when they completely disregarded their own injuries and even the injuries of their supposed comrades in favor of taking down their assailant, her. As she lowered her stance, she idly thought it was a somewhat sorry sight. Not that her pity would make her hesitate. She came here today to enact slaughter, not play a caretaker. For now, her medic nin self had to take unpaid vacation. It was time for a more brutal part of her personality to take over. The moment of suspense passed as quickly as it appeared, and the Root ninjas charged at Tsunade with abandon. Tsunade, on the other hand, simply stood in her place and waited for them, opting to take a more defensive approach. The first wave of her would-be attackers finally reached her, and all 3 of them sprang to the offensive like a well-oiled machine. One from the front while 2 others attacked her from the sides. As she was ducking under the high kick from her right side while also tilting her body to narrowly avoid the stab from her left, Tsunade had to admit the teamwork and organization of these ninjas was quite polished. There were over 40 of them, and yet, only 3 attacked at a time, knowing to not overcrowd her, and instead, they spread out in the room in fear of being taken out by some large-scale ninjutsu while also limiting her available place for dodging. Or at least, that was the general idea. Tsunade quickly hooked her arm around the elbow of the ninja in front of her whose punch she evaded, and then she twisted. With a resounding crack, the Root ninja's arm snapped at the elbow, and yet, he and his comrades didn't even flinch. The only thing indicating the man even felt his bone breaking was a single muted grunt as his other hand already whipped towards Tsunade's temple while he used his now broken limb as an anchor to keep Tsunade in place. Worse yet, the 2 other attackers recognized the opportunity for what it was, and Tsunade found herself about to be knifed to the neck from her left side and kicked to sensitive muscles on her thigh from her right. She could also see 7 other Root members taking advantage of her positioning by throwing kunao in her direction in a way that would not pose a threat to her 3 attackers. Tsunade found herself almost impressed by the flawless coordination. Then again, she was not a normal kunoichi. What would in another situation work as keeping the opponent in place, didn't really work on her. Exerting her muscles to an inhuman, even for the ninja standards, degree, Tsunade grabbed the shoulder of the man in front of her and effortlessly lifted him into the air, causing him untold pain as his broken bone ground against her steel-hard biceps, before throwing him to the right as if he was yesterday's trash. The thrown body impacted the knife-wielding attacker on her left, sending both of them tumbling on the floor. Tsunade might or might not have used a bit too much force, judging by the cracks that resounded every time the bodies hit the ground. Well, spilled milk and all that. The third attacker wasn't much of a threat, to be honest. His kick aimed at her thigh missed because of the spin necessary to throw her first attacker. Unfortunately for him, Tsunade didn't stop after the throw and used the momentum to swap into a punching motion, caving the third attacker's face before he flew back, right into another root member who experienced how it felt having his brains paint the ground from the sheer force of impact. It was then that the root members momentarily stopped, realizing this would not be as easy as they previously envisioned, while Tsunade huffed at her inability to get a rise out of them despite her apparent brutality. Let's see if I can pull a genuine emotion out of these human machines. Tsunade smirked, enjoying the situation as the kunoichi side in her stirred awake. The fight continued. Chapter 248, Uprooting 2. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. Tsunade jumped up to avoid the thrown kunaus while also throwing a handful back against her assailants. From her 5 kunau, only 2 hit a purchase, telling her the root Umbu could dodge. Who knew? This surprised Tsunade for the briefest split of a second, since the strength behind her throw was something no B-ranked ninja could ever evade without getting at least a cut to show for it. 2 of the 3 who managed to dodge were instantly filled as A-ranked threats in Tsunade's brain, causing them to jump right to the top of her to be eliminated list, while the last lost a bit of muscle from his upper arm in the attempt. Root didn't have many A-rank shinobi in their midst. They were mostly B-rank. Capable, good at working together, ruthless, emotionless, completely fine with dying to get the job done, but not A-rank powerhouses. That told Tsunade the 3 who dodged were one of the best Danzo had in the room. Danzo did not train powerhouses. He trained capable but controllable assassins. That meant his ninjas had to be easily disposed of the second they did something he didn't like. It wouldn't be good to make someone in Root strong enough to oppose him. Yes, together, his Root ninjas could face and take down A-rankers and even some weaker S-rankers depending on the circumstances and the acceptable losses ratio. Alone, however, they were mostly high B-rank ninjas who overspecialized in stealth and assassination. Tsunade dropped back to the ground, frowning as she noticed the support pillars in the room having cracks all over them. With a sigh, she let the downward momentum from her fall lead her arm down and slammed her palm into the ground while channeling Mokiton chakra into it. The playtime was over. Wood release, fuck you. Thick tree trunk smashed through the floor, unstoppably growing upward and causing the root ninjas to jump around in an attempt to avoid the surprisingly razor-sharp bark on the trees. Worst, however, were the branches that sprang up shortly after. Seeing one of them shredded to gory chunks of meat and organs, the root ninjas instantly recognized the threat of the wooden hell they found themselves in. They didn't have too much time to contemplate this though. The created forest got thicker the higher the tree tops reached until they hit the roof of the room, causing it to violently shudder as the trees creaked under the sudden pressure put on them. Finding it impossible to grow upwards now that they supported the roof, the trees did something that actually managed to get an emotion out of the scratched and gashed root ninjas. They grew in volume, spreading to the sides, filling the room in more and more razor-sharp branches that had the same cutting power as wind-enhanced chakra metal. Needless to say, the roots were reintroduced to despair. Tsunade impassively stood in the middle of the occurring massacre with her eyes closed as she focused her senses to flow her chakra through the trees, guiding their growth and sharpening the bark with a smirk on her face. A girl gotta love her superb chakra control. It was utterly impossible to see anything in the room through the overgrown branches, but that didn't matter as Tsunade could finally sense every living being in the room. Frankly, at first, she only created the forest to make new support pillars for the room, but then she reconsidered. She was not dealing with Danzo's real elites. These were all just grunts. Some of them were skilled, but they were essentially still unimportant run-of-the-mill grunts. As such, Tsunade decided to use this opportunity for a chakra control practice. The root ninjas might have had a chance if the fight was fought above the surface. Alas, it was not. They were currently trapped deep underground with nowhere to run now that the environment itself was turned against them, aiming to kill them. Despair gripped their hearts as they realized the hopelessness of the situation. Some of them dying completely blank, incapable of feeling even the slightest emotion, while others cursed their fate and the cruelty of the world. Not one of them actually chose to become a root ninja, and now, they would die because of it. Sadly, such was the nature of the shinobi world. 20 seconds. That's how long it took for Tsunade's half-assed, more of a chakra control exercise created on the fly than a real jutsu, wood release technique to shred the root ninjas to bloody pieces without any way for them to resist as their blood painted the forest crimson. Tsunade, on the other hand, was elated. Not because of the death she caused. That didn't even enter her mind. She long ago made peace with her existence as a killer. She became genin at 6 and killed her first person when she was 6 years and 7 months old. People usually forget and focus on her reputation as a healer, but it is the healers who make for the best killers. The number of lives ended by her hands far outstretched the numbers she saved, and she was considered the best medic in the world. Honestly, Tsunade couldn't really bother caring anymore as she registered the twinge of guilt and showed it into the dark recesses of her mind, forgetting about it a second later. These root ninjas were not worth more thought than the training dummies in her courtyard. No, Tsunade was elated because she slowly started to figure out how to make her forests permanent like Grandpa Hashirama. She simply had to jump and shriek from the sheer joy she felt. Her primary mission and the reason why she even bothered to infiltrate Konoha and Root Base pushed back, Tsunade proceeded to happily whistle and experiment with her newfound knowledge while the Konoha's underground tunnels changed into an orchestra of pain-filled shrieks, despairing screams, and blood-curdling wails, all melding into one soul-chilling symphony supporting her happy tune of whistles and hums. Danzo might have been onto something with his fixation on roots, Tsunade admitted inwardly as a mischievous smile spread through her face. In that case, let me create the real roots of Konoha. That was the last time anyone could access the underground tunnels of Konoha without fearing for his life because of the living razor-sharp vines that suddenly appeared in there and killed anyone brave enough to venture too far down. Nobody ever discovered what laid in the center of Konoha's underground tunnels. And Tsunade? Well, she had a new safe house. The council meeting finally finished. Tired Danzo arrived home, utterly drained from all the bickering between the Ninja Council and the Civilian Council about who gets to pay what taxes. Not for the first time, he cursed Hiruzen for not slaughtering the impudent powerless fools on the Civilian Council. Sure, he made good use of them, manipulating them to get what he wanted, but even he could recognize how much their very existence weakened Konoha. Sarutobi sure as hell became more cutthroat after the Uchiha massacre. Danzo let his impassive facade slip into a natural scowl as he remembered that debacle. I didn't even acquire one damned pair of these eyes. Damn Uchihas, damn Itake, to think he would destroy every single pair of eyes as he killed his clan. I can't even gut his little brother as the twerp doesn't even have his Sharingan awakened yet. He seethed. The Uchiha massacre that happened a few months prior was the biggest mistake of his career as the Yami no Shinobi. The only real haul was Shisui's eye, and while that was marvelous, it still hurt to see all that coordination, all that work, literal years of spreading rumors and distrust against the Uchiha clan, go to waste just because he didn't foresee Uchihas utilize something similar to Hyuga's caged bird seal that destroyed their eyes upon their deaths. Worse yet, Konoha lost an entire clan and was weakened without him even getting anything substantial in return. Sarutobi even refused to let him copy the Uchiha Jutsu scrolls, quoting they belonged to Suzuki. What a load of. The irritated Danzo finally reached his living room, stiffening right after he entered the room. His mind briefly wondered what was wrong before the answer sprang into its forefront as instincts kicked in. He smelt a faint scent of blood. Danzo quickly switched the light on and, for the first time in the last 20 years, he bent at the waist and puked his guts out. His whole living room was caked in liters of blood, pieces of organs, splinters of bones. The worst were the hundreds of eyeballs put on the table, arranged to stare right at him. The most disturbing were the penises mockingly hanging from the ceiling. The most informative was the 267 eyeless and tongueless heads of his root operatives nailed to the wall of his living room straight through their forehead with wooden spikes. Danzo quickly realized the rest of their bodies was currently scattered through his living room in the likeness of a poorly shredded mush, giving off such a strong putrid scent even he couldn't take it despite all of his experience. As he retched, Danzo inwardly thanked Kami that 5 of his best ninjas were with him during the meeting so their heads were still firmly attached to their bodies. Anyone who could cause this would most likely have no problem dealing with them, and it would be a heavy hit to lose Toron or Fu. Danzo was not a moron nor a fool. He instantly noticed the wooden spikes used to nail the heads to the walls and took it for what it was. A message. It was wood needed to create the chakra paper. It was Mokyudon wood only found in the forests around Konoha. Danzo briefly wondered if Hiruzen got far bolder than he imagined, but that notion was quickly forgotten. No. This was not Hiruzen. Danzo refused to believe such an assumption. Pigs would fly sooner than the old shitflinger monkey learned how to fling his shit again. Taking a deep breath, Danzo looked upwards in a search of a brief reprieve from the gruesome sight and potent smell of blood, only for his eye to widen as he discovered the intestines of his late subordinates nailed into the ceiling and forming a message. A tree with shallow roots can be easily uprooted. By the way, thank you for the Sharinans. Sorry for not leaving even one for you. You know how it is. They are quite rare. Signed, your friendly neighbor Yozora. Needless to say, Danzo was not amused. Chapter 249, Anko's Idle While. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. It was a quiet summer day, as hot as they came in the fire country that was named after its never-ending warm climate, and Anko enjoyed her moment of peace by drinking cool beer and enjoying the occasional pleasant breeze while sitting in the shade on the porch of her house in the Senju compound, listening to the soft chirping of crickets. No overly cheerful Naruto demanding she teaches him techniques he is not even prepared for. The kid was smart and knew his shit, but he was just so exuberant towards her ever since he found out she genuinely cared. No steaming Hinata suffering from overheating anytime she was close to the orange-wearing empty-head pretender, and fainting, leaving Anko to take care of her until she woke up. God, she was getting used to unexpected visits from concerned Hayashi about Hinata's condition. Anko shuddered as she remembered the flirtatious note in the old Hyuga's tone the last time he demanded a discussion about his daughter's progress. Sure, the man probably held Anko in high regard considering she stopped portraying all that slut image and actually managed to break Hinata's shy shell in matters of days, making a complete mockery of his years-long attempts, but flirting with her was a bit too much. It was sweet though, seeing that Hayashi actually cared about Hinata and he simply had no idea how to raise her into a strong woman. That's where Anko came in, and now the girl only acted ineptly around Naruto and has actually already beaten her younger sister in a spar. Yay, she won against her 4-year-old sister. Anko somewhat couldn't take that as a worthwhile achievement. But well, whatever makes the stuck-up white eyes happy. Hyugas were weird like that. Anyway, Anko made it her mission to stop any subtle advances Hayashi Hyuga tried on her. She was barely leaving her teenage years and an old half-stuck-up stickler for rules was eyeing her just because she helped his daughter gain a measure of self-confidence? All it took for her to get attention was to stop wearing clothes that proclaimed she would sleep around for dango and whatnot. Not happening. Don't go there, brain. Go back to sleep. Anko Hyuga has a really bad ring to it. Anko disgruntledly mused, thinking up excuses to avoid Hayashi the next time he gets it into his head to invite her for a family dinner. Then again, it's still better than that marriage proposal from the lone survivor of the Shimura clan. Anko shuddered again, this time in disgust, momentarily choking on her beer. Yeah, now that she was officially accepted as an honorary senju, some really fishy and decrepit individuals tried to sink their claws into her. Idiots, as if Lady Tsunade let their dirty paws anywhere near the senju wealth or library. Anko snorted at the notion that they could get anywhere near it through her while gazing at the sky in contentment. Despite all the uncomfortable situations, Anko was grateful for Lady Tsunade offering her this chance, which completely changed her life for the better. There was only one of her supposed students Anko didn't miss. The Uchiha. One nice calm afternoon, her bright orange-wearing idiot wannabe actor dragged in screaming and kicking Sasuke Uchiha, enthusiastically proclaiming he found a new friend, utterly ignoring the piercing and irritated looks the duck-butt-haired broody kid was throwing his way. In the end, the Uchiha relented and joined their training sessions. Anko might not have liked it, but she came to care about Naruto too much to just say fuck off and ruin it for him. That said, the look in the Uchiha's eyes was still unsettling. She knew what he felt. She was there, not at the same level of low, but she was pretty close after Orochimaru betrayed her. Anko had nothing against the kid himself. She simply didn't believe somebody in so much repressed emotional pain should be anywhere near her. The Uchiha did not need her or her tutelage. The kid needed a hardcore year-long session with Yamanaka. Then there was all the political bullshit when it came out she was training the last loyal Uchiha head case. Even the elders called the kid unstable in between the lines. Anko giggled before bursting into genuine laughter. Then again, they have called me worse. No wonder they have a problem with me teaching the kid, one depressed head case teaching another. Throwing those kunao so close to his jugular might not have been the brightest idea. Who cares? A hospital stay would do him some good. It was all in good humor, after all. A few non-washable bloodstains near the neck area would teach the kid he is not invincible. Or traumatize him some more. Fun thoughts. I must give it to Naruto, dragging Uchiha here was a prank worthy of prankster god. Anko whispered as she took another sip from her drink. Civilians simply didn't know how to react when the last loyal Uchiha princeling appeared together with the Uzumaki demonish menace. Oh, Anko had no delusions that Naruto befriended Uchiha out of some misplaced sense of camaraderie. That was the first thing she has beaten out of him. She made sure to hammer all Konoha propaganda out of his head early on. If given a chance, Anko doubted Naruto would become a ninja for Konoha after her tutoring sessions. She, however, made it damn clear he has no such chance because of his tenant. No, Naruto befriended Uchiha to mess with the heads of civilians and council alike. Honestly, the kid was becoming as bad as Heitake Kakashi. She should have never explained psychological warfare to him. Using Kakashi as an example of what not to do might have been a bad idea too. Well, who knew being a big sister was such hard work? The first time Naruto attempted to come late to their training sessions, Anko dragged him from the Ichiraku ramen stand by his ankle so erratically. He puked all the ramen out on himself by the time they reached the Senju compound, and then she made him practice taijutsu katas without letting him change his clothes, all the while she was throwing senbons at him, aiming at the most painful but otherwise harmful places. She might or might not have added a bit of pain-intensifying poison to the mix, but hey, she is here to teach the kid, not to coddle him. Anko was resolved. On the briefest sign of relapse, she would beat the Kakashiism out of him, no matter if it was the last thing in the kid's life. Kyuubigen Hiraki or not, there were easier ways to destroy Konoha than creating another Kakashi Heitake wannabe. Back to the Uchiha kid. Anko simply had no idea how to break his revenge-filled determination. How could she? She herself had an obsession with Orochimaru and was proud of it. If Orochimaru appeared in Konoha right now, Anko would most likely run and try to kill him despite knowing she was too weak. How could she forbid Uchiha to do such a thing when she herself would be unable to lead by an example? Being a teacher is such a drag. Anko muttered with a sigh. You will get no argument about that from me. A voice resounded from nearby, jolting Anko to full awareness, causing her to jump on her feet and grab the kunao hidden in her sleeve near instantly. She prepared for a fight, only to owlishly blink as her eyes landed on a blonde-haired woman watching her with smug satisfaction at her bewildered look. Vacation. Tsunade inquisitively lifted her eyebrow at the literal stack of beer and sake bottles strewn around the porch. Anko furrowed her brows before she realized what Tsunade was looking at, causing her to blush from embarrassment. Realizing she wasn't setting a stellar example, she ducked her head and tried to give Tsunade an innocent look. "Welcome home, Lady Tsunade." Only to be smacked upside down by Tsunade, sending her gently, according to Tsunade's standards, face first into the ground. Tsunade just rolled her eyes at the now downed unruly girl, not even attempting to hide her small amused smile. "Yeah, I am home." The sarcasm in that sentence was felt even by the fabled fence-sitter back in IWA, causing him a shudder. Chapter 250, Back Home. In Naruto, Reborn with Talent. After greetings, Tsunade sat down around a small wooden table on the porch, enjoying the shade and refreshments Anko quickly brought out from her secret anti-Naruto stash. The two women leisurely drank sake as Anko was giving Tsunade a slow update on what was going on in the village. Anko really couldn't help but cherish the leisure atmosphere. She knew Tsunade wasn't one for formality and neither was she, so not having to bow or rigidly stand while giving her report was quite appreciated by the young snake mistress. Nevertheless, she was indeed very curious about this sudden visit of her wayward clan head. "Lady Tsunade? It's been 2 hours already. Don't you think Lord Hokage is taking his sweet time? I thought he would be knocking our gates down the second he was informed about your arrival. You know how much resources the man put forward to locate you." Anko grimaced. "Honestly, he is asking me about your location at least once per week." "Ah." Tsunade smirked. "I have sneaked in through one of the old hidden entrances Uncle Tobirama created for our clan. There is nobody to notify the old monkey about my presence as of yet." Anko owlishly blinked at Tsunade, and grinned. "Ah, is that so?" There were only so many reasons Tsunade could have to avoid detection when coming home. If it was Jiraiya, Anko wouldn't have wasted her time, knowing the man simply skipped the gate in order to get a few minutes more for peeping. Then again, that might have been the reason why the man was such a good spy. Nobody expected him to do anything but perving on women. Tsunade, however, was a completely different jar of cookies. Well, Anko still couldn't forget how the woman played her like a fiddle when they met for the first time. Sure, it was for Anko's own benefit, but still. No matter how grateful she was to Tsunade for opening her eyes, that meeting made it abundantly clear that scheming Tsunade was dangerous. Tsunade. I wonder how much mayhem she is gonna cause now that she is actually present in the village. That's so. Tsunade lazily nodded and took another sip of sake. Meh, it wouldn't do to alert him of my presence. I have a few goals to accomplish here. She hummed and looked Anko straight into the eyes. There are 2 things you forgot to inform me about when it comes to the recent happenings of the village. Anko stiffened, mentally trying to figure out what she could have missed. The spy network she set up in Konoha was not the best, but it was sufficient. She didn't want to disappoint Tsunade. "What exactly do you mean, Lady Tsunade?" "I told you all I know," she said, feeling a bit awkward as she tried to defend herself. Tsunade simply waved her free hand in a dismissive manner. "I am not blaming you or anything. Stop being so serious. Geez, relax." She rolled her eyes. "Yesterday, I killed every single root umbu I could find in the root base under Konoha, and then I made the said base permanently unusable for any other function than a graveyard." She stated in a disinterested tone as if she was talking about the weather, causing Anko to gape. "I then left a bloody present for Danzo Shimura in his living room." Ha, he took the bait hook line sinker. "Apparently, there will be an emergency meeting of the council tomorrow thanks to the old mummy. So that's why the umbu were so frantically running around the village during the night." "Wait. You massacred over 200 people to make Danzo call an emergency meeting?" Anko asked weakly in an incredulous tone, not knowing how to take that bit of information. Sure, Anko was one ruthless kunoichi. She had her fair share of assassination missions behind herself, and these were her favorite, but it is quite different to kill one person because of a cause you believe in and simply get rid of hundreds just because they were in the way. Ha, maybe that's why I wouldn't be good as a leader. The thought briefly flashed through Anko's head. Of course not. Tsunade rebuked as if she just heard something ridiculous, causing Anko to release a relieved breath. "I killed them because trying to subvert their loyalty to Danzo would be a pain in the ass. How do you persuade a brainwashed individual that his brainwasher is a bad person?" She flippantly added with a gentle shake of her head. Anko threw Tsunade a deadpan gaze, but inwardly, she had to admit that it might be a bit bigger problem than one would think at first. But Tsunade was, from what Anko experienced, quite good at persuading people to see her point. Seeing the doubts in Anko's expression, Tsunade elaborated, "This is a ninja village, Anko. The only people who are allowed to have their own forces are Hokage and clans. Hokage is the de facto leader of the whole ninja force, while there is no way to forbid the clans from having their own loyal ninjas short of slaughtering them all. Clan ninjas are always loyal to their clan first and only then the village. There are very few exceptions to that rule, and it's for this very reason that the Hokage is kept in check despite being somewhat of a dictator. Danzo Shimura is neither." Anko added. She never really thought about it from this angle. Why would she? Mitarashi might have been quite a strong clan focusing on various poisons during the village founding, but now she was the only one left. Heck, after Orochimaru defected, leaving her behind, the clan assets somehow mysteriously disappeared before she could inherit anything. When she inquired about it, she was bluntly told Orochimaru stole everything from scrolls to money. When they told her that, she was just a kid, but lately, Anko didn't know how much she believed that to be the truth. Therefore Root should have been integrated into the village after making sure they will be loyal. Their very existence meant this village went to shits. The second sensei overlooked Danzo taking in orphans and then making them into emotionless drones. Konoha became something any senju would loathe, proving the whole council corrupt beyond repair. Tsunade continued, not minding the brief thoughtful expression on Anko's face. But killing 200 ninjas. Anko furrowed her brows. The village has around 4,000 active ninjas, which isn't much considering Kyuubi and Uchiha massacre. We are still recovering our forces. I simply think killing them was wasteful. In the past, Rude Umbu was filled by Umbu who wanted to give more to the village. They took the most dangerous missions behind the enemy lines during the war. They helped the village a lot. But Sensei disbanded Root, and from then on, Danzo decided to go about it in a different way. He started again, training kids and making them loyal only to himself. This extermination was a long time coming and, to be honest, I am very disappointed it had to be me who performed it and not the village's Umbu. Tsunade sighed before offhandedly adding, then again, it can be counted as my first act as the 5th Hokage. I see. Anko nodded before her head caught up to what Tsunade told her. Wait, what? You are taking over the village. Tsunade threw Anko a funny look. Isn't that obvious? Pray tell, why else would I come back? It's high time someone kicked Hiruzen's ass out of his comfy chair. That said, I will need you to run some errands for me first, before the emergency meeting. She gave Anko a knowing smirk that brought the young woman an unwelcome sense of foreboding. Seeing it, Anko closed her eyes and rubbed the bridge of her nose. Hyugas. She resignedly asked. Hyugas. Tsunade gleefully confirmed. Ma, don't be so disheartened. After you finish with it, I am going to fulfill another part of our deal. I made sure to create a nice and utterly painful training regime just for you. If you want to kill Orochimaru, you will have to suffer for it first. Needless to say, Anko was not a happy camper.